Richard didn't see any reason to continue the agony. He didn't have his mind, and his mind was life. He didn't have Kaylin. She was his life. From what everyone told him, from what he saw in the coffin that terrible night, he never had her. It was all just a mad delusion, a wish, a whim. He glanced down again at the forever drop off the towering wall on the side of the keep, at the rocks and trees spread out below. It was a very, very long way down. He recalled people saying that just before you died, you relived your life. If he were to relive his life, he would relive every precious moment he'd had with Kaylin, or thought he'd had. It was a long way down. A long time to relive such wonderful, romantic, loving times. A long time to relive every precious moment he'd spent with her. Chapter 50. Nicky opened an iron-strapped oak door to bright daylight. Puffy white clouds skimmed by just overhead in a sparkling azure sky that on any other day would have lifted her spirits. A fresh breeze carried her hair across her face. She pulled it away as she gazed down the narrow bridge to a rampart in the distance. Richard stood beyond the end of the bridge, at the far wall of the rampart, in the gap of the crenellation, looking down the mountain. Kara, nearby, turned when she heard the door. Nicky hurried across the bridge, above courtyards far below. She could see several stone benches down among the rose garden at the bottom of a tower and juncture of several walls. When she finally reached Richard's side, he glanced over, giving her a brief, small smile. It warmed her to see it, even though she knew the smile was little more than a polite formality. "Rika came and told me that someone approaches the keep. I thought I should come and get you." Kara, standing only 3 strides away, stepped a little closer. "Does Rika know who it is?" Nicky shook her head. "I'm afraid not, and I'm more than a little worried." Without moving or taking his eyes from the distant countryside, Richard said, "It's Anne and Nathan." Nicky's eyebrows lifted in surprise. She looked over the edge. Richard pointed them out far below on the road that wound its way up the mountain toward the keep. "There are 3 riders," Nicky said. Richard nodded. "It looks like it might be Tom with them." Nicky leaned out a little farther past Richard and peered down the face of the stone wall. It was a frightening drop. The feeling came over her that she didn't at all like where he was standing. With a hand on his shoulder to steady herself, Nicky looked out again at the 3 horses plodding their way up the sunlit road. They briefly disappeared under trees, only to emerge a moment later as they continued steadily up toward the keep. A gust of wind suddenly threatened to unbalance her from her footing in the slot in the immense stone wall. Before it could, Richard's arm around her waist steadied her. She instinctively drew back from the edge. Once she was on safe footing, his protective arm released her. "You can tell for sure from here that it's Anne and Nathan?" she asked. "Yes." Nicky wasn't especially enthusiastic about seeing the prelate again. As a sister of the light and having lived at the Palace of the Prophets for most of her life, Nicky had had just about all she wanted of the sisters and their leader. In many ways, the prelate was a mother figure to her, as she had been to all the sisters. Someone who was there to remind them whenever they were a disappointment and lecture them when they had to redouble their efforts to help others in need. When she had been young, should self-interest ever rear its ugly head, Nicky's mother had always been at the ready to bitterly slap it down. Later in Nicky's life, the prelate served in that same capacity, if with a kindly smile. Slap or smile, it was the same thing. Servitude, even if under a nicer name. Nathan Rahl was another matter. She didn't really know the prophet. There were sisters, and novices especially, who trembled at the mere mention of his name. From what everyone always said, though, he was not simply dangerous but possibly deranged, which, if true, had disturbing implications for Richard's present condition. The prophet had been held in secure quarters almost all his entire life, the sisters seeing not only to his needs but seeing to it that he never escaped. People in the city of Tanamura, where the palace had been, were both titillated and terrified of the prophet, of what he might tell them of the future. Whispers were, among the people of the city, that he was most surely wicked, since he could tell them things about their future. Ability tended to arouse the ire of a great many people, especially when that ability was not one that could easily be made to serve their wants. Nikki wasn't much worried about what people said about Nathan, though. She'd had experience with truly dangerous people, with Jagang only the most recent to grace the top of her list of the wicked. "We'd better get down there," Nikki told Richard and Kara. Richard stared out over the countryside. "You go on if you want." He sounded like he couldn't have cared less that someone was coming or who it was. It was obvious that his mind was elsewhere, and he only wanted her to go away. Nikki pulled a flag of hair back off her face. "Don't you think you ought to see what they want? After all, they must have traveled a long way to get here. I'm sure they didn't come bringing milk and cakes." Richard shrugged one shoulder, showing no reaction to her attempt at humor. "Zed can see to it." Nikki so missed the light in Richard's eyes. She was at the end of her endurance of the situation. She glanced over at the moored Sith and spoke in quiet but unmistakable command. "Kara, why don't you go for a little walk, please?" Kara, surprised by such an unusual but clear directive coming from Nikki, took in Richard standing at the opening in the wall, staring off into the distance, and then gave Nikki a conspiratorial nod. Nikki watched Kara walk off down the rampart before finally addressing Richard again, but this time in a boldly forthright manner. "Richard, you have to stop this." As he gazed out at the vast scene below, he didn't answer. Nikki knew that she couldn't allow herself to fail in what she had to say, what she had to accomplish. She would do almost anything to have Richard care about having her in his life, but she didn't want to win him this way. She didn't want to be second best to a corpse, or a substitute to a dream he couldn't make real. If she was ever to have him, she would only have him because he chose her, not because he was left with nothing else. There had been a time when she would have accepted on those grounds, but no more. She respected herself more than that now, and all because of Richard. But even more than that, this was not the Richard she knew and loved. Even if she could never have him, she still wouldn't allow him to sink to the terribly dark place he was in. If she could give him a needed push back up toward life, and that was all she could ever do for him, then she would. Even if she had to play the role of antagonist to get him out of his downward spiral, and she could be no more than that to him, then she would. She laid a hand on the stone Merlin, making herself impossible to avoid, and took an even more confrontational tone. "Aren't you going to fight for what you believe in?" "They can fight if they want." His voice didn't sound despondent. It sounded dead. "That's not what I mean." Nikki grasped his arm and gently but firmly pulled him around, turning him from the drop-off, forcing him to face her. "Aren't you going to fight for yourself?" He met her gaze but didn't answer. "This is because Zed told you that he was disappointed in you." "I think the grave I dug up might have had a bit to do with it." "You may think so, but I don't. Why should it? You have been devastated and sent reeling by things before. I captured you and took you away to the old world, and what did you do? You stood up for yourself and acted like yourself and on your beliefs, within the limits of what I would allow you to do. By being who you are, you exerted your love of life, and that changed my life. You showed me the truth of the joy of life and all it means. This time you woke up from nearly dying, to me and Kara and everyone else not believing in your memory of Kalen, but that never stopped you. You kept arguing your convictions despite everything we said." "What was in that coffin is different, and I'd say a little more than a simple argument when someone doesn't believe you." "Is it? I don't think so. It was a skeleton, so what?" "So what?" Annoyance crept into his features. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean, so what? Far be it from me to argue your case when I don't believe in it, but I don't seek to win you to what I believe is the truth by default. I would want to win you over with the true facts, not with this flimsy evidence. What do you mean? Well, was it Kaylin's face you saw, to prove to you that it really was her? No, it couldn't be. There was no face left. Just a skull, no face, no eyes, no features. The skeleton was wearing the dress of the mother confessor. So what? I was in the confessor's palace, and there were other dresses there like that. So, was a name stitched on a gold ribbon enough to prove it to you? Enough to bring you to an end of your search, your beliefs? After all the things that Kara and I have said to you, have argued to you, have reasoned to you, you all of a sudden feel that this flimsy evidence proves you delusional? A skeleton in a coffin, holding a ribbon with her name stitched on it, is enough to suddenly convince you that you dreamed her up, just as we've been telling you all along and you've refused to believe? Don't you think that the ribbon is just a little too convenient? Richard frowned at her. What are you getting at? I don't believe that's what's really going on with you. I think you're wrong about your memories, but I don't believe that the Richard I know could be convinced by the dubious evidence in that grave. This isn't even because Zed doesn't believe your memories any more than Kara and I do. Then what's it about? This is all because you believed a corpse in a coffin was her, because you were afraid it was true after your grandfather said that he was disappointed in you, and that you let him down. Richard started to turn away, but Nicky seized his shirt and pulled him back, forcing him to face her. That's what I think this is about, she said with fierce resolve. You're sulking because your grandfather said you were wrong, said that you disappointed him. Maybe because I did. So what? Richard's face screwed up in confusion. What do you mean, so what? I mean, so what if he's disappointed in you? So what if he thinks you did a stupid thing? You're your own man. You did what you reasoned you had to do. You acted because you thought you had to act and do the things you did. But you what? You disappointed him? You made him angry at what you decided to do? He thought more of you, and you let him down? You came up short in his eyes? Richard swallowed, not wanting to admit it aloud. Nicky lifted his chin and made him look into her eyes. Richard, you have no responsibility to live up to anyone else's expectations. He blinked at her, looking speechless. It's your life, she insisted. You're the one who taught me that. You did what you thought you must. Did you turn down Shota's offer because Kara disagreed with you? No. Would you have turned down Shota's offer if you knew I thought you were wrong to give her your sword? Or would you have turned her down if both of us told you that you'd be a fool to accept? No, I don't think so. And why not? Because you were doing what you thought you must do, and as much as you would hope we would agree with you, in the end it didn't matter what we thought. Your conviction was what you had to act upon. You didn't quail at the decision. You acted. You did what you felt you had to do. You were making the decision based on what you believe for reasons only you can truly know, and that it was the right thing to do. Isn't that correct? Well, yes. Then what difference should it make if your grandfather thinks you're wrong? Was he there? Does he know everything you knew at the time? It would be nice if he believed in what you did, if he supported you and said, "Good for you, Richard," but he didn't. Does that suddenly make your decision wrong, does it? No. Then you can't let it take over your mind. Sometimes the people who love us most have the highest expectations for us, and sometimes those expectations are idealized. You did what you had to do, given what you believed and what you know, to find the answers you needed to solve the problem. If everyone else in the world thinks you're wrong, but you believe you're right, you have to act on what you have sound reason to believe. Numbers of those against you don't change the facts, and you must act to find the facts, not satisfy the crowd or any particular individual. You have no responsibility to live up to anyone else's expectations. You have only to live up to your own expectations. Some of the light, the fire, was back in his intent gray eyes. Does this mean that you believe me, Nicky? She sadly shook her head. No, Richard, I think your belief in Kaylin is a result of your injury. I think you dreamed her up. And the grave? The truth? When he nodded, Nicky took a deep breath. I think that is the real mother confessor, Kaylin Amnell. I see. Nicky seized his jaw again and made him look back at her. But that doesn't mean that I'm right. I'm basing my belief on other things I know. But I don't think that anything I saw in that coffin, as much as I believe it's her, really proves it. I've been wrong in my life before. You've thought I'm wrong all along in this. Are you going to do as someone says who you think is wrong? Why would you do that? But it's so hard when no one believes me. Sure it is, but so what? That doesn't make them right, and you wrong. But when everyone says you're wrong, it starts to make you have doubts. Yes, sometimes life is really hard. In the past, doubts have always made you dig all the harder for the truth. To be sure you were right, because knowing the truth can give you the strength to fight on. This time, your shock at seeing a body in the mother confessor's grave when you hadn't anticipated even the possibility of one being there, coupled with your grandfather's unexpectedly harsh comments right in that moment of horror, overwhelmed you. I can understand how it was the last straw, and you couldn't fight it anymore. Everyone can sometimes reach the limits of their endurance and give up, even you, Richard Rahl. You are mortal, and you have your limits just like everyone else does. But you have to deal with that and move on. You've had time to temporarily give up, but now you have to take control of your own life again. She could see him thinking, considering. It was a thrilling sight to see Richard's mind back and working. She could still see, though, his hesitation. She didn't want him to come this far and slip back now. People must have not believed you before in other things, she said. Weren't there ever times when this Kaylin of yours didn't believe you? A real person would have sometimes disagreed with you, doubted you, argued with you. And when that happened, you must have done as you thought you had to, even though she thought you were wrong. Maybe even a little crazy. I mean, come on, Richard, this isn't the first time I've thought you were crazy. Richard smiled briefly before thinking it over. Then a broad grin spread on his face. Yes, there certainly were times like that with Kaylin, when she didn't believe me. And you still did as you believed you had to, didn't you? Richard, still smiling, nodded. Then don't let this incident with your grandfather ruin your life. He lifted an arm and let it flop back down. But it's just that you gave up because of what Zed told you without even using what you got from Shota. He looked up sharply, his attention suddenly riveted on her. What do you mean? In exchange for the sword of truth, Shota gave you information to help you find the truth. One of the things she told you was, what you seek is long buried. But that's not all. Kara told Zed and me everything Shota said. Apparently the most vital thing she gave you, because it was the first and almost all she thought she had to tell you, was the word Chainfire, right? Richard nodded as he listened. She then told you that you must find the place of the bones in the deep nothing. Shota also told you to beware of the viper with 4 heads. What is Chainfire? What is the deep nothing? What is the viper with 4 heads? You paid a dear price for that information, Richard. What have you done with it? You came here and asked Zed if he knew, and he said no. Then he told you that he was disappointed in you. So what? Are you going to throw away everything you've gained in your search just because of that? Because an old man who has no idea what Kaylin means to you, or what you've been through the last couple of years, thinks that you acted foolishly? Do you want to move in here and be his lapdog? Do you want to stop thinking and just depend on him to do your thinking for you? Of course not. At the grave, Zed was angry. He went through things we probably can't imagine to get the sword of truth away from Shota. What would you expect him to say? Oh yes, that's a good idea, Richard. Just give it back to her. That's fine. He had a lot invested in getting that sword back from her, and he thought you made a foolish trade. So what? That's his view. Maybe he's even right. But you thought it was important enough to sacrifice something he had entrusted to you alone, something very precious to you, in order to gain a higher value. You believed that it was a fair trade. Kara said that at first you even thought Shota might be cheating you. But then you came to believe that she had given you a fair value. Did Kara tell it true? Richard nodded. What did Shota tell you about your bargain? Richard gazed up at the soaring towers behind Nicky as he recalled the words. Shota said, "You wanted what I know that can help you find the truth. I have given it to you, Chainfire. Whether or not you realize it right now, I have given you a fair trade. I have given you the answers you needed. You are the seeker, or at least you were. You will have to seek the meaning to be found in those answers." And you believe her? Richard considered a moment, his gaze dropping away. I do. When he looked back up into her eyes, the spark of life was again blazing there. I do believe her. Then you should tell me and Kara and your grandfather that if none of us are going to help you, then we ought to get out of your way and let you do as you must. He smiled, if somewhat sadly. You're a pretty remarkable woman, Nicky, to convince me to keep fighting even when you don't believe in what I'm fighting for. He leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. I truly wish I could, Richard, for your sake. I know. Thank you, my friend. And I say friend because only a true friend would be more concerned with helping me face reality than what it means for her. He reached out and, with his hand cupped to her face, used a thumb to wipe a tear from her cheek. You have done more for me than you know, Nicky. Thank you. Nicky felt giddy joy mixed with sinking frustration that they were right back to where they had started. Still, she wanted to throw her arms around him, but instead she simply cupped both her hands over his on the side of her face. Now, he said, I think we had better go see about Anne and Nathan, and then I need to find out what part Chainfire plays in all this. Will you help me? Nicky smiled as she nodded, too choked up to speak, and then, unable to stop herself, at last threw her arms around him and clutched him tightly to her. Chapter 51. The look on Anne's face as she stepped in the big door and saw Nicky entering the anteroom from between two red pillars was priceless. Nicky would have laughed aloud had her talk with Richard not so emotionally drained her. The prophet, Nicky knew, was very old, but he was by no means feeble-looking. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with distinguished white hair that hung to his shoulders. He looked like a man who could bend iron, and he wouldn't even need his gift to do so. It was the raptor gaze of his dark azure eyes, though, that made him at once intimidating and alluring. They were the eyes of a Rahl. Anne stared, her own eyes wide. Sister Nicky? The prelate didn't say, "So good to see you again," or anything cordial. She seemed momentarily unable to think of what to say. Nicky found it just a little remarkable that this squat woman beside the towering prophet had for so long seemed so big in her eyes. Novices and sisters often went for long periods without even seeing the prelate around the palace of the prophets. Absence, Nicky guessed, added to her mythic stature. Prelate, I'm glad to see you well, especially after your unfortunate death and funeral. Nicky glanced over at Richard as she finished the thought. I hear that everyone believed you were dead. Amazing how a burial can be so convincing, and yet here you are, alive and well, it would appear. Richard's twitch of a smile told her that he caught her meaning. Zed to the side, at the brink of the 3 steps leading down into the center of the room with the fountain, gave Nicky a curious frown. The meaning hadn't been lost on him either.
Yes, well, that was unfortunately necessary, child.
Anne's expression darkened.
What with the Sisters of the Dark having infested the ranks of our Sisters of the Light?
She glanced briefly at Richard, Kara, and Zed, the edge to her countenance softening.
It appears by the company you keep, Sister Nicky, that you have come back into the fold. I can't tell you how much it pleases me personally. I can only think that the Creator himself must have had a hand in saving your soul.
Nicky clasped her hands behind her back. The Creator had nothing to do with it, actually. I guess that while I was forced to spend my life serving everyone who decided they wanted the blood and sweat of my abilities, the Creator was busy. I guess he couldn't be bothered while I was being used by pious men telling me how it was my duty to serve and to submit, and to grovel to them and to kill those who oppose the Creator's ways. I guess that all the times those champions of the Creator were raping me, the Creator didn't catch on to the irony. No more. Richard helped show me the value of my life to myself, and it is no longer Sister Nicky, either of the light or the dark, nor is it Death's mistress or the slave queen. It is just Nicky now, if you please, and even if you don't. Anne's expression flashed between incredulity and indignation as her face went red.
But once you are a sister, you are always a sister. You have done a wonderful thing and renounced the Keeper, so you were again a sister of the light. You can't simply decide on your own to forsake your duty to the Creator's. If he has any objections, then let him speak up right now.
As the echo of Nicky's heated words faded away, the room fell silent but for the splash of water in the fountain. She made a show of looking around, as if she thought that maybe the Creator might be hiding behind a pillar ready to pop out and make his wishes known.
No.
She again clasped her hands. She put back on the defiant smile.
Well then, since he has no objections, Nicky it is, I guess. I'll not have...
Anne, enough, Nathan said in a deep, commanding voice. We have important business, and this isn't it. We didn't travel all this way simply for a dead prelate to lecture a reformed sister of the dark. Nicky was somewhat surprised to hear the voice of reason coming from the prophet. She allowed that perhaps she had put too much stock into idle gossip. Anne's mouth twisted in resignation as she fingered a stray lock of hair into the loose bun at the back of her head.
I suppose you're right. I'm afraid that I'm a little out of sorts, my dear, what with all the trouble going on. Please forgive my rash presumption, will you, Nicky?
Nicky bowed her head.
Happily, prelate.
Anne smiled, more genuinely, Nicky thought.
And it's just Anne now. Verna is prelate now. I'm dead, remember?
Nicky smiled.
So you are, Anne. Wise choice, Verna. Sister Cecilia always said that there was no hope of converting that one to the Keeper. Some day when we have the luxury of time, I would appreciate hearing more about Sister Cecilia in addition to Richard's former teachers. She sighed at the thought. I never knew for sure that you and all 5 of the others were Sisters of the Dark.
Nicky nodded.
I'd be happy to tell you what I know about them, the ones still alive anyway. Liliana and Marissa are dead.
Tom, how is my sister? Richard asked as soon as there was a brief break in the conversation. Nicky recognized that he had listened long enough and was signaling that he wanted to move on to more important matters.
She is well, Lord Rahl,
the big blonde-headed man near the door said. Good. Nathan, what's going on? Richard anxiously asked, getting right to the point. What trouble are you here about?
Well, among other things, prophecy trouble.
Richard visibly relaxed. Oh, well, that's not something I can help you with.
I wouldn't be so sure, Nathan said cryptically.
Zed stepped off the gold and red carpet and down into the room.
Let me guess. You're here about the blank places in the books of prophecy?
Nicky had to run Zed's words through her mind a second time before she was sure she'd heard him right. Nathan nodded.
You've just sat down in the middle of the muck.
What do you mean you hear about blank places in the books of prophecy? Richard looked suddenly suspicious. What blank places?
Extensive sections of prophecy, that is, prophecy written down in the books of prophecy, have simply vanished off the pages of a number of the books we've so far inspected.
Nathan's brow bunched in an expression of apprehension.
We've checked with Verna, and she confirmed that the books of prophecy at the People's Palace in Dahara are suffering the same inexplicable problem. Therein lies the heart of our worry. We came in part to see if the works of prophecy here at the keep are still intact.
I'm afraid not, Zed said. The books here have been similarly corrupted.
Nathan swiped a hand across his tired face.
Dear spirits, he murmured. We had been holding out hope that whatever is causing such havoc among the prophecies had not affected the books here as well.
You mean that entire sections of prophecy are missing? Richard asked, stepping down into the heart of the room.
That's right, Nathan confirmed.
Would there happen to be a pattern to the missing prophecy? Richard asked, suddenly focusing on a line of reasoning that Nicky knew would end up being somehow related to his own search. Ordinarily, she would have been frustrated or even annoyed that he could think of nothing else but his fixation with the missing woman. But this time, she was heartened to see that the familiar Richard was back.
Why, yes, there is a pattern. They are all prophecies having to do with events beginning roughly around the time of your birth.
Richard stared, dumbfounded. What are the missing prophecies about, specifically? I mean, are they related to specific events, or are they non-specific and instead share only a time period? Nathan stroked his chin as he considered the question.
That's the thing that makes this so strange. Many of the prophecies that are missing we know we should be able to recall, but they are suddenly and completely just as blank in our minds as they are on the page. We can't remember a single word of them. We don't recall what they were about, and since they're gone from the books as well, I can't tell you if they were event-related or time-related or something else. We realize that they are missing, but that's about all.
Richard's eyes turned to Nicky, as if to ask if she caught the correlation. She thought he could see that she did. His voice remained casual, but Nicky knew how intent was the interest behind his words. Pretty odd that something you've known all of your lives can vanish right out of your memory, wouldn't you say?
I certainly would, Nathan said. Any thoughts on the subject, Zed?
Zed, who had been silently and intently watching Richard, nodded.
Well, I know what's causing it, if that will help you out.
He smiled innocently. Nicky noticed that Rika, standing in the shadows back behind the red pillars, smiled as well. Nathan, at first stunned, became animated with curiosity. Richard gently tugged Zed's robes at his shoulder. You know?
You do?
Nathan asked, urging Richard back out of the way as he stepped closer. Anne rushed forward with him.
What is it? What's happening? Tell us. A prophecy worm, I'm afraid.
Nathan and Anne blinked, their faces blank of any comprehension.
A what?
Nathan finally ventured, somewhat cautiously, if not suspiciously.
The text vanishing is caused by a prophecy worm. Once a fork of prophecy is infected with this scourge, it worms its way entirely through that branch, consuming it as it goes. Since it consumes the actual prophecy itself, that means that over time all manifestations of it, such as the written prophecy or any memory of it, are destroyed. It's quite virulent.
Zed regarded their rapt stares with another polite smile.
If you want, I can show you the reference work.
I should say so, Nathan said.
Zed, this is important, Richard said. Why haven't you said something? Zed gave him a familiar clap on the shoulder as he started away.
Well, my boy, when you arrived, you weren't much in the mood to listen to anything but what you were here about. Remember? You were rather insistent that you had trouble, and you needed to talk to me about it. Since then, you haven't exactly been willing to talk. You've been rather, distracted.
I guess I was. Richard caught his grandfather's arm, halting him before he could get far. Zed, look, I need to tell you something about all of that, and about that night.
Like what, my boy?
I know that a contradiction cannot exist.
I never really thought you did, Richard.
But there was more to it that night. The rule most involved down there at the gravesite was not the one you quoted. It may have seemed that way to you at the moment, but the rule I made a mistake about was another, the one that says in part that people can be made to believe a lie because they fear that it's true. That's what I was doing. I wasn't believing a contradiction. I was believing a lie because I was so afraid it was true. The rule of non-contradiction is one of the ways I should have checked my assumptions. I didn't, and in that I made a mistake. I understand what it must have looked like to you since you weren't aware of everything that's been happening, but that doesn't mean I should have stopped looking for the truth out of a misplaced wish to make you happy, or out of fear of what you would think of me. He met Nicky's gaze for a brief moment. Nicky helped me see what I was doing wrong. He looked back at his grandfather. I think you meant to show me that the rule you quoted is more, though. It also means you can't hold contradictory values or goals. You can't say, for instance, that honesty is a meaningful value and at the same time lie to people. You can't say that justice is your goal but refuse to hold the guilty responsible for their actions. At the heart of our struggle, the fact that contradictions can't exist is why the imperial order's regime is so ruinous. They hold up altruism as their highest purpose, yet out of their proclaimed selfless concern for one individual, they sacrifice another, soothing over the bloodletting by proclaiming that such a sacrifice is the moral duty of the sacrificial victim. It's nothing more than organized looting, a passion for the happiness of thieves and murderers without any concern for their victim. Attempts at goals that depend on such contradiction can only lead to widespread suffering and death. It's the fraudulent advocacy of the right to life by embracing death as a means to achieve it. The rule you quoted means I can't, like Jagang's followers, say I want the truth and then, without checking my assumption, willingly believe a lie in its stead, even if out of fear. That's the way I violated the rule you quoted. I should have sorted out what looked like contradictions and found the truth staring me in the face. That's where I let myself down.
Are you saying that you now don't believe that was Kaelin Amnell?
Zed asked. Who says that corpse has to be the woman you think it is? There were no facts there to contradict my belief that it wasn't her. I only believed there were out of fear that it was true. It wasn't. Zed took a deep breath, letting it out slowly.
You're stretching things mighty thin, Richard.
Am I? You wouldn't be too pleased with my rationale if I said that there is no such thing as prophecy, and held up the blank books as proof that your belief in the existence of prophecy is wrong. For you to believe that prophecy exists in the face of the fact that the supposed books of prophecy are blank is not a contradiction. It is a perplexing situation with insufficient information to, as of yet, explain the facts. You have no obligation to reach a conclusion or hold an opinion you don't accept for other reasons without adequate information, or before you have finished investigating. What kind of seeker would I be if I did that? After all, it's the mind of the man that makes him the seeker, not the sword. The sword is merely a tool. You're the one who told me that. In the case of Kaelin, there are still too many unanswered questions for me to be convinced that what we saw that rainy night is really the truth. Until it's proved one way or another, I'm going to continue to look for the answers, for the truth, because I believe that what is going on is far more dangerous than anyone but me realizes, to say nothing of needing to find a person I love who needs my help. Zed smiled in a grandfatherly way.
Fair enough, Richard, fair enough. But I expect you to prove it to me. I won't take your word for it.
Richard gave his grandfather a firm nod. For starters, I think you have to admit it's rather suspicious that prophecies revolving around Kalen's and my lives are missing. The memory of her is gone. Now the prophecies are gone. That would have to contain reference to her. In both cases, everyone's memory of both real entities, the person and the prophecies referring to that real person, have been wiped away. Do you see what I'm getting at? Nicky was immeasurably relieved to see that Richard was thinking rationally again. She was also concerned that, in a strange way, what he said actually did make some sense.
Yes, my boy, I do see your point. But do you see that there is a problem with your theory?
What's that?
We all remember you now, don't we? And the prophecies about you are missing. As it turns out, in this case, the problem with prophecy doesn't have anything at all to do with what you are hoping will explain or prove the existence of Kalen Amnell.
Why not? Richard asked. Zed started up the steps.
It has to do with the nature of what I found out when I did my own investigation of the problem with the books of prophecy. I'm not without my own sense of curiosity, you know.
I know that, Zed. But it could be connected, Richard insisted as he walked along beside his grandfather. Nicky hurried after him. Everyone else was forced to fall in behind.
It might seem that way to you, my boy, but your speculation is flawed, because all the facts just don't fit your conclusion. You're trying to wear boots that look good, but are too small.
Zed clapped Richard on the shoulder.
When we get to the library, I'll show you what I mean.
Who's Kalen? Nathan asked. Someone who vanished and I haven't found yet, Richard said over his shoulder. But I will. Richard paused and turned back to Anne and Nathan. Do either of you know what Chainfire is? They both shook their heads. How about a viper with 4 heads, or the deep nothing?
I'm afraid not, Richard, Anne said. But as long as we're on the subject of important matters, we do have other things we need to speak with you about.
After we see Zed's reference about prophecy, Nathan said.
Well, come on then,
Zed told them as he started off with a flourish of his simple robes. Chapter 52. In the plush library, Richard stood behind Zed, watching over his grandfather's bony shoulder as he flipped open a thick book bound in tattered tan leather. The room was rather dimly lit by a number of silver reflector lamps on all 4 sides of 5 thick mahogany posts standing in a line down the center of the room. They held up the leading edge of a balcony, running the length of the room. Heavy, dark wooden tables with polished tops lined the center of the room, down the line of posts. Wooden chairs were spaced around the outside of the tables. Opulent carpets with elaborately woven patterns felt soft and quiet underfoot. Perpendicular to the long walls on each side were aisles of shelves packed with books. Above, the balcony held closely spaced shelves filled with yet more volumes. A gray-blue shaft of sunlight slanting in from the single window high up at the very end of the room lit the dust floating in the stuffy air. The freshly lit lamps added an oily smell. The room had a vault-like quiet about it. Kara and Rika stood off by themselves in the darker area beneath the window at the end of the room, arms folded, heads together, talking in low voices. Nicky stood beside Zed along one edge of a table, lit in a glowing rectangle of sunlight, while Anne and Nathan stood impatiently on the opposite side, waiting for Zed's explanation of how prophecy had vanished. Standing there, in the island of light, the rest of the room faded away into gloomy shadows around them.
This book was compiled, I believe, sometime not long after the Great War had ended,
Zed told them as he tapped the open cover near the title Continuum Ratios and Viability Predictions.
The gifted back then had discovered that, for whatever reason, fewer and fewer wizards were being born, and the ones who were being born were not being born with both sides of the gift, as had almost always been the case before. What's more, the ones who were being born with the gift were all being born with only the additive side, Subtractive magic was vanishing.
Anne looked up from under her brow. "It is hardly a novice and a boy wizard standing before you, old man. We know all this. We have spent our lives devoted to this very problem. Get on with it."
Zed cleared his throat. "Yes, well, as you may know, this also meant that there were fewer and fewer prophets being born."
"How remarkably fascinating," Anne mocked. "I, for one, would never have guessed such a thing."
Nathan irritably hushed her. "Go on, Zed."
Zed pushed back his sleeves, briefly casting a scowl Anne's way.
"They realized that, with ever fewer wizards born to prophecy, the body of work of prophecy was of course going to cease to grow. In order to understand what the consequences of this might mean, they decided that they needed to do an intensive investigation of the entire subject of prophecy, while they still could. While they still had prophets and other wizards with both sides of the gift. They approached the problem with the gravest of concern, realizing that with them this might very well be mankind's last opportunity to comprehend the future of prophecy itself, and to offer future generations an insight to understanding what these wizards were increasingly coming to believe would one day be seriously corrupted or even lost."
Zed glanced up to see if Anne looked like she intended to offer any more disparaging comments. She did not. This was apparently something she hadn't known.
"Now," he said, "to their work."
Richard moved up to the table beside Nicky, and with a finger turned over pages as he listened to Zed. He quickly noticed that the book was written in such strange technical jargon having to do with the intricacies of not only magic, but prophecy as well, that it was nearly incomprehensible to him. It might as well have been a different language. One of the surprises was that the book contained a series of complex mathematical formulas. These were interrupted by diagrams of the moon and stars marked with angles of declination. Richard had never before seen a book about magic that contained such equations, celestial observations, and measurements. Not that he had actually seen that many books about magic. Although, he recalled, the Book of Counted Shadows that he had memorized as a boy did have a number of sun and star angles that were necessary to know in order to open the boxes of Orden. Yet more formulas were scratched in the margins, but by different hands, as if someone had come along and done the sums to check the work in the book, or perhaps approached it with updated information. In one instance, several of the numbers in an elaborate table were crossed out, with arrows pointing from new numbers scribbled in the margins to the stricken numbers in the tables. Zed occasionally stopped Richard from turning pages in order to point out an equation and explain the symbols involved in the calculation. Like a dog watching a bone, Nathan's dark azure eyes tracked the pages as Richard slowly turned each over, idly looking for anything that made sense to him as Zed droned on about overlapping transpositional forks and triple duplexes bound to conjugated roots, compromised by precession and sequential, proportional, binary inversion-shrouded, flawed bifurcations that the formulas revealed, which could only be detected through subtractive levorotatory. Nathan and Anne stared without blinking. Once, Nathan even gasped. Anne incrementally went ashen. Even Nicky seemed to be listening with uncharacteristic attention. The unfathomable concepts made Richard's head spin. He hated that feeling of drowning in incomprehensible information, of trying to keep his head above the dark waters of complete confusion. It made him feel dumb. Intermittently, Zed referred to numbers and equations from the book. Nathan and Anne acted like they thought Zed was on the verge of revealing not only how the world was going to end, but the precise hour. "Zed," Richard finally asked, interrupting his grandfather in the middle of a sentence that showed no signs of ever coming to an end, "is there any way you can boil this stew down to some meat that I can chew?" Mouth agape, Zed regarded Richard for a moment before pushing the book across the table to Nathan.
"I'll let you read it for yourself."
Nathan cautiously picked up the book, as if the keeper himself might pop out at him. Zed turned back to Richard.
"Basically, To put it in terms you might better grasp, and at great risk of oversimplifying it, imagine that prophecy is like a tree, with roots and branches. Like a tree, prophecy was continually growing. What these wizards were basically saying was that the tree of prophecy behaved as if there were a kind of life to it. They weren't saying that it was alive, mind you, only that in a number of ways it mimicked, not duplicated, some attributes of a living organism. It was this property that allowed them to come up with their theory, and from that run their calculations. In much the way there are parameters by which you can judge the age and health of a tree and from that extrapolate about its future. During a previous time, when there had been a great many prophets and wizards around, the works of prophecy and its many branches grew quite rapidly. With all the prophets who had contributed, it had solid, fertile ground in which to grow and deep roots. With new prophets constantly bringing new vision to the collected works, new forks of prophecy sprouted continuously, and those new branches, over time as other prophets added to them, grew thick and strong. As it grew, prophets continually examined, observed, and interpreted events, enabling them to tend the living stock and prune the deadwood. But then, the birth rate of prophets began to plummet, and with each passing year there were fewer and fewer of them to attend to such duties. Because of this, the growth of the tree of prophecy began to slow. In essence, to explain it in simple terms you can understand, the tree of prophecy had in a way matured. Like an old monarch oak in a forest, these wizards knew that the vast tree of prophecy had many years of life ahead of it as a mature entity, but they also knew what the future eventually held in store. Like all things, the existence of prophecy could not be eternal. As time passed, prophetic events came to pass, becoming outdated. These no longer served any use. In this fashion, if nothing else, the passage of time would eventually supersede all the predictions dealt with in the work. In other words, without new prophecy, all the existing prophecy, whether or not they turned out to be true forks, nonetheless would eventually reach their chance in the chronological flux. As they did, their time passed. They would be used up. Thus the commission studying the problem came to realize that the tree of prophecy, without the growth and life that it drew from prophets, from the constant stream of prophecy feeding the many branches, would eventually die. Their task, and the purpose of this book, Continuum Ratios and Viability Predictions, was to try to predict how and when this would happen. The best minds in prophecy studied the problem, took a measure of the health of the tree of prophecy. Through known formulas and predictions based on not only observed patterns in the decline of growth in prophecy, but a decline in prophets to sustain it, they determined how this particular tree of knowledge would become heavy with the deadwood of false and expired prophecy, as prophetic forks were reached and chronology moved on down the sections of branches still viable. As this happened, as the tree of prophecy grew thick with age and deadwood that could no longer be culled by true prophets, they predicted how it would become susceptible to a kind of malady, a decay, much like an old tree in the forest will eventually become susceptible to disease. That decline in viability, they found, would over time leave prophecy vulnerable to any number of ever-growing problems. The infirmity that they concluded would be the most likely to strike first would come in a form they described as worm-like. They thought that it would begin to infest and destroy the living portions of the tree of prophecy itself, meaning the branches that are contemporary at the time of this worm-like infestation. In fact, they called it just that, a prophecy worm. The air felt heavy in the thick silence. Hands in his back pockets, Richard shrugged. So,
What's the cure?" Astonished by the question, Zed stared at Richard as if he'd just asked how to heal a thunderstorm.
"Cure? Richard, these experts who wrote this book predicted that there wasn't any cure as such. They concluded in the end that without the vitality provided by new prophets, the tree of prophecy would eventually rot and die. They said that prophecy would only come back strong and healthy when new prophets returned to the world. In effect, when a seed of new prophecy sprouted and flourished, old trees die and make room for the new shoots. It was determined by these learned wizards that the fate of prophecy as we know it is also doomed to aging, infirmity, and eventual death."
Richard had had to deal with any number of problems caused by prophecy, but the gloomy expressions around the table were infectious. It almost felt like a healer had come out of a back room to announce that an aging relative was near to passing on. He thought about all the gifted prophets devoted to their calling, who had worked all of their lives to contribute to this great body of work that was now withering and dying.
This is the end of disc number 17. Please insert disc number 18. This is disc number 18.
Richard thought about all the gifted prophets devoted to their calling, who had worked all of their lives to contribute to this great body of work that was now withering and dying. He thought about the statue he himself had worked so hard to create and how it made him feel when it was destroyed. He thought, too, that it might simply be the concept of death itself in any form that was so dismal because it reminded him of his own mortality and of Kalen's mortality. He also thought that it might be the best thing that could happen. After all, if people no longer believed that prophecy had foreordained what would become of them, then maybe they would realize that they had to think for themselves and decide what was in their own best interest. Maybe, if unchained from a deterministic mindset, people would realize that it was they themselves who actually controlled their own destiny. If people comprehended what was really at stake, maybe they would come to realize the value of reason in the choices they made, instead of mindlessly just waiting for what was to happen.
"From what Anne and I have discovered," Nathan said into the still, stale air of the library, "the branch of prophecy that is vanishing is that which refers to times roughly since Richard was born. That, of course, makes the most sense because temporal souls nourish the active, living tissue of prophecy upon which this prophecy worm would feed. But I was able to determine that it hasn't all simply vanished yet."
Zed nodded.
"It's dying back, but from the root. So, some of it is still alive. I found pockets of it alive and well."
"That's right. Especially the portions from the present on into the future. As you suggest, it seems that the scourge has attacked the core of these branches, which began 2 or 3 decades back, and so far have not extensively eaten their way into future events. That leaves sections of this prophetic branch, the branch involving you, that are still alive," the prophet said as he leaned on his hands toward Richard. "But once it dies, we will then lose even those prophecies, along with the memory of how profoundly important they are."
Richard glanced from Nathan's grim expression to Anne's equally serious face. He knew they had arrived at last at the heart of their purpose.
"That is why we've come looking for you, Richard Rahl," Anne said with grave intonation, "before it's too late. We have come about prophecy that so far is still alive and has warned us of the most serious crisis to face us since the Great War."
Richard frowned, already unhappy that prophecy once again seemed about to cause him trouble. "What prophecy?" Nathan pulled a small book out of a pocket
and flipped it open. As he held it in both hands, he fixed Richard with a steady gaze to make sure he looked like he was going to listen carefully. When Nathan was at last sure he had everyone's attention, he began. In the year of the cicadas, when the champion of sacrifice and suffering, under the banner of both mankind and the light, he glanced up from under his bushy eyebrows, that would be Emperor Jagang, finally splits his swarm. Thus shall be the sign that the prophecy has been awakened and the final and deciding battle is upon us. Be cautioned, for all true forks and their derivatives are tangled in this mantic root. Only one trunk branches from this conjoined primal origin. If Vergrissa Ostraka does not lead this final battle, then the world already standing at the brink of darkness will fall under that terrible shadow. "Dear spirits," Zed whispered, "Vergrissa Ostraka is a cardinal link to a prophecy founding a principal fork. Conjoining it with this prophecy establishes a conjugate bifurcation." Nathan arched an eyebrow. Exactly. Richard didn't fully understand what Zed had said, but he caught the drift, and he didn't need them to tell him who Vergrissa Ostraka, the bringer of death, was. It was him. "Jagang has split his forces," Anne said with quiet power as she fixed Richard in her steady gaze. "He brought his army up near to Aidendril, hoping to finish it, but the Daharan forces, along with the people of the city, made use of winter to escape over the passes to Dahara, and out of Jagang's clutches." "I know," Richard said. "That escape over the passes in winter was by Kaelin's orders. She's the one who told me about it." Kara looked up in surprise, apparently intending to dispute his account, but after a glance at Nicky she decided to remain silent. At least for the moment. "At any rate," Anne said, sounding annoyed by the interruption, "Jagang, unable to effectively use his vastly superior numbers to break through those heavily defended, very narrow passes, has finally decided to split his forces. Leaving an army to watch the passes, the Emperor himself took the main element of his army south, headed all the way back down through the Midlands to skirt around the barrier of mountains, and then hook around and make his way up into Dahara. Our forces are headed south, down through Dahara, to meet them. That was why, when we were able to get a message from Verna about the condition of the books of prophecy at the People's Palace in Dahara, she was able to ride south ahead of our army and go look them over herself." "This is the year that the cicadas are returning," Nicky said, sounding alarmed. "I've seen them." "That's right," Nathan said, still leaned forward on both hands. "That means the chronology is now fixed. The prophecies have all made their connections and have tumbled into place. Events are marked." In turn, he met the gaze of everyone in the room. "The end is upon us." Zed let out a low whistle. "More importantly," Anne said in an authoritative tone, "it means that it is time for Lord Rahl to join the Daharan forces and lead them in the final battle. Without you there, Richard, prophecy is quite clear. All will be lost. We have come to escort you to your forces, to help ensure that you make it. We dare not risk delay. We must leave at once." For the first time since they started talking about prophecy, Richard's knees felt weak. "But I can't," he said. "I have to find Kaelin." It sounded to him like a plea into a gale. Anne took a deep breath, as if to bite her tongue while she searched for some urgently needed patience, or maybe words that would persuade him and finally settle the matter once and for all. The two moored Sith shared a look. Zed pressed his thin lips tight while he considered. In frustration, Nathan tossed the book he was holding on the table and wiped his hand across his face as he planted his left fist on a hip. Richard didn't know what he could say to them all that would have any chance of making them understand that something profoundly serious was wrong in the world, and Kaelin was only a piece of the puzzle, by far the most important piece, but still a part of something much larger.
Ever since the morning when she had disappeared, he had argued himself sick about the urgent need to find her, and it never seemed to do any good at convincing anyone that he knew what he was talking about. He had no interest in yet again wasting his energy on the same fruitless explanations.
"You what?"
Anne said, her displeasure bubbling up to the surface like dross in a cauldron. At that moment she was very much again the prelate, a squat woman who somehow managed to seem towering. "I have to find Caelan," Richard repeated.
"I don't know what you're talking about. We simply don't have time for any of this nonsense."
Anne had dismissed his wants, interests, and needs out of hand, to say nothing of what he believed were his rational and important reasons.
"We have come to see to it that you get to the Daharan army immediately. Everyone is waiting on you. Everyone is depending on you. The time has come when you must lead our forces in the final battle that is now rapidly descending upon us."
"I can't," Richard said in a quiet but firm voice.
"Prophecy demands it!"
Anne shouted. Richard realized that Anne had changed. Everyone had changed in little ways since Caelan had disappeared, but Anne had changed in more overt ways. The last time she had come, with the very same purpose, to demand that Richard go with her, to lead the war, Caelan had thrown Anne's journey book into a fire, telling the former prelate that prophecy was not driving events, but rather Anne was, by trying to make people follow prophecy, in an effort to make it come true, that she was acting as prophecy's enforcer. Caelan had shown Anne how she herself, as the prelate, by being prophecy's handmaiden, might very well have actually been the one who'd brought the world to the brink of cataclysm. Because of Caelan's words, Anne had done some deep soul-searching that had eventually helped make her more rational and more understanding of how Richard was the one who had to choose to do what was right. Now, with the memory of Caelan gone, everything that had happened with Caelan was also wiped away. Anne, like everyone else, had reverted to the disposition she'd shown before Caelan's influence. It made Richard's head hurt sometimes, just trying to recall exactly what Caelan had done with everyone, that they wouldn't now remember, so that he could take that into account when he dealt with them. With some people, like Shota, it had actually in some ways helped him. Shota, for instance, because of losing her memory of Caelan, hadn't recalled that she told Richard that if he ever returned to Agaden Reach, she would kill him. With other people, like Anne, it was proving to make matters much more difficult. "Caelan threw your journey book in a fire," he told her. "She was fed up with you trying to control my life, as am I." Anne frowned. "I accidentally dropped my journey book into the fire myself." Richard sighed. "I see." He didn't want to argue because he knew it would do no good. No one in the room believed him. Kara would do whatever he wanted her to do, but she didn't believe him. Nikki didn't believe him, but wanted him to act as he believed he must. Nikki was the one who had actually given him the most encouragement he had gotten since Caelan had disappeared. "Richard," Nathan said in a gentler, more benevolent voice, "this is not some simple little thing. You have been born to prophecy. The world stands at the brink of a great dark age. You hold the key to preventing a slide into that long, terrible night. You are the one prophecy says can save our cause, the cause you yourself believe in. You must do your duty. You can't let us down." Richard was sick and tired of being driven by events. He was at his wits' end with not understanding what was going on, with always feeling like he was one step behind the rest of the world and 2 steps behind whatever had happened to Caelan. He was getting angry that everyone was telling him what to do, and no one was interested in what was of paramount importance to him. They didn't even want to let him decide his own fate. They thought prophecy had already decided for him. It had not. He needed to find out the truth of what had happened to Caelan. He needed to find Caelan, period. He was fed up with wasting time on what prophecy, along with any number of people, thought he ought to be doing. Anyone who was not helping him was in reality holding him back from something vitally important. I have no responsibility to live up to what anyone else expects of me, he said to Anne as he picked up the small book Nathan had brought with him. Anne and Nathan stared in surprise. He felt Nicky's reassuring hand on the small of his back. She may not believe in his memory of Callan, but at least she had helped him see that he had to be true to his principles. She wouldn't allow him to lose by default. She had been a valued friend when he needed one the most. The only other person he knew who would stand by him in that way, stand up to him in that way, was Callan. He thumbed past all the blank pages in the book Nathan had brought. Richard was curious to see if there was more that might change the picture, if they were only telling him what they wanted him to believe. He also would like to find something, anything, that would help him understand what was going on. And something was going on. Zed's explanation of the prophecy worm sounded airtight, but something about it bothered Richard. It explained the missing text in the books of prophecy in a way that suited what these people wanted to believe. It was too convenient, and worse, it was too much of a coincidence. Coincidence always made Richard suspicious. Nicky had a good point as well. It seemed just a little too convenient that the body buried down at the Confessor's Palace would have a ribbon with Callan's name embroidered on it, just in case there was any doubt should someone dig up the body. After blank page upon blank page, Richard found the writing. It was exactly as Nathan had read it. In the year of the cicadas, when the champion of sacrifice and suffering under the banner of both mankind and the light finally splits his swarm, thus shall be the sign that prophecy has been awakened and the final and deciding battle is upon us. Be cautioned, for all true forks and their derivatives are tangled in this mantic root. Only one trunk branches from this conjoined primal origin. If Vergrissa Ostraka does not lead this final battle, then the world already standing at the brink of darkness will fall under that terrible shadow. There were several things about the passage that puzzled Richard. For one thing, the reference to cicadas. It seemed a lowly creature to be worthy of prophetic mention, to say nothing of such a central role in the purportedly most important prophecy in 3,000 years. He supposed that it could make sense, that it was a key that helped set the chronology, but from what others had told him, prophecy never went out of its way to set chronology, making it one of prophecy's most difficult issues. It also troubled him that this prophecy, so distant in so many ways from the other he had read at the Palace of the Prophets, would also refer to him in High Daharan as Vergrissa Ostraka. He supposed that it could be, as Zed had suggested, that such a linkage meant it was important. But the link to the prophecy Richard had seen at the Palace of the Prophets with the reference to Vergrissa Ostraka was strongly connected to something else, the boxes of Orden. In the old prophecy that named Richard the bringer of death, the word death meant 3 different things depending on how it was used. The bringer of the underworld, the world of the dead, the bringer of spirits, spirits of the dead, and the bringer of death, meaning to kill. Each meaning was different, but all 3 were intended. The second meaning had to do with how he used the sword of truth, and the third simply that he'd had to kill people. But the first meaning involved the boxes of Orden. He supposed that in the context of the prophecy at hand, the third meaning seemed the obvious, that he had to lead the army and kill the enemy, so calling him Vergrissa Ostraka did make sense. Yet again, things seemed awfully convenient. All the convenient explanations and coincidences were making Richard more than just a little suspicious. With Callan's disappearance involved, he felt that there had to be more to what was going on. He turned to the page ahead of the passage, and then the one preceding it, checking. They were blank. "I have a problem with this," he said, looking up at all the eyes watching him. "And what would that be?" Anne asked as she folded her arms. She used the same tone of voice she would have if she'd been talking to an inexperienced, untrained, ignorant boy freshly brought to the Palace of the Prophets to be trained in the use of his gift. "Well, there's nothing around it," he said. It's all blank. Nathan covered his face with a hand while Anne threw her arms in the air in a gesture of baffled outrage. Of course not. They've vanished, along with a great deal more. That's what we've just been talking about. That's why this one is so important. But without knowing the context, you can't really say that this one is important, now can you? To understand any information, one must know the context. Contrary to Anne and Nathan's agitation, Zed smiled to himself at lessons taught long ago and remembered. Nathan looked up. What does that have to do with this prophecy? Well, for all we know, there might have been mitigating text right before this, or something right after that went on to dismiss this. With the copy missing, how are we to know? This prophecy could have been superseded by just about anything. Zed smiled. The boy has a point. He's not a boy, Anne growled. He's a man, and the Lord Rahl, the head of the Daharan Empire that he himself pulled together to fight the Imperial Order, and he's supposed to lead those forces. All of our lives depend on him doing so. As Richard flipped back through the book, he saw writing that he hadn't seen the first time. He paged back to it. Here's something else that didn't vanish, he said. What? Nathan asked with incredulity as he twisted around to look. There was nothing else, I'm sure of it. Right here, Richard said, tapping a finger on the words. It says, Here we come. What could that mean? And why did it not vanish? Here we come. Nathan's face distorted in a look of confusion. I never saw that before. Richard turned back more pages. Look, here it is again. Same thing. Here we come. I could have missed it once, perhaps, Nathan said, but there is no way I could have missed a second one. You must be wrong. No, look, Richard said, turning the book to show the prophet. He went backward through the book, turning blank pages until he came to writing. Here it is again, a whole page of the same thing written over and over. Nathan's jaw hung in speechless astonishment. Nicky peered over Richard's shoulder. Zed rushed around next to him to see the writing in the book. Even the two moored Sith came to have a look. Richard turned a page forward, to what a moment before had been blank. There, down the page, was the same sentence written over and over and over. Here we come. I watched you turning it back. Nicky's silken voice carried a clear undertone of disquiet. I know that page was blank an instant ago. Goosebumps prickled up Richard's arms. The hair at the nape of his neck lifted. He looked up and saw something dark coalescing out of the deep shadows beneath the beam of sunlight coming from the high window at the end of the room. Too late, he remembered Shota's warning not to read prophecy, that if he did, the blood beast would be able to find him. He reached for his sword. His sword wasn't there. Chapter 53. With a wail that sounded like the condemned souls of 1,000 sinners, tumbling angles and swirls and streaks of darkness materialized out of the darkness itself, like shadows coming to life. As the tables at the far end of the room were violently upended, the dark tangle exploded through them. Splinters of wood of every size flew through the air. Tables shattered in succession as the beast born of a clutch of shadows came raging across the room toward Richard. The sound of popping and splintering wood boomed through the dusty air of the library. Kara and Rika both sprang in front of Richard, each with her agiel in her fist. He knew all too well what would happen should they encounter the beast. The thought of Kara being hurt like that again ignited his rage. Before they could charge toward the dark mass smashing through the heavy library tables, he snatched them both by their long blonde braids and with a roar of anger tossed them back. "Don't get in its way!" he yelled at both moored Sith. Anne and Nathan both cast their arms toward the thing, unleashing magic that made the room shimmer as if seen through the waves of heat over a roaring fire. Richard knew that they were compressing the very air itself in an attempt to drive back the attack. Their efforts had no effect on the knot of shadows that rolled and twisted through solid wood as it came across the room. They all backed away, trying to keep distance between them and the threat. Richard ducked as a long board, the entire edge of one of the shattered tables, whipped past his head and smashed against a post. One of the lamps broke open, sending flaming oil splashing across the ancient carpets, setting them ablaze. Gray smoke billowed up behind them as they faced the beast charging for Richard. Zed unleashed a fiery bolt of lightning that passed right through the center of the dark mass of disorder, as if it were not even there, only to hit the bookshelves against the far wall. Books and flaming paper flew up into the air. Great clouds of dust and smoke boiled up as the room filled with the sound of the cacophonous blast. Terrible wails and keening, like the howls of the doomed, through an open doorway down into the depths of the underworld, came from the beast as it came ever onward, crashing through the thick mahogany posts. Lamps spun through the air as if they were flung aside, their silver reflectors casting flickering light around the room and creating shadows that gathered into the beast as it grew more dense and darker yet. Magic being hastily conjured by Anne and Nathan wasn't visible to Richard, but it seemed to pass right through the beast, as if it were made of nothing more than it appeared. Shadows all jumbled together, and yet the knot of darkness crashed through solid wooden tables and posts, splintering them as the thing advanced across the room. Twisting beams squealed and boards shrieked under the stress, as another post snapped. The edge of the balcony sagged, then dropped several feet before hanging drunkenly. Another post exploded as it was pushed past its capacity to bend by the onward rush of the dark menace. The edge of the balcony dropped several more feet. Bookshelves teetered on the tilting floor and then toppled, sending an avalanche of books plunging down into the main room. Amidst all the confusion, destruction, and noise, as he backed across the room watching the approaching menace, trying to think of how to counter it, Richard found his shirt grabbed at the shoulder with surprising strength. Nicky rammed him through the open doorway. Tom, standing guard in the hallway, snatched Richard's other arm and helped pull him out of the library as Kara and Rika followed, guarding his retreat. In the room, the beast continued onward, smashing anything in its way as it turned toward the doorway, toward Richard. Anne, Nathan, and Zed all summoned forces Richard couldn't even see, but he could sense them by the hum in the air and the radiating waves of a queasy feeling it gave him in the pit of his stomach. He could feel the air being buffeted as magic was conjured and cast. None of it did any good. They might as well have been attacking shadows. Nicky turned back to the room from the doorway and lifted a fist toward the snarl of shadows tumbling toward her. The sudden explosion made everyone wince and duck as she unleashed a bolt of power that was both blindingly bright and icy dark, laced together into one terrible blast. The discharge of thundering power rocked the keep, shaking the floor and rising dust from every crack and corner. The twisting rope of destruction exploded through the beast, spraying apart. Showers of sparks rained down as bookshelves flew asunder. Wood, debris, and hundreds of books along with sheaves of paper were blasted into the air, leaving fluttering pages to drift through the pandemonium. It looked like a blizzard of paper had been turned loose in the room. The deafening discharge of power from Nicky that rocked the keep also sliced right through the stone walls like flaming pitch through paper. Through the jagged slashes cut in solid stone, ribbons of dusty bluish sunlight suddenly penetrated into the room. The contrast of harsh light against the otherwise dark room made it all the harder to see the murky collection of shade and shadow as it moved through the confusion of destruction. Everyone covered their ears as the terrible wail that sounded like lost souls increased to a terrifying pitch, as if the power Nicky had set upon it had reached down into the underworld to sear them in their dark sanctuary. While it didn't look to have done much to stop the shadowy beast, it did seem to get its attention. Nothing else had.
Nicky ran out through the door and shoved Richard, starting him moving down the hallway. He was reluctant to leave Zed to such a threat, but Richard knew that the thing was after him and not his grandfather. Zed would be safer if Richard ran. He didn't think, though, that running was necessarily the solution to his safety. "Stay out of its way," Richard told Tom. "It will rip you to shreds. That goes for you two as well," he said to Kara and Rika as they shepherded him down the hall. "We understand, Lord Rahl," Kara said. "How do we kill it?" Tom asked as they ran sideways down the hall, keeping a wary eye toward the library. "You can't," Nicky answered. "It's already dead." "Oh, great," he muttered as he turned back to help Nicky, Kara, and Rika make sure that Richard kept moving. Richard didn't really think that he needed any physical encouragement. The wails of the dead were enough to urge him to run. Flashes of light, along with angry shrieks, came from the doorway as those in the room still fought to destroy or at least contain what looked like nothing so much as living shadows. Richard knew that they were wasting their time. It was made in part with subtractive magic, and they had no weapon against that. The thing had already proven that much to them. But they were probably trying to distract it so as to give Richard time to get away. So far, it hadn't proven itself susceptible to such tactics. Shota had told him as much. At an intersection, Richard took the paneled hall to the right. The rest of them followed. At intervals, they passed open areas with chairs and couches and dark lamps. Such spots must have once hosted warm conversation and companionship. As they turned and ran down a wider corridor with tan-troweled plaster walls and golden oak floors, a wall ahead exploded. Dust and debris billowed toward them. Richard slid to a stop on the polished wood floor and reversed his direction as the jumble of shadows emerged from the white cloud of dust. Everyone else had previously pushed him on ahead, so that now, having had to turn around, he was at the rear as the beast rapidly closed the distance. The dark snarl looked like it had collected yet more random shadows along the way, small angled shadows, broad leafy shade, inky dark corners, dark haze of dusk, and crumbled them all together like wadding up paper. The way the shadows folded back on themselves made swirling black shapes that constantly eddied over and under and through one another. It was dizzying to watch, even for the brief glimpses he took as he ran. And yet, it was so insubstantial that when he glanced over his shoulder he could see light from windows far off down the hall right through the thing. Even so, as they raced around corners, the beast would sometimes go wide and graze the walls, and when it did, it ripped apart the wood or plaster or stone as easily as a bull going through bramble. Richard had no idea how to fight a cluster of crumbled shadows that could tear through solid stone without even slowing. He recalled Victor's men in the woods, so violently ripped to shreds in mere moments. He wondered if this was the thing that had slashed through them, if this was the fate they faced that terrible morning when the blood beast came looking for Richard. 2 wizards and 2 sorceresses had now tried to stop Jagang's conjured beast without any practical effect. And Nicky was more than a mere sorceress. She had been taught the sinister art of how to use subtractive magic in exchange for dark oaths that Richard feared to think about. Even that hadn't stopped the beast, although it did seem to get a reaction. Nicky stopped and turned to the dusky collection of shadows careening down the paneled oak halls behind them. She looked like she intended to make a stand. As he caught up with her, Richard, without slowing, planted his shoulder into her middle, knocking the wind from her as he lifted her clear of the floor, carrying her over his shoulder like a sack of grain as he ran. The halls all around lit in a blinding flash of white light as Nicky, having quickly recovered her breath, cast magic behind, even as she was being carted down the hall. The floor shook, nearly knocking Richard from his feet as he ran. Blackness, like the flash of light, caught them and swept past for an instant as Nicky unleashed terrible power at the thing chasing them. By the haunting keening that echoed through the halls, Richard thought that Nicky's effort must have done something. She seized his shirt in both fists as she squirmed. "Let me down, Richard! Let me run myself. I'm only slowing you down and it's catching up with us. Hurry!
Richard immediately spun her around in his right arm so that she would be facing the right way. As he dropped her to the ground, he kept his arm around her waist until he was sure she had her balance and was up to speed with the rest of them. With Nicky beside him and Tom, Kara, and Rika right in front of him, they all raced down halls without knowing where they were going. They switched randomly from right turns to left, going past some intersections while taking others. He could hear the beast crashing after them. Sometimes it followed down the halls and corridors. Sometimes, when they went around a corner, it clipped through the walls, trying to close the distance, trying to get to him. Stone, mortar, and wood seemed to make no difference to the thing as it broke through each with equal ease. He knew that a thing conjured by Sisters of the Dark and tied to the underworld would have abilities that no ordinary creature would possess, so he had no idea what the limits of it might be. As he ran, he yelled to the two moored Sith and Tom, "You three go straight! Try to get the thing to follow you!" They looked back as they ran and nodded to his orders.
That thing isn't going to follow them,
Nicky said in a low voice as she leaned toward him as best she could at a full run. "I know. I have an idea. Stay with me. I'm going to take these stairs up ahead." At a stairwell, as the three in front shot past it, Richard hooked a hand on the black stone sphere atop the granite newel post, spinning himself around it and to the right. Nicky did the same, and they both shot down the stairs at full speed. The beast cut the corner, crashing through the post, sending granite fragments ricocheting off the walls and the sphere bouncing down the hall. Kara, Rika, and Tom, having already passed the stairs, slid to a stop on the polished marble floor. They were trapped above the beast. They immediately followed it down the stairs. Richard and Nicky bounded down the steps, 3 or 4 at a time. He could hear the otherworldly howl of the thing right behind him. It felt as if it were touching the hair at the back of his neck. It was that close. At the bottom of the stairs, Richard cut to the right, following a stone passageway. The beast went wide, crashing into a tan-polished marble wall. The stone slab shattered with a loud bang, but the beast rushed onward. At the first stairwell Richard came to, he raced down it, then took the second and third flight down as well to the bottom. The broad hallway running straight off from the stairs had carpets at regular intervals, making it more difficult to keep their footing. The walls had beaded wainscoting beneath smooth plaster. Brackets spaced down the passageway, centered above each carpet, held what looked like glass globes that brightened as Richard raced toward each one in turn. He ran as fast as he could, Nicky at his side. The shadows tumbling onward like death itself right on their heels. At spiral iron stairs, Richard jumped side saddle onto the railing and slid at breakneck speed in a corkscrew course down into the darkness. Right with him, Nicky threw one arm around his neck for balance and did the same. Together they plummeted downward, gaining some precious distance on their pursuer. At the bottom, the railings spilled them out onto a cold, tiled floor. They both tumbled across the smooth green tiles and slid to a sprawling stop. Richard scrambled to his feet and snatched one of the glowing spheres from a bracket. "Come on, hurry," he said as Nicky did the same. They raced through endless rooms and passageways, taking as wild a route as he could in an effort to shake their hunter. Occasionally they gained a precious few paces. At other times, especially in the halls, the thing regained the distance and inched ever closer. Some of the rooms were cozy paneled suites. The beast seemed to suck the shadows right out of the cold, dark fireplaces as it passed them. The globes they carried cast a warm glow across intricately woven carpets and richly upholstered chairs. Bookcases held leather volumes. Richard accidentally knocked over a bookstand, but kept his balance and kept running. After charging down yet more flights of stairs, some broad with landings and others nothing more than narrow shafts that seemed bottomless, the rooms began to become less grand. Some of the halls were tiled on all sides with odd patterns. One of the chambers was immense and empty, with fat, round stone pillars spaced evenly throughout. The lights they carried were not enough to penetrate the farthest reaches. Occasionally the passages were little more than shafts, chiseled through solid rock.
Other rooms and halls were protected with shields that Richard deliberately charged through. He didn't want Kara, Rika, and Tom coming near the thing chasing him. He didn't want them meeting the same fate as Victor's men. He knew that Kara would be furious at him when she found herself blocked by shields. He hoped he lived to hear her lecture. They emerged from what appeared, as they'd run through it, to be a storage room for construction material, with burlap bags and stones stacked to each side. Richard recognized the material from his time in Altarang, at forced labor working on Emperor Jagang's palace. Now Jagang's beast was hunting him down. They emerged on the far side of the storage room into a long corridor with a slate floor. The smooth stone block walls rose uninterrupted to a lofty ceiling that had to be at least 150 feet overhead, creating a narrow, towering vertical slash through the interior of the keep. Down at the bottom of that soaring passageway, Richard felt like an ant. He immediately cut to the right down the immense corridor. The booming drumbeat of their boots echoed all around him as he ran with all his strength. He soon had to slow a bit for Nicky. They were both near the end of their endurance. The wail of 1,000 dead souls tumbled ever onward, never seeming to tire. As he ran, Richard couldn't even see the end of the tall passageway disappearing into the distance. That this was just one corridor of many gave him a profound sense of the enormity of the keep. Arriving at an intersecting passage to the left, Richard turned and ran down it a short distance to where they encountered an iron stairwell. Trying to catch his breath, he glanced back and saw the knot of shadows round the corner. Pushing Nicky ahead of him, they bounded down the stairs together. At the bottom, they found themselves in a small square room that was little more than an intersection of stone passageways going off in 3 directions. Richard held the glowing sphere out. Taking a quick glance in each passageway, he could see nothing down 2 of them. In the one to the right, he thought he saw something glimmering. He'd been down in the keep before and had encountered strange places, and one of those places was what he needed now. Together, he and Nicky raced down the passageway. As he'd thought, it wasn't very long, just long enough to take them under the colossal corridor and then a little farther to where it opened into a kind of entry area, with walls covered in small fragments of colored glass, meticulously arranged into elaborate geometric designs. The light from the 2 glowing spheres glinted off the small glass pieces to send thousands of colored reflections sparkling and shimmering around the room. There was only one other opening, off against a far wall. Richard staggered to a halt. The strange glittering room made his skin crawl with a sensation much like spiderwebs brushing against him. Nicky turned her head away, swiping at her face, as if to get something off her. He knew that such a sensation was part of a broader warning to stay away. Small pillars made of polished gold-flecked stone stood to each side of the distant opening, holding up an entablature. The passageway beyond the pillars, not much taller than Richard, appeared to be roughly square and made of simple stone blocks that disappeared off into darkness. It seemed an elaborate and impressive entry for such a plain hallway down in the bowels of the place. Richard hoped he was right about the reason. As they crossed the entry room and approached the opening, the area before the pillars began to give off a faint reddish glow. The air itself began to hum in a very troubling way. Nicky, her hair lifting out from her head as if she were about to be struck by lightning, seized his arm, pulling him back. "That's a shield!" "I know," Richard said as he dragged her by her grip on his arm. "Richard, you can't! It's not just an ordinary shield, not just additive. It's laced with subtractive magic. Such shields are deadly, this one especially so." He looked back the way they'd come and saw the shadowy beast tumbling down the passageway toward them. "I know, I've been through places like this before." He hoped he was right, that this particular shield was like the ones he'd been through. He needed the kind that he'd encountered before, the kind that guarded the most restricted areas. If it was anything less, or one that was actually more powerful or more restrictive than the ones he'd seen before, then they were going to be in a great deal of trouble. The only way out of the room they were in was back through the passage with the beast that was coming for them, or onward
through the shield. "Let's go, hurry." Nicky's chest heaved as she struggled to catch her breath. "Richard, we can't go through there. That shield will take the flesh right off our bones. I'm telling you, I've done it before. You can command subtractive magic, so you can make it through as well." He started running toward the passage. "Besides, if we don't, we're dead anyway. It's our only chance." With a growl of surrender, she ran along with him through the shower of glittering reflections from the glass mosaics that covered the walls of the room. "You'd better be right about this." He grabbed her hand and held it tight, just in case being born with the subtractive side was necessary. Nicky had not been born with it, but had acquired the use of it. He didn't know a great deal about magic, but from what he'd learned, there was a great gulf between being born with it and simply being able to use it. He had helped others without the gift through shields before, so between her abilities and his hold of her, he figured he could get her through. If that was, he could make it through himself. The air all around them turned as red as a crimson fog. Without pause, Richard charged right through the doorway, pulling Nicky along with him. The sudden avalanche of pressure felt like it would crush them. Nicky gasped. Richard had to force himself against that pressure in order to advance. At the razor edge of the plane along the opening, surrounded by polished stone pillars, heat seared across his flesh. It was so intense that for an instant he thought he'd made a huge mistake, that Nicky had been right, and that the shield would burn the flesh right off his bones. Even as he flinched in reaction to the unexpected burning sensation, his momentum carried him through the doorway. He was somewhat surprised not only to find himself alive and well and not at all harmed, but that the passageway was not at all what it appeared from the other side. When he'd looked through the opening before, it looked like a simple stone block passage. Once past the pillars, it was polished stone that seemed to shimmer with a rippling silver surface that made it appear three-dimensional. A glance back showed the snarl of shadows streaking for the entrance to the opening. Still holding Nicky's hand, Richard backed them farther into the sparkling passageway. He was too exhausted to run anymore. "Here we live, or die," he told her as he labored to catch his breath. Chapter 54. The shadow hit the opening with such a resounding thud that Richard thought the passageway they were in would certainly be blown apart. What had been a somewhat cohesive, dark shape exploded apart like glass on granite, shattering into thousands of dark shards. Piercing wails of frightful anguish echoed through the passageway in terrible, heartbreaking finality as light ignited in a blinding crimson flash. At the shielded opening, black fragments of shadows tumbled back through the room that was filled with shimmering, sparkling reflections off the glass mosaics. With what looked like a year's worth of meteor showers all compressed into a single instant, the shadowy fragments burst into bright flares that flew in every direction as they glimmered into nothingness. It was suddenly quiet but for Richard and Nicky's labored breathing. The beast was gone. At least it was gone for the moment. Richard let go of Nicky's hand, and they both flopped down heavily on the floor and slumped back against the iridescent silver wall as they panted in exhaustion. "You were looking for one of those shields, weren't you?" Nicky asked as she worked at recovering enough breath to talk. Richard nodded. "Nothing Zed or Nathan or Anne conjured did anything to stop the beast. What you did at least seemed to have had an effect, even if a small one. That made me think that there must be something that would be able to counter it, maybe not in totality, but at least in the form it presented this time. I knew that the wizards from the time back when this place was built needed to stop anything that didn't belong in here. And the beast, after all, was something from back in those times. Something that Jagang had found described in old books. So I figured that those who made the shields here must have had to take such eventualities into account. Since they're made to stop such threats, it takes, at the least, an element of subtractive magic to get through the shields. But because the enemy would have had subtractive powers as well, I think the shields must also somehow read the nature of who is trying to pass through them, perhaps thereby interpreting the potential level of threat. It could even be that as we were chased through the keep and kept going through shields, They somehow gathered information on the nature not only of us, but of the beast as well, so that when we reached these higher threshold shields, they had finally judged it a threat and stopped it. Nicky considered what he'd said, as she pulled sweaty strands of blonde hair back off her face. No one really knows a great deal about the gifted back then, but it makes sense that such an ancient threat would be vincible to ancient defenses. She frowned as if an idea had come to her. Maybe such shields would even be a way to protect you if it reappears. Sure, he said, if I want to live down here like a mole. She looked around. Any idea where we are? No, he said, letting out an exhausted sigh. But I guess we'd better try to find out. They struggled to their feet and made their way the rest of the distance down the short passageway. At the end, they emerged into a simple room constructed of stone blocks once covered in plaster that was now crumbling. The room was no more than 15 paces long and not nearly as wide, with books on shelves along most of the length of the wall to the left. While it did have some books, it was not a library like so many others he had seen in the keep. For one thing, it was far too small. For another, it was not at all elegant or even nice, but rather stark. At best, it could be called utilitarian. Besides the shelves, the room was only wide enough for a table at the far end beside a passageway leading out the other side. There was a fat candle on the table and a wooden stool under it. The far passageway looked very much like the one they had come in through. When Richard took a look, he saw that it had the same shimmering silver stone walls and another shield that looked just like the one they had come in through at the other end of the room, so that, unlike a number of places in the keep that had shields, there was no way to go around and get into the room by way of another route without such powerful shields. It was through one of the two shields, or not at all. "With all the dust in here," Nicky said, "it doesn't look like anyone has cleaned in here for thousands of years." She was right. The room was devoid of color, other than the dirty gray color of the dust that coated everything. The hair at the nape of Richard's neck stood on end as he fully realized why. "That's because no one has been in here for thousands of years." "Really?" He gestured to the far passage he'd just inspected. "The only two ways into here are protected with shields that require subtractive magic to cross. Not even Zed, the first wizard himself, has ever been in here. He can't pass subtractive shields." Nicky brushed her hands together. "Especially these shields. I've dealt with shields most of my life. From what I felt of these, they're deadly. I suspect that without your help, even I might have had some difficulty getting through them the first time." Richard tilted his head to be able to better read the titles as he perused the books along the shelves. Some had no titles on the spines. Some were in languages he couldn't read. Some looked like they might be journals. Several, though, looked curious. One small book, Gegendros, in High Daharan, meant countermeasures. He pulled out another beside it of a similar small size titled Ordenic Theory. As he blew off a thick coating of dust, he realized then that it must have caught his attention because Ordenic reminded him of Orden, as in the boxes of Orden. He wondered if there was any connection. "Richard, look at this," Nicky called to him from the far passage. Richard tossed the book on the table as he made his way into the passageway toward the shield. "What is it?" "I don't know." Her voice echoed, and then he saw the crimson glow brighten and finally fade. He realized that she must have gone beyond the shield. Alarmed at first, Richard was hugely relieved that there had been no horrific results. Nicky was an experienced sorceress. He suspected that after having gone through the last shield, she must have known what dangers to look for to tell her if she could pass this one as well. He reasoned that perhaps the first shield, when he had helped her through it, had keyed to her, allowing her to cross shields like it. Pushing on through the plane of pressure and briefly searing heat, he entered a small room beyond with glass mosaics, like the one at the other end of the little reading room. Both rooms had to be a kind of entryway before the shield to provide warning to anyone coming near, Or maybe they were somehow an aid to the shields themselves. Nicky was standing just beyond, at an open iron door, her back to him, her thick fall of blonde hair down around her shoulders. At the railing on the platform beside her, Richard looked out into a round tower room at least 100 feet across. Stairs spiraled up around the inside of the curving outer wall. The tower rose above them for over 200 feet. At irregular intervals, small landings like the one where they stood interrupted the steps wherever there was a doorway. In the gloomy expanse above, shafts of light pierced the darkness. The place smelled of rot. At the bottom of the tower, not too far below the landing where they stood, he saw a walkway with an iron railing that ringed the inside of the tower wall. Rain that could come in the openings above, along with seepage from the mountain itself, collected down in the center of the tower. Insects swarmed above the stagnant, inky water. Others skittered on its surface. "I know this place," Richard said as he peered around, getting his bearings. "You do?" He started down the steps. "Yes, come on." At the bottom, he followed the iron railing around to a wide platform in the walkway before a spot where a door had once been. The doorway had been blasted apart, and the opening was now perhaps twice its previous size. The jagged edges of the broken stone were blackened in places. In other places, the stone itself had been melted, as if it were no more than candle wax. Twisting streaks on the surface of the stone wall ran off in every direction away from the blasted hole, marking where a kind of lightning had flailed against the wall and burned it. Nicky stared in amazement. What in the world happened here? This room was once sealed away, along with the old world. When I destroyed the barrier to the old world, it blew the seal open. Why, what's in here? The Sliff's Well. The thing you told me about, that those in ancient times used to travel great distances? The thing you've traveled in? That's right, he said as he stepped through the jagged opening that once had been a doorway. The room inside was round, perhaps 60 feet across. Its walls were also scorched in ragged lines as if lightning had gone wild in the place. A circular stone wall about waist high, forming what looked like a huge well, occupied the center of the room. The domed ceiling was nearly as high as the room was wide. There were no windows or other doors. To the far side of the Sliff's Well was a table and a few shelves. That was where Richard had found the remains of the wizard, who had in ancient times been sealed in the room when the barriers that had ended the Great War had been brought to life. Thus trapped, the man had died in the sealed room. He had left behind a journal that the Mordsith Berdine now had. That journal had in the past, as Richard and Berdine had translated it, revealed valuable information. Because of the importance of the information they'd gotten from the journal, they had called the man who wrote it Koloblyson, a High Daharan word meaning strong advisor. Berdine and Richard had eventually taken to simply referring to the mysterious wizard as Kolo. Nicky held her glowing globe over the side and peered down the well. The smooth walls fell away seemingly forever, the light illuminating the stone for hundreds of feet down before fading into blackness. "And you say that you put the Sliff to sleep?" "Yes, with ease." Richard tapped the insides of the leather-padded silver wristbands he wore against one another. "She told me that when she sleeps, as she put it, she goes to be with her soul. She says it's rapture for her to sleep." "And you can call her back the same way, by using those bands?" "Well, yes, but just like putting her to sleep, I would need to use my gift to do it, not something I'd be at all eager to do again. I especially wouldn't like to be inside this room with only one door calling the Sliff when the blood beast was also called by my gift." Nicky nodded as she saw his point. "Do you think the beast could follow you through the Sliff?" Richard thought it over for a moment. "I can't say for sure, but I imagine it's possible. But even if it couldn't, it still manages to appear wherever I am. So I'm not sure it would even need to bother with using the Sliff. From what I've learned of its nature, from you and Shota, as well as from experience, I suspect that the beast is able to travel the underworld." "And other people?" Nicky asked. "Can any of them use this?" To travel in the Sliff, you need to have at least some element of both sides of the gift. That made it a problem in the Great War, and that's why they had a wizard always standing guard in this room, and in the end, why they had to seal it off, so the enemy couldn't come through right into the heart of the keep. Now, because of the requirement for an element of both sides of magic, there are few who can use the Sliff. Kara has captured gifted people who have additive magic, and she captured a man who Kaelin said wasn't entirely human, and who happened to have an element of subtractive magic. It was enough so that Kara is able to travel in the Sliff. A confessor's power is ancient, and has an element of subtractive to it. So Kaelin can travel in the Sliff. Those are the only ones I know who could travel in the Sliff, other than Sisters of the Dark. One of my former teachers, Marissa, went through the Sliff after me. You could travel in the Sliff as well. That's about it. Still, it remains a danger if awakened, because Jigang could theoretically send any of his Sisters of the Dark through it. What happens if you don't have at least some element of both sides? Nikki asked. If, for example, someone like Zed, a gifted person, had only additive magic, tried to travel. Richard reached over to rest his hand on the pommel of his sword, but his sword wasn't there. It made him sick to expect it, and then realize he'd given it to Shota, to Samuel, actually. He put the constant, haunting worry of it from his mind. Well, traveling takes you great distances, but it still takes some time. It isn't an instant procedure. I think the time varies according to distance, but I know that it takes a number of hours at least. The Sliff looks something like living quicksilver. To remain alive within her while she takes you to the place you wish to travel, you must breathe her in. Breathe in that silvery liquid. You breathe the Sliff, that liquid, and it somehow keeps you alive. If you don't have an element of both sides, it doesn't work and you die. Simple as that. For a fleeting moment, Richard gave thought to waking the Sliff to ask if she remembered Kaelin, but the ancient wizards, men of prodigious ability, had created the Sliff out of a very exclusive and high-priced whore. She had become caught up in a political intrigue that had eventually cost her her life. The nature of that woman was still partly evident in the Sliff. She never revealed the identity of one of her customers. We'd better get back up there and let Zed know we're all right. Richard's thoughts returned to the immediate problems. Kara is probably fit to be tied by now. "Richard," Nikki said in a soft voice as he started to leave. He turned back to see her watching him. "Yes?" "What are you going to do about Anne and Nathan?" He shrugged. "Nothing. What do you mean?" "I mean, what are you going to do about the things they had to say? What are you going to do about the war? The time has come, and I think you know it. You can't go on chasing after your dream while the rest of the world faces the end of everything good, the end of all their hopes and dreams." He stared at her a moment. She didn't shy away from his gaze. "Like you said, that body down there didn't prove anything." "No, but it certainly does prove one thing, that you were wrong about what we would find there. Digging up the grave failed to prove what you thought it would, at the very least. That begs the question of why. Why it was different than you said it would be. The only possible answer I can think of is that someone put it there with the idea that you would find it. But why? It's been a while since that night down at the grave. Since then you've accomplished nothing. Maybe it's time you thought about the bigger picture. And in the bigger picture, that prophecy makes the stakes pretty clear. I understand the value of one life you love, even if she were real. But to some extent, don't you think you have to balance that one life against the lives of everyone else? Richard slowly paced off a ways, trailing his fingers along the top of the stone wall around the Sliff. The last time he had traveled in the Sliff, he had taken Kaelin to the Mud People so they could be married. "I have to find her." He looked back at Nikki. "I am not the tool of prophecy. Where will you go? What can you do next? You've been to Shota, and you came here to Zed. No one knows anything about Kaelin or Chainfire or the rest of it. You've exhausted all your ideas, all your options. If not now, then when is the time to finally face reality?" Richard rubbed his fingertips across his brow.
As much as he didn't want to admit it, he feared that Nicky was right. What was he going to do? He could think of nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. At least, nothing specific. Not at the moment, anyway. He couldn't imagine what good it would do him to wander around without a plan, without any idea where to look for Kaylin. The room was dead quiet. The Sliff's well was empty. The Sliff off somewhere with her soul. He wondered if Kaylin was still alive. He swallowed as he experienced one of those brief but terrifying moments when he wondered if she ever had been. He was so tired of the ever-growing doubts, not just about Kaylin, but about himself. At the same time, he was being crushed under the weight of guilt for not answering the call to lead the Daharan people against the terrible threat to their freedom. He thought often of all the countless good people he didn't even know, who also had loved ones under mortal threat from the coming storm of the Imperial Order. Could he just desert all of them in order to chase around forever looking for Kaylin? Nicky moved closer. "Richard," she said in a soft, silken, sympathetic voice, "I know it's hard to say it's over. To say it's over and realize that you have to move on." Richard broke the gaze first. "I can't do that, Nicky. I realize that I can't explain it to anyone's satisfaction, but I just can't do that. I mean, if she got sick and died, then I would be devastated, yet eventually I know I would have to deal with the business of life. But this is different. It's almost as if I know she's in some dark river somewhere calling for help, and I'm the only one who can hear her, who knows she is in terrible danger of drowning. Richard, do you really think I don't care about all the innocent people under the threat of the Horde coming to slaughter and enslave them? I do care. I can't sleep with worry. And not only worry for Kaylin. Can you even begin to imagine how torn I feel? How would you feel if you were torn between someone you loved and doing what everyone else said was the right thing to do? I wake in a cold sweat in the dead of night, not only seeing Kaylin's face, but the faces of people who will never have a chance at life if Jagang isn't stopped. When people tell me how all those people are depending on me, it breaks my heart. Both because I want to help them and because they think they need me, because they think that I, one man, can be the difference in a war involving millions of people. How dare they put that much responsibility on me? She came closer yet and gently put a hand to the side of his arm, rubbing up and down in a reassuring gesture. Richard, you know that I wouldn't want you to do anything that you thought was wrong, not even when it was to let you believe she was dead, based on what I knew wasn't good evidence, even though I believe that evidence, if for other reasons. I know. But since that night when you dug up the grave, while you've been wandering around thinking about what you can do, I too have been doing a lot of thinking. Richard flicked a small stone fragment from the top of the wall, not wanting to have to look up at her. And what have you come up with? Among other things, as I watched you walk the ramparts, a troublesome idea came to me. I haven't said anything about it yet, partly because I don't know for sure if it could be the answer to what is happening to you, and partly because if it is, then it would be even more trouble than any mere delusion caused by your injury. I don't know if it's really the answer, but I fear that it very well might be. Mostly, though, I haven't said anything because the evidence is gone, so I have no way of proving it, but I think the time has arrived to broach the subject. Evidence? Richard asked. You said that the evidence is gone? Nicky nodded. The arrow you were shot with. I fear that this may have all been caused by that arrow, but in a different and far more disturbing way than we've realized. Richard was taken aback by her grave expression. What do you mean? Did you see who shot the arrow that hit you? Who held the crossbow? Richard took a deep breath while staring off as he sifted through the dim snatches of mental images of the morning of the fight. He'd only just awakened after hearing the howl of a wolf. Shadowy tree limbs had appeared to move about in the darkness. Then there had been soldiers all around him. He'd had to fight off men from all sides rushing in at him. He remembered quite vividly the feeling of holding the sword of truth, of feeling the wire-wound hilt in his hand,
of its power surging through him. He recalled seeing men back in the trees shooting arrows at him. Most had bows, but there had been some with crossbows. That would have been rather typical for such a patrol of Imperial Order troops. No, I can't say as I recall seeing who shot the bolt that hit me. Why? What is it that you've come up with? Nicky appraised his eyes for what seemed an eternity. Her ageless eyes sometimes reminded him of others with magic. Anne, the old prelate, Verna, the new prelate, Addie, Shota, and Kaelin. The barbs on that arrow made it impossible to get it out of you in any ordinary way in time to save your life. I was in a desperate hurry. I never gave any thought to checking the arrow before I used subtractive magic to take it out of existence. Richard didn't like the direction toward which her worry seemed to be drifting. Check it for what? A spell. A diabolically simple spell that would be profoundly destructive. Richard was now sure he didn't like her idea, even though he hadn't heard it yet. What kind of spell? A glamour spell. Glamour? Richard frowned. How would that work? Well, think of it as a love potion. Richard stared at her in surprise. A love potion? Yes, after a fashion. She lightly tapped the fingers of opposite hands together as she reflected on how best to explain it. A glamour spell would cause you to have a mental vision of a woman. A real woman would be the normal object of the spell. But as I thought about it, I realized that it would work just as well for an imaginary woman. Either way, it would make you fall in love with her. But even that is a rather weak way of describing such a powerful spell. Under a glamour spell, the woman would become an obsession. Such an obsession would be to the exclusion of almost everything else. A glamour spell is a kind of dark secret among sorceresses, usually taught by a gifted mother. Such a spell would be used to make a specific person fixate on the subject of the spell, usually a real individual, the sorceress herself, in most cases. Like I said, it's a kind of love spell. Some gifted women could not resist the lure of using a glamour on men. The spell is so effective that at the Palace of the Prophets it was a very serious matter for one of the sisters to even be suspected of using a glamour. To be caught using a glamour was a grave crime, the moral equivalent to rape. The punishment was severe. The sorceress was at the least banished. But she could just as well be hanged. There have been sisters convicted of such a crime. As I recall, the last one caught at the palace was over 50 years ago. She was a novice Valdora. The tribunal was split between hanging or banishment. The prelate broke the tie and had the young novice banished. I would expect the Jagang sisters know how to invoke a glamour spell. It wouldn't have been all that hard for one of them to tag a glamour to that arrow, or a number of the arrows that morning. If the arrow didn't kill you, it would spell you. This is no spell, Richard said, his tone turning darker. Nicky ignored not just his tone, but his denial as well. It would explain a great deal. A glamour spell seems absolutely real to the victim. It bends their mind, their thinking around the subject of the obsession. Richard again raked his fingers back through his hair, trying not to get angry with Nicky. What would be the purpose of doing such a thing? Jagang wants to kill me. You're the one who came and told me that he created a beast to accomplish that task. The spell you're talking about doesn't make any sense. Oh, but it makes all the sense in the world. It would accomplish far more than merely killing you, Richard. Don't you see? It would destroy your credibility. It would leave you alive to destroy your cause yourself. Myself? What do you mean? It would make you obsessed with the subject of the glamour to the exclusion of anything else. It would make people think there was something wrong with you, think you were crazy. It would make people begin to doubt you and therefore your cause. This spell would condemn you to a living death. It would destroy everything that means anything to you. It would give you a mad obsession that you totally believe is something real, but that you can never satisfy.
There is good reason why using a glamour spell was a serious crime. In this case, at the same time as you go about trying to find the object of your manufactured memory, you see your cause begin to crumble because those you inspired and who believed in you now start to think that you're crazy. Then maybe the things you've said were crazy as well. Richard imagined that a victim of such a web would not be able to recognize the glamour spell within himself.
This is disc number 19.
Richard imagined that a victim of such a web would not be able to recognize the glamour spell within himself. And it was certainly true that nearly everyone was coming to think he was crazy. Truth does not depend on the person who says it. The truth is still the truth, even if stated by someone you don't respect. That may be true, Richard, but others don't necessarily act with such clear insight. He sighed. I guess not. As far as the beast, Jigang does not necessarily count on just one thing to do the job, and he has no reluctance to do more than is necessary to crush his opponents. He might have figured that 2 plagues will be more certain to end the threat of Richard Rahl than one alone. Richard certainly didn't doubt what she said about Jigang. Still, he didn't believe it. Jigang didn't even know where I was. Those troops just happened to cross me as they were sweeping the woods, checking for threat for their supply convoy. He knows you started the revolt down in Altarang. He might have ordered that his troops in the area carry arrows that were spelled by his sisters just in case they ran across you. Richard could see that she had indeed been doing a lot of thinking. She had an answer for everything. He opened his arms out to the side and lifted his chin. Then lay your hands on me, sorceress. Grab the spell and pull its wicked tentacles out of me. Restore my sanity. If you really believe that a glamour spell is the cause of all this, then use your gift to seek it out and put an end to it. Nikki turned her gaze away and stared out the broken doorway to the gloom within the base of the huge tower. To do that, I would need the arrow. It no longer exists. I'm sorry, Richard. I never thought to check the arrow for a spell before I eliminated it. I was frantic to get it out of you in order to save your life. Still, I should have checked. He laid a hand on the back of her shoulder. You didn't do anything wrong, my friend. You saved my life. Did I? She turned to him. Or did I condemn you to a living death? He shook his head. I don't think so. Like you said, you wouldn't let me believe something if you thought the evidence was insufficient. That body buried down there wasn't sufficient proof, yet at the same time it shouldn't have been there, so I'm convinced that it proves that something really is going on. I just haven't figured out what. Or it proves that maybe your story is nothing more than part of a fabrication spawned by the mad obsession of a glamour spell. No one remembers what happened, and that Kalen isn't buried there, but I do. It's something solid that shows me, at least, that I'm not imagining all this. Or it is simply part of the delusion, whatever its cause. Richard, this just can't go on forever. It has to come to a close at some point. You're at a dead end. Have you come up with anything else to try? He put his hands on the stone wall of the Sliff's well. Look, Nikki, I admit that I'm running out of ideas. But I'm not ready to give up on her, to give up on her life. She means too much to me to do that. And how long do you think you can wander around not giving up on her, all the while the Imperial Order marches ever closer to our forces? I don't like Anne's meddling in my life any more than you like her meddling in yours. But she isn't doing it because she is trying to be malicious. She's trying to preserve freedom. She's trying to save innocent people from being slaughtered by brutes. Richard swallowed back the lump in his throat. I need to think about things, to gather my thoughts. I found some books in that room back there. I want to study them for a while, just a while, and try to think things through. Try to see if I can figure out what's happening and why. If I can't think of something, I just need to think of what to do next. And if you can't think of what to do next,
Richard leaned on both hands as he stared off into the dark well, doing his best to stifle his tears. Please. If he only knew who to fight. If only he could strike out at an enemy. He didn't know how to fight shadows in his mind. Nicky laid a hand gently on his shoulder. All right, Richard. All right. Chapter 55. Nicky knocked on the round-top oak door and waited. Rika, standing at her back, waited with her. Come in, came a muffled voice. Nicky thought that it sounded like Nathan's deep, powerful voice rather than Zed's. Inside the small, round room that Richard's grandfather was fond of using, she saw the prophet along with Anne, her hands pushed into opposite sleeves of her simple, dark gray dress as she stood patiently waiting for their invited guest. Nathan, in dark brown trousers and high boots, with a ruffled white shirt under a sweeping cloak, looked more like an adventurer than a prophet. Zed, in his simple robes, stood quietly at a round leaded window between book cabinets with glassed doors, his hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to be lost in thought as he gazed out at the city of Aidendrill far below at the base of the mountain. It was a beautiful view. Nicky could understand why he favored the cozy room. Rika started pushing the thick oak door closed. Rika, dear, Anne said with a prelate's practiced smile, drawing the moored Sith's attention. My throat is still terribly dry from all that smoke yesterday when that dreadful creature set the library ablaze. Would you mind making me some tea, maybe with a spot of honey? Rika, holding the half-closed door, shrugged. Not at all. Any of your biscuits left? Nathan asked with a wide smile. Your biscuits were wonderful, especially when they're warm. Rika gazed briefly at everyone in the small room. I will bring biscuits and tea, along with some honey. Thank you so much, my dear, Anne said, the smile never breaking as Rika vanished out the door. Zed, still watching out the window, hadn't said anything. Nicky, ignoring Anne and Nathan, instead turned and addressed Zed. Rika said that you wanted to see me. That's right, Anne said in his place. Where is Richard? Down in that place I told you about, the place he found between the shields where he will be safe. He is reading, looking for information, doing what a seeker does, I suppose. With exaggerated care, Nicky folded her fingers together. So the three of you want to talk to me about Richard? Nathan huffed a short laugh that transformed itself into a throat-clearing cough when Anne glanced his way. Zed, standing with his back to the rest of them, stared out the window without saying anything. You always were a bright one, Anne said. It wasn't exactly a guess that required great intellect, Nicky said, not wanting to allow Anne to get away with such empty flattery. If you please, withhold your praise until I do something to deserve it. Both Nathan and Anne smiled. Nathan's even looked genuine. Flattery had been a plague that had followed Nicky her whole life. Nicky, you're such a bright child, so you must give more of yourself. Nicky, you're so beautiful, the most beautiful creature I've ever seen. I must hold you. Nicky, my dear, I simply must be allowed to sample your exquisite charms, or I will surely die an impoverished man. To Nicky, vacuous flattery was the sound of a pry bar, a tool used by a thief as he tried to get at what she had. What is it I can do for you? Nicky asked in a businesslike voice. Anne, hands still pushed up opposite sleeves, shrugged. We need to talk to you about Richard's unfortunate condition. It was quite shocking to discover him suffering from delirium. I can't say I disagree with that, Nicky said. Do you have any ideas? The prelate asked. Nicky glided her fingers back and forth across the polished top of the magnificent desk. Ideas? What do you mean, ideas? Don't play coy, Anne said, her indulgent humor evaporating from her voice. You know very well what we mean. Zed finally turned around, apparently not liking Anne's tack.
Nicky, we're very worried about him. Yes, we're worried because of the prophecy, and that it says he must be the one to lead our forces and all the rest of it, but—"
He lifted a hand and let it drop in frustration.
"But we're worried for Richard himself. There is something very wrong with him. I've known him from the day he was born. I've spent years with him, alone with him around others. I've been so proud of that boy that I can't begin to tell you. He has always been one to occasionally do puzzling things that frustrate and confuse me. But I've never seen him act like this. I've never seen him believe such crazy stories. You can't imagine what it does to me to see him like this."
Nicky scratched an eyebrow, using it as an excuse to look away from the pain in his hazel eyes. His white hair looked in even more disarray than usual. He looked more thin than usual. He looked gaunt. He looked like a man who had not gotten much sleep for weeks. "I think I can understand your feelings," she assured him. She took a deep, thoughtful breath as she slowly shook her head. "I don't know, Zed. I've been trying to figure it out since I found him that morning gasping for breath and almost in the keeper's clutches."
"You said he had lost a lot of blood," Nathan said, "and that he was unconscious for days."
Nicky nodded. It's possible that such a condition, such desperate fear of not having enough breath and thinking he was going to die that way, caused him to dream up someone who loved him, a kind of trick to try to calm himself. I used to sometimes do something similar when I was afraid. I would put my mind in another else, a pleasant place where I was safe, with Richard, with the heavy loss of blood and the abnormally long sleep after being healed, while he was regaining some of his strength, enough strength to try to survive the ordeal. Well, I think that the whole time the dream could have grown and grown in his mind.
"And has taken over his thoughts," Anne finished.
Nicky met her gaze.
"That was my thought." "And now?" Zed asked.
Nicky turned her eyes up to gaze at the heavy oak beams across the ceiling as she searched for words. "I don't know any more. I'm no expert in such things. I've not exactly spent my life as a healer. I would think that the three of you would know a great deal more about such maladies than I do."
"Well, yes, as a matter of fact," Anne said, making a face like she was glad to hear Nicky admit as much. "We would tend to agree with that assessment."
Nicky eyed all three of them suspiciously. "So, what do all of you think is his problem?"
"Well," Zed began, "we're still not ready to rule out a number of things that—"
"Have you considered a glamour spell?" Anne asked, fixing Nicky in her steady stare the way she used to do to make novices tremble and confess to shirking their chores. Nicky was no novice and no longer susceptible to such intimidation from on high. After having Jagang, in a blind rage, hold her with one meaty fist around her throat and pound her face with the other, a stare was hardly something to make Nicky tremble. In fact, had the subject not been one so serious, one that sincerely did concern her so, she might have laughed at the very effort of such a stern look to elicit an incautious report. "It crossed my mind," she said, seeing no purpose in denying it. "But I had to eliminate the arrow with subtractive magic if I was to save his life. I'm afraid that, at the time, I never gave any thought to such an idea. I was frantically trying to keep him from dying. Perhaps I should have thought about the arrow being spelled, but I didn't. With the arrow now gone, there is no way to tell if that really was the case, and without the arrow, there's no way to do anything about it if true." Zed rubbed his clean-shaven jaw as he looked away.
"That certainly makes things more difficult."
"Difficult?" Nicky said. "Such a spell isn't at all easy to reverse, even if you have the object that in this manner infected the victim with a glamour. Without that object, only the sorceress who cast the glamour can eliminate it.
You must have the web that carried the infection if you are to heal it. And that's if you know for certain that it was a glamour spell. It could be something else, whatever it is, spell of some sort or delirium. You have to know the cause if you're to heal it. Not necessarily, Anne said as she again stared at Nicky. At this point, the cause is no longer much of an issue. Nicky's brow twitched. No longer an issue? What in the world are you talking about? If a person has a broken arm, you set it and splint it. You don't waste your time running around asking questions, trying to figure out exactly how they managed to break their arm. You need to take action to correct the ailment. Talk won't correct it. We think he needs our help, Zed offered in a more conciliatory tone. We all know that the things he is saying are flat impossible. At first, when he said that he gave the sword of truth to Shota, I thought he had done something profoundly foolish. But I've come to see that his actions weren't willful, nor were the dimensions of them so simply grasped. I reacted with an angry reprimand when I should have seen how ill he really is and dealt with it in that context. There are times when you can see how someone might come to believe something odd. But Richard's behavior is far beyond anything that could remotely be described as odd. It's become clear that he is delusional, and we all now realize as much. He opened his hands in a beseeching gesture. Is there anything at all you can say in his behalf that makes any sense, and that demonstrates how we may be wrong in our analysis? Zed looked truly under great distress. It was obvious how genuinely concerned he was for his grandson. Nicky turned her eyes downward, unable to look into the hurt in his eyes. I'm sorry, Zed, but I know of nothing that makes any sense. Unfortunately, I don't think that the body he dug up proves anything conclusively, or we might have a chance to force him to accept the reality of the evidence. On the other hand, I think the body he dug up really was the Mother Confessor Kaylin Amnell, the woman that he dreamed he had a relationship with, while in his confused state of pain when he was injured. He probably heard the name somewhere when he first traveled to the Midlands, and it just stuck in his mind. It was probably a nice fantasy. For someone who grew up to be a woods guide, I think it would be a natural enough daydream, like imagining that he might one day go off to a strange land and marry a queen. But then it turned into a dream while he was hurt, and then into an obsession. Nicky had to make herself stop. It hurt to the bone to say such things to other people about Richard, even if those other people also loved and cared about him and wanted to help him. Even Anne, as much as Nicky often thought the woman had ulterior motives, really did care a great deal about Richard. He was a man Anne believed was necessary to fulfill prophecy, but she still felt warmly toward him as an individual. Nicky knew she was doing the right thing in what she said about Richard, but it still made her feel like she was betraying him. She could see his face in her mind, watching, silently hurt, that she would be so coldly unbelieving. We think that, whatever the cause of his false belief, Anne said, Richard needs to be brought back to reality. Nicky didn't say anything. While she thought they were right, she didn't know that there was anything that could be done, other than letting him, as time went on, arrive at the truth on his own. Nathan took a step forward and smiled down at Nicky. In the small room he seemed even more imposing, but it was his dark azure eyes that were so riveting. He spread his hands in a gesture of open appeal. Sometimes it hurts a person to help them, but later they see how it was the only way, and then when they are finally well, they're happy that you did as had to be done. Like setting a broken arm, Anne offered, nodding to Nathan's words. No one wants to go through the pain of having that done, but sometimes such things are necessary, if they are to be well and have their life back. So, Nicky asked with a frown, you want to heal him?
That's right, Zed told her.
He smiled, then, I found a prophecy about Richard that says they will at first contest him before they plot to heal him. I never thought it would come to pass so soon or in quite this manner, but I think we all agree that we love Richard and want him well and back with us as himself.
Nicky thought that there must be more to this than what any of them were saying. She began to wonder why they had sent Rika off for tea. Why exactly would they not want the Lord Rahl's bodyguard around?
I told you I'm not exactly a healer. You did quite a good job of healing him when he was shot with that arrow, Zed said. Even I could not have accomplished such a feat. None of us in this room, other than you, Nicky, could have accomplished such a thing. You may not think you are much of a healer, but you were able to do what would have been impossible for any of us.
Well, I was only successful because I used subtractive magic. No one said anything. They all just stared at her.
Wait a minute, Nicky said, looking from one person to the next. Are you suggesting that I again somehow used subtractive magic on Richard? That's exactly what we're suggesting, Zed told her.
Anne flicked a hand out toward Zed and Nathan.
If one of us could do it, we would, but we can't. We need you to do it.
Nicky folded her arms.
Do what exactly? I don't understand what it is you expect me to do.
Anne laid a hand on Nicky's arm.
Nicky, listen to us. We don't know what is causing Richard's malady. We have no way of trying to cure something when we don't know what it is. Even if we knew for sure that it was a glamour spell that had tainted that arrow. Short the one who cast such a web, or absent the arrow, none of the three of us could eliminate the spell. But we can't be certain it was such a spell, or an entirely different kind of spell. Or if it's simply delirium brought on by the injury, we don't know the cause, we may never know.
What must be done now, she said in a serious manner that no longer tried to be anything but straightforward and honest,
is to eliminate the obsession, whatever its origin. It doesn't matter if it was brought about by a spell, a dream, or by some sudden onset of insanity. The memory of this woman, Kaelin, is a false memory that is distorting his thinking, and therefore must be eliminated from his mind.
Nicky was stupefied by what she was hearing. She looked from the former prelate to Zed.
Are you seriously suggesting that I use subtractive magic on your grandson's mind? You want me to eliminate a part of his consciousness, a part of who he is? No, not part of who he is, never. I would never want that.
Zed licked his thin lips.
His voice came out sounding helpless and despairing. I want you to heal him. I want Richard back, the Richard I know, the Richard we all know, the real Richard, not the Richard with these foreign notions taking over his mind and destroying him.
Nicky shook her head.
I can't do that to the man
She closed her mouth before she finished the sentence.
I would have back the Richard I love, Zed said in soft supplication. The Richard we all love.
Nicky backed away a step, shaking her head, unable to think of what to say to such desperation. There had to be another way to bring Richard to his senses.
Show her,
Nathan said to Anne, his voice suddenly sounding very much like the towering prophet he was, the Rahl he was. Anne nodded in resignation and pulled something from a pocket. She held it out to Nicky.
Read this.
When Anne dropped it into Nicky's hand, she saw that it was a journey book. She looked up at Nathan, Anne, and finally Zed.
Go on,
the prophet said. Read the message Anne received from Verna. Journey books were incredibly rare. In fact, Nikki had thought they had all been destroyed at the Palace of the Prophets. She knew that what was written in one of the matched pair of twinned books would appear in the other. The stylus kept in the spine that was used to write in the book was also used to wipe away old messages. In that way, the Journey books never wore out or became obsolete. Nikki opened the invaluable product of ancient magic and turned to the writing. "Anne," it began in a clear hand, "I fear to report that things are not going well with our forces. Where is Richard? Have you found him yet? I apologize for pressing you yet again, for I know you are traveling with all due haste, but the problems with the army grow more serious every day. Men have deserted, not a great many, mind you, but we are in Dahara now, and the whispers are growing that Lord Rahl will not lead them in a battle that they all believe will be suicide. Richard's continuing absence only confirms this fear for them. Day by day they grow to feel they have been abandoned by their Lord Rahl. None of the men believe that they have a chance against the enemy if Richard is not with his own troops to lead them. General Meifert and I grow more desperate by the day as to what to tell disheartened men. Even if there was good reason, it is still difficult enough for men knowing they face death not to have word from the first leader in their lives whom they truly believe in. Please, Anne, as soon as you reach Richard, tell him how much all these brave young men who have borne the brunt of defending our cause for so long and have suffered so much need him. Please find out how soon he will join us. Ask him to please hurry. Urgently awaiting word. Yours in the light, Verna." The book lowered in Nikki's hands. Tears stung her eyes. Anne lifted the journey book from Nikki's trembling fingers. "What would you have me tell Verna? What would you have her say to the troops?" Anne asked in a quiet, even gentle tone. Nikki blinked at the tears. "You want me to take away his mind? You want me to betray him?" "No, not at all," Zed assured her, gripping her shoulder in his powerful fingers. "We want you to help him, to heal him." "We fear to even approach Richard in his present condition," Anne said. "We fear he may suspect something. I'm afraid I'm partly responsible for that because of my harsh reaction to his delusions. The Creator forgive me, but I have spent my life ruling people's lives and expecting compliance. Old ways die hard. Now he thinks I intend to inflexibly force him to follow prophecy. He grows increasingly distrustful of us, but not of you." "He would trust you," Zed told her. "You could lay a hand on him, and he would not suspect anything." Nikki stared. "Lay a hand on him?" Zed nodded. "You would have control of him before he ever knew what had happened. He won't feel a thing. When he wakes up, the memory of Kaelan Amnel will be wiped away, and he will be our Richard again." Nikki bit her lower lip, unable to trust her voice. Zed's hazel eyes brimmed with tears. "I love my grandson dearly. I would do anything for him. I would do this myself if I could do as good a job of it as you. I want him to be well. We all need him well." He squeezed her shoulder again. "Nikki, if you love him too, please do this. Please do what only you can do and heal him one more time." Chapter 56. Master Rahl guide us, Master Rahl teach us, Master Rahl protect us, Kaelan murmured yet again. "In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled, we live only to serve, our lives are yours." Her shoulders ached from kneeling on the floor with her forehead against the tiles, saying the devotion over and over.
Despite the aching fatigue, she didn't really mind it. "Master Rahl, guide us," Kaelin said as she started in again in harmony with the joined voices that echoed softly through the marble halls. "Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." In fact, she found it rather pleasant saying the same words over and over. They filled her mind, helping numb the terrible void. The words made her feel not so alone, so lost. "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Some of those concepts struck a chord with her, and she found them comforting, safe, thriving lives where knowledge and wisdom prevailed. She liked the image of that. Such ideas seemed quite the marvelous dream. The others with her had been in a hurry, but when they'd seen the soldiers look their way, they had decided that they'd better go with the rest of the people collecting in a square that was open to the overcast sky. Under that cloudy sky lay white sand, raked in concentric lines around a dark, pitted rock. On the top of the rock sat a bell in a stout frame. This was the bell that had rung and called all the people together. Pillars supported arches on all four sides of the opening in the roof of the square. On the tile floor among the columns all around Kaelin, people were on their knees, bent forward, with their foreheads touching the tile. In unison, everyone chanted the devotion to the Lord Rahl. Right near the end of the next repetition, the bell atop the dark pitted rock rang twice. The voices all around Kaelin trailed off as they all finished together with, "Our lives are yours." In the sudden quiet, people rose up on their knees, many of them stretching and yawning before getting to their feet. Conversation welled up again as the people began moving off, going back to their business, to whatever they had been doing before the bell had called them to devotion. When the others with her gestured, Kaelin followed the orders and moved off down the passageway, away from the open square. They passed statues and an intersection before they angled their way over to one side of the broad hall. The other three stopped. Kaelin stood silently as she waited and watched people going past. The long climb up endless stairs, down miles of corridors, and up random flights of yet more stairs, all after the journey to get there in the first place, had left her dead on her feet. She would have liked to have sat down, but she knew better than to ask. The sisters didn't care if she was exhausted. Worse, though, she could tell how tense and edgy they were, especially after the unexpected interruption for the chanting. They would not react sympathetically or kindly to a request to sit down. With the mood they were in, if Kaelin even asked, she knew they would not have the slightest compunctions about beating her. She didn't think that they would do it right there, not with all the people around, but they certainly would later. She stood quietly, trying to be invisible and not draw their ire. She guessed that the kneeling would have to be rest enough. It was all she was going to get. Soldiers in handsome uniforms carrying a variety of polished weapons at the ready patrolled the halls, watching everyone. Each time guards passed, whether in pairs or larger groups, their gazes took careful note of the three women standing with Kaelin. When that happened, the three sisters pretended to be looking at statues, or some of the rich tapestries of country scenes. One time, to avoid the attention of passing soldiers, they huddled close, pretending to be oblivious of the soldiers, as they pointed out a grand statue of a woman holding a sheaf of wheat as she leaned on a spear. They smiled as they spoke softly among themselves, as if enjoying a pleasant discussion of the artistic merits of the work until the soldiers had gone on past. "Would you two sit down on that bench?" Sister Elisha growled. "You look like cats being sniffed by a pack of hounds." Sisters Tovey and Cecilia, both older, glanced around and saw the bench a few steps behind them, up against the white marble wall. They scooped their dresses under their legs as they sat beside each other. Tovey, as heavy as she was, appeared especially weary. Her wrinkled face was red as a beet from kneeling with her face to the floor. Cecilia, always tidy, used the opportunity provided by sitting on the bench to fuss with her gray hair. Kaelin started for the bench, relieved at last to have a chance to sit. "Not you," Sister Elisha snapped. "No one is going to notice you. Just stand there beside them so I will be better able to keep an eye on you." Sister Elisha lifted an eyebrow in warning. "Yes, Sister Elisha," Kaelin said. Sister Elisha expected an answer when she spoke. Kaelin had learned that lesson the hard way, and would have answered sooner had she not stopped really listening after she'd been told that the offer to sit didn't include her. She reminded herself that even if she was tired, she had better pay more attention, or she would earn a slap for now, and a lot worse later. Sister Elisha did not look away, or allow Kaelin to, but instead placed the tip of her stout oak rod under Kaelin's chin and used it to forcefully tilt her head up. "The day is not over yet. You still have your part to do. You had better not even think of letting me down in any way. Do you understand?" "Yes, Sister Elisha." "Good. We're all just as tired as you know." Kaelin wanted to say that they may be tired, but they had ridden horses. Kaelin always had to walk and keep up with their horses. Sometimes she had to trot or even run to keep from falling behind. Sister Elisha was never pleased if she had to turn her horse and go back to collect her lagging slave. Kaelin glanced around the passageway at all the wondrous things displayed. Her curiosity overcame her caution. "Sister Elisha, what is this place?" The sister tapped her rod against her thigh as she briefly took in her surroundings. "The People's Palace. Quite the beautiful place." She looked back at Kaelin. "This is the home of the Lord Rahl." She waited, apparently to see if Kaelin would say anything. Kaelin had nothing to say. "Lord Rahl? You know, the man we've been praying to, Richard Rahl, to be precise. He is the Lord Rahl now." Sister Elisha's eyes narrowed. "Have you ever heard of him, my dear?" Kaelin thought about it. Lord Rahl. Lord Richard Rahl. Her mind seemed empty. She wanted to think things, to remember, but she couldn't. She guessed that there was simply nothing for her to remember. "No, sister, I don't believe I have ever heard of the Lord Rahl." "Well," Sister Elisha said with that sly smile she brought out from time to time, "I don't suppose you would. After all, who are you, just a nobody, a nothing, a slave?" Kaelin swallowed back her urge to protest. How could she? What would she say? Sister Elisha's smile widened. It seemed her eyes could look right down into Kaelin's soul. "Isn't that right, my dear? You are a worthless slave who is fortunate for the charity of a meal." Kaelin wanted to object, to say that she was more, to say that her life had value and was worthwhile, but she knew that such things were only a dream. She was tired to the bone. Now her heart felt heavy too. "Yes, Sister Elisha." Whenever she tried to think about herself, there was only an empty void. Her life seemed so barren. She didn't think it was supposed to be, but it was. Sister Elisha turned when she noticed Kaelin's gaze going to the returning Sister Armina, a mature woman with a straightforward personality. Sister Armina's dark blue dress swished as she hurried down the wide corridor in a weaving course to make her way among the people strolling through the palace, engaged in conversation, and not watching where they were going. "Well?" Sister Elisha asked when Sister Armina reached them. "I got caught up in a mass chanting to our Lord Rahl." Sister Elisha sighed. "Us too. What did you find?" "This is the place, just behind me at the next intersection. then down the hall to the right. We need to be careful, though." "Why?" Sister Elisha asked as Sisters Tovey and Cecilia hurried close to listen. The four sisters put their heads closer. "The doors are right there at the side of the hallway. There isn't any way to go in there without being seen. At least for us, it's pretty clear that no one is supposed to even think of going in there." Sister Elisha glanced up and down the hall to make sure no one was paying them any heed. "What do you mean it's pretty clear?" "The doors are made specifically to warn people away. They have snakes carved on them." Kaylin shrank back. She hated snakes. Sister Elisha slapped her rod against her leg as she pressed her lips together. Fuming, she finally turned her sour visage on Kaylin. "You remember your instructions?" "Yes, sister," Kaylin answered immediately. She wanted to get it over with. The sooner the sisters were happy, the better. It was getting late in the day. The long climb up through the inside of the plateau and then the chanting had taken more time than the sisters had expected. They had thought they would be finished and on their way by now. Kaylin was hoping that when she was done they could make camp and get some sleep. They never let her get enough sleep. Setting up camp meant more work for her, but at least there was sleeping to look forward to, as long as she didn't earn the sisters' displeasure and a beating. "All right. This actually makes little practical difference. We will just have to stand off a little farther than we planned, that's all." Sister Elisha scratched her cheek as an excuse to take a careful look, checking for guards before leaning in again. "Cecilia, you stay here and watch this end of the hall for any sign of trouble. Armina, you go back past the entrance and watch the other side. Start now so that it doesn't look like we're together as we near the doors, in case they're being watched." Sister Armina flashed a crafty grin. "I will saunter down the halls and look like an odd visitor until she's done." Without further word, she hurried off. "Tovey," Sister Elisha said, "you come with me. We'll be two friends walking and chatting while visiting the Lord Rahl's grand palace. Meanwhile, Kaylin will be seeing to her tasks." Sister Elisha snatched Kaylin's upper arm and spun her around. "Come on." With a shove, Kaylin was pushed on ahead of them. She hiked her pack up as she was hurried along. Together, the two sisters followed her down the hall. As they reached the intersection where they had to turn right, two big soldiers came around toward them. They gave Sister Tovey only a passing glance, but they smiled at Sister Elisha's smile. Sister Elisha could appear innocently enchanting when she wanted to, and she was attractive enough that men paid her notice. No one noticed Kaylin. "Here," Sister Elisha said. "Stop here." Kaylin halted, staring across the hall at the thick mahogany doors. The snakes carved in the doors stared back at her. Their tails coiled around branches carved into the tops of the doors. The snakes' bodies hung down so that the heads were at eye level. Fangs jutted out from gaping jaws, as if the pair were about to strike. Kaylin couldn't imagine why anyone would carve such hideous creatures indoors. Everything else in the palace was beautiful, but these doors were not. Sister Elisha leaned close. "You remember all of your instructions?" Kaylin nodded. "Yes, sister. If you have any questions, ask them now." "No, sister. I remember everything you told me." Kaylin wondered why it was that she could remember some things so well, but so many other things seemed lost in a fog. "And don't dawdle," Tovey said. "No, Sister Tovey, I won't." "We need what you're being sent to recover for us, and we need it without any foolishness." Malevolence gleamed in Tovey's eyes. "Do you understand, girl?" Kaylin swallowed. "Yes, Sister Tovey." "You'd better," Tovey said, "or you'll answer to me, and you would not want that, believe me." "I understand, Sister Tovey." Kaylin knew that Tovey was deadly serious. The woman was usually relatively even-tempered, but when provoked, she could turn vicious in a flash. Worse, Once she started in, she enjoyed seeing others helpless and in agony. "Go on then," Sister Elisha said, "and don't forget, don't talk to anyone. If the men up there say anything, just ignore them. They will leave you be." The look in Sister Elisha's eyes gave Kaylin pause. She nodded before hurrying off across the hall. Her exhaustion forgotten, she knew what she had to do, and she knew that if she didn't, there would be trouble. At the doors, she grasped one of the handles that looked like a grinning skull, only made of bronze. She deliberately didn't look at the snakes as she put her muscle into pulling open the heavy door. Inside, she paused, letting her eyes adjust to the dim light of lamps. The thick carpets of golds and blues quieted the room and prevented any of the echoes like there were in so many of the halls. The intimate room, paneled in the same mahogany as the tall doors, seemed a quiet refuge from the sometimes noisy palace. With the door closed behind her, she realized that she was finally totally away from the four sisters. She couldn't remember a time when she had ever been alone from them. At least one of the sisters was always watching her, watching their slave. She didn't know why they watched her so closely. After all, Kaylin had never actually tried to escape. She had often used to seriously consider it, but she had never actually gotten to the point of trying it. Just the thought of trying to escape from the sisters brought on such terrible pain that it made her feel like blood would run from her ears and nose, and that her eyes would surely burst. When she thought of leaving the sisters and the pain closed in to bear down on her, she couldn't get the thought out of her head fast enough, and even then the pain lingered. Such an episode usually left her so sick to her stomach that it was hours before she could even stand, much less walk. The sisters always knew when it happened, probably because they found her in a heap on the ground. When the pain in her head finally faded, they beat her. The worst was Sister Elisha, because she used the stout stick she always carried. It left welts that were slow to heal. Some still had not healed. This time, though, they had ordered Kaylin to leave them and go in alone. They had told her that it would not bring on the pain so long as she kept to her instructions. It felt so good to be away from those four terrible women that Kaylin thought she might cry with joy. Inside the room, though, were four big guards to replace the four sisters. She paused, unsure what to do. Serpents on one side of a door with serpents carved on it, and serpents on the other. She seemed never to be able to find any peace. Kaylin stood frozen for a moment, afraid to try to go past the guards, afraid of what they might do to her for being in a place that she so obviously did not belong. They were staring at her in a most curious way. Kaylin gathered her courage, hooked some of her long hair behind an ear, and started for the stairwell she saw across the room. Two guards stepped together to block her way. "Where do you think you're going?" one of them asked her. Kaylin kept her head down and kept moving. She turned a little sideways to be able to slip between them. As she went past, the second guard said to the first, "What did you say?" The first man, who had asked Kaylin where she thought she was going, stared at him. "What? I didn't say anything." As Kaylin made it to the stairs, the other two guards strolled over to the ones who had tried to block Kaylin's path. "What are you two babbling about?" one of them asked. The first waved a hand. "Nothing, it's nothing." Kaylin hurried up the stairs as fast as her tired legs would carry her. She paused on the broad landing to catch her breath, but she knew she dared not rest for long. She grabbed the polished stone handrail and hurried on up the rest of the way. A soldier at the top immediately turned to the sound of her footsteps. He stared at her as she climbed up into the hallway. She rushed past him. He paused only briefly before turning and ambling off to continue his patrol. There were other men in the hall, soldiers. Soldiers everywhere. Lord Rahl had a lot of soldiers, all of them huge, intent-looking men. Kaylin swallowed in wide-eyed fright at seeing so many soldiers in the way of what she had been told to do. If they slowed her, Sister Elisha would not be understanding nor forgiving. Some of the soldiers saw Kaylin and started her way, but when they reached her, they lost their intent gazes and walked right by. As Kaylin hurried along the hall, other guards turned urgently to officers, but then, when questioned, said that it was nothing and to forget it. Other men lifted an arm to point, only to then let the arm drop before continuing on their way. As the men saw her and at the same time forgot her, Kaylin steadily made her way down the hall toward where she had been told she had to go. It concerned her, though, that so many of the men were carrying crossbows. The men with the crossbows wore black gloves. Their cocked weapons were loaded with deadly-looking red-fletched arrows. Sister Elisha had told Kaylin that as part of the magic that brought on the pain to prevent her from escaping, she was shrouded by webs of magic that kept people from noticing her. Kaylin tried to think of why the sister would do such a thing, but her thoughts simply would not connect, would not link together into understanding. It was the most ghastly thing, not being able to make herself think about specific things when she wanted to. She would start out with the question, then the answer would begin to form, but simply run out as if there was nothing more there. Despite the conjured shroud around her, though, Kaylin knew that if one of the soldiers pointed his crossbow at her and pulled the bolt release before he forgot her, she would be dead. She wouldn't mind being dead, because it would at least mean being freed of the anguish that was her life. But Sister Elisha had warned her that the sisters had great influence with the keeper of the dead. Sister Elisha said that if Kaylin ever thought to slip away from her duties to them by slipping the bounds of the world of the living and taking the long journey into the world of the dead, she would find that it was no refuge, and in fact would prove to be a far worse place. It was then that Sister Elisha had told Kaylin that they were sisters of the dark, as if to drive home the veracity of the warning. Kaylin hadn't really needed the assurance. She had always been sure that any of the four sisters could chase her down any hole and get her, even if that hole was a grave like the one they'd opened one dark night for reasons Kaylin couldn't even imagine and didn't want to know. Looking into the sisters' terrible eyes, Kaylin had known that she was hearing the truth. After that, while death invited her with release, it also terrified her with dark promises. She didn't know if this had always been her life, the life of chattel belonging to others. No matter how hard she tried, though, she could remember no other. As she slipped by men patrolling, she made her way through a series of intersections that Sister Elisha had drawn in the dirt for her at various camps as they traveled. The sister had used her oak rod to diagram the halls so that Kaylin would know where she had to go. As she moved through those halls she had memorized, no one ever tried to stop her. In a way, it was depressing that the men paid her no heed. It was the same everywhere, though. No one ever noticed her, or if they did, they immediately disregarded her and went back to their own business. She was a slave, without her own life. She belonged to others. It made her feel invisible, insignificant, unimportant, a nobody. Sometimes, like when making the long underground climb up into the palace, Kaylin would see men and women together, smiling, an arm around each other, touching one another. She tried to imagine what that would feel like to have someone care about her, to cherish them. Kaylin swiped a tear off her cheek. She knew she would never have that. Slaves did not have a life of their own. They were used for their master's purposes. Sister Elisha had made that very clear. One day when Sister Elisha had gotten that vicious look in her eyes that she sometimes got, she said that she was thinking of having Kaylin bred so that she could produce them an offspring. But how did it come to be this way? Where had she come from? Surely everyone's past didn't evaporate out of their minds the way Kaylin's had. In the fog of her thoughts, she couldn't make her mind work the problem through. She asked the question, but the concept seemed to be soaked up into a dim haze of nothingness. She hated the way she couldn't think. Why could other people think while she could not? Even that question quickly faded away into irrelevance among the mire of twisting shadows, just the way she faded away when people saw her. Kaylin stopped when she arrived at a pair of huge doors covered in gold. The doors looked like Sister Elisha had said they would, a scene of rolling hills and forests, all sheathed in gold. Kaylin looked both ways, then put all her weight into the task of pulling one of the massive doors open enough to slip inside. She took a last look, but none of the guards were watching her. She pulled the door closed behind herself. It was much brighter inside than the hallway had been. Even though it was an overcast day, the skylights let in a flood of light that lit a most astonishing garden. Sister Elisha had told her about the garden in general terms, but for Kaylin to see it up here in the palace was beyond anything she had imagined. The place was wondrous. Richard Rahl was a lucky man to have such a garden that he could visit any time he wanted. She wondered if he would come and visit while she was in there, and see her, and then forget her. Remembering her task, Kaylin admonished herself to keep her mind on what she had been sent to do. She hurried down one of the paths through a sprawl of flower beds. The ground was littered with fallen red and yellow petals. She wondered if Richard Rahl picked flowers here for his lady love. She liked the sound of his name. It had a comforting ring to it. Richard Rahl. Richard. She wondered what he was like, if he was as pleasant as his name was to her ear. As she made her way along the path, Kaylin gazed up at the small trees growing all about her. She loved the trees. They reminded her of something. She growled in frustration. She hated it when she couldn't remember things that she was sure were important. Even if they weren't important, she hated forgetting things. It was like forgetting parts of who she was. She hurried past shrubs and vine-covered stone walls until she reached the grassy place that Sister Elisha said would be there in the center of the garden. Across the way, the grassy ring was broken by a wedge of stone atop which sat a slab of granite, looking much like a table. Atop the granite slab were supposed to be things Kaylin had been sent to retrieve. Seeing them suddenly, she quailed. The three objects were as black as death itself. They looked as if they were sucking in the light from the room, from the skylights, from the very sky, and trying to swallow it all. Her heart hammering with dread, Kaylin rushed across the grass to the granite table. Being that close to such sinister-looking objects made her nervous. She slipped the shoulder straps off and set the pack down beside the black boxes she had been sent to recover. Her bedroll, lashed underneath, made the pack not want to sit up, so she had to lean it a little to the side. She laid her hand on the bedroll for a moment, feeling the soft contour of what was rolled up inside. It was her most precious possession. She remembered then that she had better get back to business. She immediately realized, though, that she was going to have a problem. The boxes were bigger than Sister Elisha had said she thought they would be. They were each nearly as big as a loaf of bread. There was no way they would all fit in her pack. But those had been her explicit instructions. The wishes of the sisters conflicted with the reality that the boxes weren't going to fit. There was no way to satisfy the contradiction. Memories of previous punishments flashed through her mind, bringing a sheen of sweat to her brow. She wiped the sweat from her eyes as the visions of torture came back to her. This, of all things, she cursed silently. She had to remember. Kaylin decided that there was nothing else she could do. She would have to try. At the same time, she also fretted about stealing things out of Lord Rahl's garden. After all, they didn't belong to the sisters, and Lord Rahl would not have that many men posted all around the garden unless the boxes were important to him. She was no thief, but was it worth the kind of punishment she would receive, should she refuse? Was her blood worth Lord Rahl's treasure? Was Lord Rahl the kind of man who would want her to refuse to steal, and as a result suffer the sisters' torture? She didn't know why, and maybe she was only coddling her doubts. But she told herself that Richard Rahl would say to take the boxes rather than sacrifice her life. She flipped open the top of her pack and attempted to shove things down in tighter. But there was very little give. They were already packed as tightly as they were ever going to pack. With rising worry that she was taking too much time, she pulled on clothes,
trying to get something to wrap the first black box in. Out came part of her satiny white dress. Kaylin stared at the silken, nearly white material in her fingers. It was the most beautiful dress she had ever seen. But why would she have it? She was a nobody, a slave. What would a slave be doing with such a beautiful dress? She couldn't make her mind work to answer such a question. The thoughts simply would not come together into answers. Kaylin snatched up one of the boxes and rolled it up in the skirt of the dress and stuffed it all into the pack. She leaned on the box, trying to shove it down deeper, then closed the flap to test the fit. The flap hardly covered the top of the box, and she had only one of them inside. She had to cinch the flap down with the strap just to get it to stay. There was no way in the world that the other boxes were going to fit in her pack. Sister Elisha had been very explicit that Kaylin had to hide the boxes in her pack, or the soldiers would see them. They would forget Kaylin, but Sister Elisha had said that the soldiers would recognize the boxes Kaylin was taking out of the garden room, and then they would send up alarms. Kaylin had been told in no uncertain terms that she had to hide the boxes. But she could see that there was no way all three would fit. Around the campfire a few nights before, Sister Elisha had put her face right up close to Kaylin's and whispered exactly what she would do to Kaylin, should she fail to do as instructed. Kaylin started trembling at the memory of what Sister Elisha had told her that terrible night. She thought of Sister Tovey and trembled all the more. What was she going to do? Chapter 57. Kaylin pushed open one of the doors with the snakes on the other side of it. Sister Elisha and Tovey immediately spotted her, and with furtive gestures motioned for her to come to where they waited down the hall. They didn't want to be seen near the doors with the snakes and the skulls. Kaylin crossed the hallway, watching the patterns in the marble floor, not wanting to look up into Sister Elisha's eyes. As soon as she had walked down the corridor and was close enough, Sister Elisha snatched Kaylin's shirt at her shoulder and pulled her over to a niche in the far wall. Both Sisters Elisha and Tovey caged her in. "Did anyone try to stop you?" Sister Tovey asked. Kaylin shook her head. Sister Elisha let out a sigh. "Good. Let's see them." Kaylin drew the pack off one shoulder and pulled it around enough in front so that the sisters could open the flap. Both of them pawed at the strap, cinching it down. They finally got it loose and flipped it back. Both sisters huddled close together, shoulder to shoulder, so that people in the hall couldn't see what they were doing, see what terrible thing they were about to bring out into the light of day. Sister Elisha carefully pulled off the satiny white fabric of Kaylin's dress, still stuffed partly down into the pack, to see the black box nestled within. Both stood in silent awe, staring. Sister Elisha, her fingers trembling with excitement, stuck her arm down in and started pawing around, searching for the others. When she didn't find them, she stepped back, a dark look coming over her face. "Where are the other two?" Kaylin swallowed. "I could only fit one into the pack, sister. The others wouldn't fit. You told me that I had to conceal them inside, but they were too big. I will—" Before Kaylin could say another word, before she explained that she planned to make 2 more trips to recover the other boxes, Sister Elisha, in a rage, whipped her stout rod around so hard that it whistled through the air. Kaylin heard a deafening crack as it hit the side of her head with full force. The world seemed to go silent and black. Kaylin realized that she was on the floor in a heap, crumpled on her knees. She cupped a hand over her left ear, gasping in paralyzing pain. She saw blood splattered all over the floor. She took her hand away and saw that it looked like she was wearing a warm, bloody glove. She could only stare at her hand and pant in little gasps, so crushing was the pain that her voice wouldn't work. She couldn't even cry out in agony. It seemed as if she were looking through a long, fuzzy black tunnel. Her stomach felt queasy. Suddenly, Sister Elisha seized Kaylin's shirt and hoisted her up from the floor, only to slam her against the wall. Kaylin's head smacked the stone, but compared to the pain radiating from the side of her head, her jaw, and her ear, it seemed inconsequential. "You stupid bitch!" Sister Elisha railed as she pulled Kaylin away and again slammed her against the wall.
"You stupid, incompetent, worthless bitch!"
Tovey looked like she, too, wanted to get her hands on Kaylin. She saw that down the corridor, half of Sister Elisha's broken rod lay against the wall. Kaylin struggled to find her voice, knowing it was her only salvation.
"Sister Elisha, I couldn't fit all three inside."
Kaylin could taste salty tears along with blood.
"You told me to hide them in my pack. They wouldn't fit. I planned to go back and get them, that's all. Please, I'll go back for the others. I swear I will get them for you."
Sister Elisha backed away. The smoldering anger in her eyes was frightening. Even though the woman backed away, she pointed at the center of Kaylin's chest with one finger, and Kaylin was slammed hard against the marble and pinned to the wall with a force that felt as massive as a bull leaning against her. It was a struggle to draw each breath against the crushing pressure. It was a struggle to see through the blood running into her eyes.
"You should have rolled the other 2 boxes in your bedroll, then you would have them all right now. Isn't that right?"
Kaylin hadn't considered doing that because it wasn't an option.
"But, sister, I have something else rolled in the bedroll."
Sister Elisha leaned in again. Kaylin feared that she was now going to be made to wish she was dead, or fear that she was about to be. She wasn't at all sure which fate would be worse. She felt the pain come on within her head to match the pain on the outside from the blow. Pinned against the wall, Kaylin couldn't fall to the ground, cover her ears, and scream, or she would have.
"I don't care what trifle you have rolled up in your bedroll. You should have left it out. The boxes are more important."
Kaylin could only stare, unable to move because of the force keeping her flattened to the wall, and unable to talk because of the force of pain crushing her mind. It felt like ice picks were being slowly shoved and twisted into her ears. Her ankles and wrists twitched involuntarily. She gasped with each throbbing wave of agony wrenching through her head, trying but unable to squirm away from the piercing pain.
"Now,"
Sister Elisha said in a low, menacing voice that carried deadly threat,
"do you think you can do that? Do you think you can go back up there and roll the other 2 boxes in your bedroll and bring them back to me like you should have done in the first place?"
Kaylin tried to talk but couldn't. She nodded instead, desperate to agree, desperate for the pain to stop. She could feel the blood running from her ear and the side of her head soaking the collar of her shirt. She was on her tiptoes, pressed back, wishing she could melt through the wall in order to get away from Sister Elisha. The pain wouldn't let up enough for her to catch a breath.
"Do you remember seeing some of the hundreds and hundreds of big lonely soldiers quartered down in the lower reaches of this place as we were coming up?"
Sister Elisha asked. Kaylin nodded again.
"Well, if you fail me again then, when I'm done breaking every bone in your body and making you suffer the agony of 1,000 deaths, then I'm going to heal you enough so that I can sell you to those soldiers down there to be their barracks whore. That will be where you spend the rest of your life, being passed from one stranger to another, with no one to care what happens to you."
Kaylin knew that Sister Elisha never made empty threats. The sister was absolutely ruthless. Kaylin averted her eyes as she sucked back a sob, unable to stand the sister's scrutiny any longer. Sister Elisha seized Kaylin's jaw and turned her face back.
"Are you certain that you understand the price should you fail me again?"
Kaylin, her chin held firm, managed to nod. She felt the pressure pinning her to the wall suddenly release. She collapsed to her knees, gasping with the waves of searing pain all along the left side of her face. She didn't know if any bones were broken, but it certainly felt like it.
"What's going on here?"
a soldier asked. Sisters Elisha and Tovey turned and smiled at the man. He glanced down at Kaylin, frowning. She stared up pleadingly at him, hoping to be rescued from these monsters. The man looked up, his mouth open, about to say something to the sisters, but then he never did. He looked from Sister Elisha's smile to Tovey's, and smiled himself. "Is everything all right, ladies?" "Oh, yes,"
Sister Toby said with a jovial chuckle. "We were just about to have a rest on the bench here. I was complaining about my backache, that's all. We were both saying what a nuisance it is to get older."
"I guess it is."
He bowed his head.
"Good day then, ladies."
He walked off without ever acknowledging Kalen's existence. If he saw her, he forgot about her before he could say anything. Kalen realized that it was the way she, too, seemed to forget things about herself. "Get up," the voice over her growled. Kalen struggled to her feet. Sister Elisha jerked Kalen's pack around in front again. She flipped back the flap and dragged out the sinister black box wrapped in Kalen's satiny white dress. She handed the bundle to Sister Toby. "We've already been here too long. We're starting to draw attention. Take this and get going."
This is the end of disc number 19. Please insert disc number 20. This is disc number 20.
Sister Elisha handed the bundle to Sister Toby. "We've already been here too long. We're starting to draw attention. Take this and get going." "But that's mine!" Kalen cried out as she grabbed for the dress. Sister Elisha backhanded her hard enough to make her teeth slam together. The blow knocked her sprawling. Lying on her side on the floor, Kalen drew her legs up as she cradled her head in agony. Blood was smeared all over the marble. She shook as the pain bore down and would not let up. "You want me to leave without you?" Sister Toby asked as she tucked the box wrapped in the white dress under her arm. "I think it would be best. It will be safest if we get this box on its way while this worthless bitch goes back to get the others. If it takes as long as the first one, I'd just as soon not have us both standing around here in the hall waiting for soldiers to decide to have a look. We don't need a battle. We need to slip away without a trace. If we were questioned, it wouldn't do to have them find we had one of the boxes of Orden." Sister Toby agreed. "I should just start out then, and wait for you somewhere, or keep going until I reach our destination. You'd best not stop for now." Sister Elisha motioned Kalen to her feet as she spoke to Sister Toby. "Sisters Cecilia, Armina, and I will meet back up with you once we get to where we're going." Sister Toby leaned a little toward Kalen as Kalen staggered to her feet. "I guess that gives you a few days to think about what I'm going to do to you when the rest of you join up with me again, doesn't it?" Kalen could manage only a whisper. "Yes, sister." "Swift journey," Sister Elisha said. After Sister Toby had rushed off down the hall, taking Kalen's beautiful dress with her, Sister Elisha seized a fistful of Kalen's hair and twisted her head close. The sister's fingers groped along the side of Kalen's face, making her cry out. "You have broken bones," she announced after her examination of Kalen's injuries. "Complete your mission and I will heal you. Fail, and it will only be the beginning. The other sisters and I have a number of other things we must do before our goals are accomplished. So do you. If you complete your task today, you will be healed. We would like you to be healthy for those future duties." Sister Elisha patted Kalen's cheek in a patronizing manner. "But I can always make other arrangements should you fail in this one. Now hurry up and get me the other 2 boxes." She had no choice, of course. As much pain as she was in, she knew that if she didn't comply, and soon, then it was only going to be worse for her. Sister Elisha had shown her that there was always more pain just waiting to be applied. Kalen knew, too, that there was no escape from the sisters. Kalen wished she could forget the pain like she seemed to have forgotten the rest of her life. It seemed that only the bad parts of her existence remained in the dark vaults of her memory. With her breath catching on the ragged edge of tears from the throbbing hurt, she pulled her pack back around, slipped her arm through the strap, and hiked the whole thing up on her back.
"And you had better do as I said and bring them both," Sister Elisha growled.
Kaylin nodded and rushed off across the broad corridor. Everyone ignored her. It was as if she were invisible. The few people who did look her way only seemed to see her for a fleeting moment before they, too, forgot that they had ever noticed her. Kaylin grabbed the bronze skull in both hands and pulled open one of the snake doors. She raced across the plush carpets and was past the guards before they could think to wonder what they had seen. She dashed up the stairs, ignoring soldiers patrolling the halls, some of whom briefly turned her way as if trying to hold the image of her in their memories before losing their mental grip of her and going on about their duties. Kaylin felt like a ghost among the living, there, but not. She grunted with the effort of pulling open one of the gold-clad doors enough to slip inside the garden. She was in so much pain that she could not rush fast enough. She just wanted to get back and have the sister make the hurt stop. As before, the garden was as quiet as a sanctuary should be. She had no time to notice or enjoy the flowers and trees. She paused on the grass, staring at the two black boxes sitting on the stone slab, momentarily immobilized by the sight of them, and by the thought of what she had been told to do. More slowly, she closed the rest of the distance, not wanting to ever get there, not wanting to ever have to do what she knew she must. But the agony of the twisting, throbbing pain all along the side of her head drove her on. Standing before the slab, she finally slipped off her pack and set it down beside the boxes on its back, rather than its bottom. She wiped her runny nose on the back of her sleeve. Gently, she caressed the side of her face, fearing to touch it and make it hurt worse, but at the same time aching to comfort the throbbing pain. She almost fainted when she felt something jagged sticking out. She didn't know if it was a splinter from Sister Elisha's broken oak rod, or if it was a splinter of bone. Either way, she felt lightheaded and thought she might vomit. Knowing she had little time, she crossed one arm across her stomach, and with the other hand began untying the leather thongs holding her bedroll to the bottom of her pack. Her fingers were slick with blood, making the task of untying the knots more difficult. She finally had to resort to using both hands. When she at last had them undone, she carefully unfurled her bedroll and took out what lay inside, setting it on the stone slab so as to make room for the loathsome black boxes. She sucked in a sob, trying not to think of what she was leaving behind. Kaylin forced herself to set to work wrapping the two remaining boxes in her bedroll. When she was finished, she laced up the thongs, securely fastening them to ensure that the boxes would not fall out. At last finished, she swung the pack onto her back again and reluctantly started across the open area of bare ground in the center of the immense indoor garden. As she crossed the ring of grass, she paused and turned, looking back through her watery vision at what she was leaving on the stone slab in place of the boxes. It was the most precious thing she had, and now she was leaving it behind. Overwhelmed and unable to go on, feeling more hopeless and helpless than she could ever remember feeling, Kaylin sank to her knees in the grass. She crumpled forward as she broke down, sobbing. She hated her life. She hated living. The thing she loved most was being left behind because of those evil women. Kaylin wept uncontrollably, gripping the shaggy grass in her fists. She didn't want to leave it. But if she didn't, Sister Elisha would never let her get away with violating such a direct order. Kaylin sobbed at how sorry she felt for herself, for her helpless situation. No one but the sisters knew her, or even knew that she existed. If only just one person would remember her. If only the Lord Rahl would come to his garden and save her. If only, what good was wishing? She pushed herself up then, and sitting back on her heels, stared off through the tears at the granite slab, at what she had left standing there. No one was going to save her. She didn't used to be this way. She didn't know how she knew that, but she knew. Somewhere in her dim, vanished past,
It seemed like she used to be able to depend on herself, on her own strength to survive. She didn't used to waste her time lamenting, if only. Staring across the garden, Lord Rahl's beautiful, peaceful garden, she drew strength from what she saw standing there now, and at the same time from somewhere deep inside herself. She had to do that now, be resolute, as she was sure she used to be. She had to somehow be strong for herself, for her own sake. Kaylin somehow had to save herself. What stood there now was no longer hers. It would be her gift to Richard Rahl in exchange for the nobility of life, her life, that she had remembered in his garden. "Master Rahl, guide us," she quoted from the devotion. "Thank you, Master Rahl, for guiding me this day, for guiding me back to what I mean to myself." She swiped the backs of her wrists across her eyes, wiping away the tears and blood. She had to be strong or the sisters would defeat her. They would take everything from her. Then they would win. Kaylin couldn't let them do that. She remembered then and touched the necklace she wore. She turned the small stone between a finger and thumb. This, at least, was still hers. She still had the necklace. Kaylin struggled to her feet and straightened under the weight of the pack. She first had to get back so that Sister Elisha would at least heal the injury she had inflicted. Kaylin would willingly take that help because she would then be able to go on and find a way to succeed. With a last look back, she finally turned and headed for the door. She knew now that she couldn't surrender her will to them, to their belief that they had a right to her life. They might defeat her, but it couldn't be because she allowed it. But even if she lost her life in the end, she knew now that they would not defeat her spirit. Chapter 58. Richard slowly paced the small room, deep in thought, going over the memory of the morning Kaylin had disappeared. He had to figure it out, and soon, for more reasons than one. The most important of those reasons, of course, was to help Kaylin. He had to believe that he still could help her, that she was still alive, and there was still time. He was the only one who knew her, who believed in her existence. There was no one but him to help her. There were also the implications of the wider concerns that her disappearance engendered. There was no telling how far-reaching those problems could turn out to be. In that, too, he was the only one opposing what hidden designs lurked behind events. Since it seemed Kaylin had so far not been able to escape her captors, that meant she couldn't and was going to need help. With the beast seemingly able to strike again at any time, Richard was painfully aware of how easily he could die at any moment, and if he did, then the one person who was her connection to the world would be gone. He had to use every minute of what time he had available to work toward helping her. He couldn't even bother wasting time reprimanding himself for all the days he had already let slip through his fingers. It had all started that morning, not long before he'd been shot with the arrow, so he had decided to concentrate on that single event and to start anew. He had pushed the enormity of the problem from his mind in order to narrow his focus on the solution. He would never come to understand who had Kaylin by pulling out his hair and agonizing over the fact that someone had her, or by trying to convince others that she existed. None of that had accomplished anything, nor would it. He had even set aside the books, Gegendross and Ordenic Theory, that he'd discovered in the little room. The first was in High Daharan. It had been a long time since he had worked with the ancient language, so he knew he couldn't afford to spend time on it. A brief examination had told him that the book might hold remarkable information, although he hadn't spotted any that was material. Besides, he was out of practice translating High Daharan. He didn't have time to work on it until he first solved other issues. The second book was difficult to follow, especially with his mind elsewhere, but he had read just enough of the beginning to realize that the book was indeed about the boxes of Orden. Other than the Book of Counted Shadows, which he had memorized as a child, he didn't recall ever seeing another book about the boxes of Orden. That alone, to say nothing of the profound danger of the boxes themselves, told him that the book was of immeasurable value. But the boxes were not his problem at the moment. Kalen was the problem. He'd set that book aside as well. There were also other books in the small shielded room, but he had not had the time or inclination to search through them. He had decided that devoting himself to the books before he had a true understanding of what was going on would only waste yet more time. He had to approach the problem in a logical manner, not in random, frantic attempts to somehow pluck an answer out of thin air. Whatever the cause of Kalen's disappearance, it had all started that morning just before the fight, when he'd been shot with the arrow. When Richard had climbed into his bedroll the night before the battle, Kalen had been with him. He knew she had. He remembered holding her in his arms. He remembered her kiss, her smile in the dark. He was not imagining it. No one would believe him, but he was not dreaming up Kalen. He put that part of the problem aside as well. He couldn't concern himself anymore with trying to convince others. Doing so was only diverting his attention from the real nature of the problem. Nor could he afford to give in to fear that others might be right that he was only imagining her. That, too, was a dangerous distraction. He reminded himself of the very real evidence, the issue of her tracks. Even if he couldn't make others understand the lifetime of learning that went into understanding the meaning of what he saw when he looked at tracks, he knew for certain what the evidence on the ground had revealed to him. There was a language to tracks. Others may not understand that language, but Richard did. Kalen's tracks had been swept away, undoubtedly with magic, leaving behind a forest floor too artificially perfect, and more importantly, the rock that he'd discovered kicked out of place. That rock told him he was right, told him that he was not imagining things. He had to reason out what had happened to Kalen, and that meant how she had been taken. Whoever had done it had magic. That much he knew. He at least knew that much because of the way their tracks had been altered. Knowing that narrowed the possibilities of who could be responsible. It had to be someone with magic sent by Jagang. Richard remembered waking from a dead sleep that morning and laying there on his side. He remembered not being able to open his eyes for more than a brief moment at a time, and not being able to lift his head. Why? He didn't think it was because he was groggy from still being half asleep. It had been more overwhelming than that. It had felt like sleepiness, yet stronger. But the part of the memory that had him at the tantalizing, frustrating brink of near understanding was what he remembered seeing in the murky darkness of false dawn as he had laid there trying to fully wake. That part of the memory was where he now put all his attention, all his mental effort, all his concentration. He remembered shadowy tree limbs that appeared to move about, as if carried to and fro in the wind. But there had been no wind that morning. Everyone had been sure about that point. Richard himself remembered how dead still it had been, but the dark shapes of the tree limbs had been moving. It seemed a contradiction. But, as Zed had pointed out with the wizard's 9th rule, contradictions can't exist. Reality is what it is. If something contradicted itself, then it wouldn't be what it is. It was a fundamental law of existence. Contradictions can't exist in reality. Tree limbs could not wave around by themselves, and there had been no wind to move them. That meant he was looking at the problem all wrong. He was always stumped by how the tree limbs could move about in the wind when there was no wind. The simple fact was that they couldn't. Maybe someone had been moving them. Pacing across the little room, Richard halted. Or maybe it wasn't the tree limbs that had been moving. He'd seen the shadowy movement and had assumed it was the tree limbs. Maybe it wasn't. With that single insight, Richard gasped with sudden realization. He understood. He stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to move, as the sequence of events and scraps of information from that morning tumbled together in his mind, forming a framework of comprehension of what had happened. They had been taking Kalen, probably using a spell of some sort on her, as they did to keep Richard asleep, then collected her things and tidied up the camp to erase evidence of her having been there. That was the moment he remembered. It hadn't been tree limbs moving back and forth in the near darkness. It had been people. Gifted people. Richard saw a red glow. When he looked up, Nicky was coming into the small room. "Richard, I need to talk to you." He stared at her. "I understand. I know what the viper with 4 heads means." Nicky's gaze turned away, as if she couldn't bear to look into his eyes. He knew that she thought he was merely adding another layer to his delusion. "Richard, listen to me. This is important." He frowned at her. "Have you been crying?" Her eyes were red and puffy. Nicky was not the sort of woman given to tears. He had seen her cry, but only for very good reason. "Never mind that," she said. "You have to listen to me. Nicky, I'm telling you, I figured out— Listen to me!" Fists at her sides, she looked as if she might again burst into tears. He realized that he had never seen her looking quite this distraught. He didn't want to waste any more time, but he decided that it might hurry things along if he let her have her say. "All right, I'm listening." Nicky stepped close and gripped him by both shoulders. With an intent expression, she peered into his eyes. Her brow wrinkled with conviction. "Richard, you have to get out of here." "What?" "I've already told Kara to collect your things. She's bringing them now. She said she knows her way down here, down into the tower anyway, without having to go through shields." "I know, I taught her before." Richard's sense of alarm began to rise. "What's going on? Is the keep under attack? Is that all right?" Nicky cupped one hand to the side of his face. "Richard, they are determined to heal you of your delusion." "Kaelin is no delusion. I just now figured out what happened." She seemed not to notice what he said, or maybe she was ignoring what she thought was no more than yet another in a long series of attempts to prove the impossible. This time, though, he wasn't really interested in proving it to her. "Richard, I'm telling you, you have to get out of here. They wanted me to use subtractive magic to eliminate your memory of Kaelin." Richard blinked in surprise. "You mean Anne and Nathan want to do that? Zed never would." "Zed, too. They convinced him that you're sick and the only way to heal you is to excise what they consider to be the diseased portion of your thoughts, responsible for your false memories. They convinced Zed that time is running out, and this is the only way to save you. Zed is so heartbroken to see you like this that he has snatched at what he thinks may be the only chance to make you well again." "And you agreed to this?" She indignantly smacked the side of his shoulder. "Are you crazy? Do you really think I would do that to you? Even if I thought they were right, do you seriously think I would ever consider taking away part of who you are? After what you've shown me about life, after what you have done to bring me back to embracing life, do you really think that I would do that to you, Richard?" "No, I guess you wouldn't do such a thing, but why would Zed? He loves me." "He is also terrified for you. Terrified that you are being taken over by this delusion or bewitchment or whatever is causing this sickness that is leaving you alive, but not really yourself, turning you into a stranger they don't know. Zed feels that this might be their only chance to ever have you whole again, to ever have you be Richard, the real Richard again. I don't think that any of them, Anne, Nathan, or Zed, really wants to do this, but Anne truly believes that you alone are the salvation for our cause. She has faith that prophecy has revealed this as the only chance we have, and she is desperate to make you well, lest we all be lost. Zed was reluctant, but then they showed him a message in the journey book and talked him into it." "What message?" "Verna is with the Daharan troops. She sent word that our soldiers are becoming disheartened that you haven't joined them. Verna fears that unless you are there to lead them, they may choose not to go on. She sent a desperate message wanting to know if Anne had found you yet, trying to find out when you could be expected to join your men in the coming battle with the Imperial Order." Richard was stunned. "I suppose I can understand why the 3 of them are so worried, but to ask you to use subtractive magic— "I know. I think it's a solution born of desperation, not clear thinking. But worse, I fear that once they discover that I don't intend to do as they wanted, They will then decide that they can't let this opportunity slip away from them, and so their only alternative will be to try to somehow use their gift to cure you themselves. That kind of blind tampering with consciousness would be unpredictable, to say the least. They're desperate because they fear we all are running out of time before Jagang ends our chances forever. They believe this is the only solution. They are no longer listening to reason. You have to get out of here now, Richard. I only agreed to their plan so that I could warn you first and give you time to get away. You must leave immediately if you are to escape. Richard's head was spinning at the very notion of what they wanted to do. That presents a problem. I don't know how to cover my trail with magic the way Zed can. If they are as committed as you say they are, then they will come after me. If they follow me and take me by surprise, what am I going to do then? Fight them? She lifted her arms in frustration. I don't know, Richard, but I do know their state of resolve. Nothing you say is going to talk them out of this because they think you are suffering under a condition where you aren't rational. So they feel that for your own good they must take control. They may be doing it for loving reasons, but they're wrong to do it this way. Dear spirits, I too think you're suffering from some problem, but I just couldn't allow them to do this. Richard squeezed her shoulder in a gesture of appreciation before he turned away as he tried to take it all in. It was near to impossible for him to imagine that Zed would agree to such a thing. It just wasn't like him. Wasn't like him. Of course. It also wasn't like Anne to be so certain of how Richard must be made to play out his role in prophecy. Kaelin had changed everyone who knew her. She had made Anne come to see how Richard wasn't meant to follow the literal reading of prophecy as if it were a book of instruction. Since Kaelin had vanished, everyone had changed. Zed was different too, and not in ways that were at all helpful. Even Kara had changed. She was just as protective, but now she was protective in a somehow more feminine way. Nikki had changed as well, although in her case Richard thought the results were more positive, from his standpoint anyway. She had forgotten everything having to do with Kaelin, and as a result, she had become more sheltering of him despite her own views and interests, more willing to champion him despite everything he said and did. She was more devoted to him, and thus more dedicated to safeguarding him. But Zed had changed in ways that were more troubling, much as Anne had become more overbearing and willing to directly interfere with Richard's decisions and impose her views of what she believed Richard had to do. Richard had been telling people all along that the implications of Kaelin's disappearance were far broader and more complex than anyone but he was seeing. This change in everyone's behavior, some subtle and some overt, was further manifestation of those far-reaching effects. And yet, even Richard hadn't realized the full extent of the hidden corollaries and consequences. Things had changed. Richard could no longer allow past characteristics to confuse the reality of how matters were in the present. It was vital that he recognize the truth of the way things were now and not be influenced by how they had once been. Nikki had become even more of an ally. Kara was just as protective as ever, if in a subtly different way. But Zed and Anne, and possibly Nathan, had become less than dependable in ways that mattered most. He had to take the way people had changed into account and act accordingly. He had to keep his objectives in mind and act to accomplish those goals, even if it meant no longer fully trusting people he once had, people he cared about. With Kaelin's disappearance, everything was being altered. The rules had changed. He turned back to Nikki. This couldn't have happened at a worse time. I just figured it out. The Viper with 4 heads are the Sisters of the Dark. Chagang's sisters? No, my former teachers, Sisters Tovi, Cecilia, Armina, and their leader, Sister Elisha. Sister Elisha was the one who assigned all of my teachers, including you. Richard, that's just crazy. I don't know. It's not. That morning when I thought I saw the tree limbs moving, when there was no wind, it wasn't the tree limbs. It was those sisters I saw move about in the near darkness. But Jagang has all the Sisters of the Dark. No, he doesn't. He's a dreamwalker, Richard. With the bond to you, the Sisters of the Light who are free are out of his grasp. But he captured those sisters. I was there with them when Jagang first got his clutches on us. They are Sisters of the Dark. Without the bond, they're helpless against the dreamwalker. My feelings are what bonded me to you and allowed me to escape his control. But they couldn't escape. They're not loyal to you, nor could they be. Oh, but they are. They swore a bond to me. What? That's impossible. Richard shook his head. You weren't with them the day it happened. It was when Jagang's troops were trying to take the Palace of the Prophets, Sister Elisha and my former teachers, except you were gone and Liliana was dead, knew where Kalen was being held. They wanted free of Jagang's domination, and so they made me an offer. They traded the whereabouts of Kalen in exchange for being allowed to swear loyalty to me so they could escape the Dreamwalker's domination. Nikki was in near apoplexy with bottled objections. She looked as if the idea was so bizarre that she had trouble even deciding where to start. She heaved a breath to gain control of her galloping objections. Richard, you simply have to stop coming up with such flights of fancy. None of this even works in your story. The Viper, as you think you figured out, would really then have to have 5 heads. You forgot Marissa. No, Marissa is dead. She was trying to kill me. She came after me. She said she intended to bathe in my blood. Nikki pulled a strand of hair through her finger and thumb. Well, I admit, I often heard her make that vow. She tried to make good on the vow. She had followed Kalen and me in the Sliff. The Sword of Truth is incompatible with life in the Sliff. When I got here, I retrieved the sword and plunged it into the Sliff before Marissa was able to get out. She died in there. Of those Sisters of the Dark who swore loyalty to me, only 4 are still alive. Those sisters are the Viper with 4 heads. They're the ones who came that morning and took Kalen. They used magic to spell me so that I wouldn't awake easily. The spell they used must have been something simple, like magnifying my sleepiness so that I wouldn't realize that magic had been used on me. The single wolf that called wasn't a wolf, but a signal given by the approaching troops. Because of the spell, I didn't recognize it for what it was. The spell made me so sleepy I couldn't think, but still, I knew there was something strange about it. The sisters then used magic to cover their trail. They took Kalen. Nikki seized fists full of blonde hair as she growled in agitation. But they're Sisters of the Dark. They can't be bonded to you and the Keeper both. That whole concept is crazy. I thought so too. Sister Elisha convinced me that I was only looking at it from my perspective. She wanted to swear loyalty, and in return I got to ask where Kalen was. They had to answer truthfully to honor their bond. They then were to leave. If I asked any more than that, it would break our agreement and we would all be back where we started, them subjects of Jagang and Kalen a captive. Sister Elisha said that after swearing their bond to me and my asking one question, they would then leave. They got the bond, I got Kalen. But they're Sisters of the Dark. Sister Elisha said that if they didn't actively try to kill me thereafter, they considered that to definitely be to my benefit. So that was, in their view, conforming to the requirements of their bond, since not killing me was what I wanted, therefore keeping their bond to me intact. Nikki turned away, one hand on a hip. In an odd sort of way, that actually makes sense. Sister Elisha is more than devious. That's the way she thinks. Nikki turned back. What am I saying? Now you're starting to suck me into your delusions. Richard, stop this. Look, you have to get out of here, and you have to do it now. Come on. Kara will be right behind me with your things. Richard knew that Nikki was right. He couldn't find Kalen if he had to worry about warding off 3 people with a gift who knew quite well how to use it and wanted to alter his very thoughts. They weren't likely to give him any chance to explain anything. He had already tried explanations, and that hadn't worked. They would most likely do what they thought they had to do. Richard didn't believe that they would give him any warning. Before he knew what had hit him, it would be over. He hated to admit it to himself, but he knew that Zed was capable of such a thing. After giving Richard the sword of truth, when they were on their way to try to recover the boxes of Orden that Dark and Rahl had put into play, Zed had once said that so many lives were at stake that he would not hesitate to kill even Richard if necessary, to save all those innocent people. He had told Richard how, to be the seeker and carry the sword of truth, he had to be ready to be just as committed to their cause, that he had to understand the larger picture. It was hardly out of the question to imagine Zed now being willing to use magic to try to erase Richard's memory of Kalen. A memory that Zed thought was a sickness that was harming him and their cause and thereby endangering the lives of millions. "I think you're right," Richard admitted in a dejected voice. "They will try to stop me." He picked up the 2 small books lying on the table and slipped them into a back pocket. "I think we'd better get out of here before they can do that." "We? You want me to go with you?" Richard paused and shrugged self-consciously. "Nicky, you and Kara are the only true friends I have right now. You've been there to help me when I needed it most. I can't afford to leave valued friends behind just when I'm beginning to figure out what's going on. Once I do have it figured out, I may need your help with it. But even if I don't, I'd like you there with me just for the advice and support you give me. I mean, if you're willing to come. I'd not force you, of course, but I'd like you to come." Nicky smiled that rare smile she had, the smile that revealed the nobility of the woman Nicky really was, the smile he had only seen since she had come to love life. Chapter 59. Kara stood impatiently waiting on the other side of the shield. Rika, standing guard near the iron door, was watching out into the tower room. Both turned when they saw the red glow and heard Richard coming. He saw packs and other gear collected into a neat pile just inside the door. He pulled his pack out from among the others and stuffed the 2 books inside. "We're leaving then?" Kara asked. Richard put his arms through the straps and hiked the pack up onto his back. "Yes, and I think we'd best not waste any time." As he picked up his bow and quiver, everyone else started gathering their own things. It appeared that Kara, wanting Nicky to be near Richard so that she would be handy to help protect him, had brought the sorceress's things along as well. Richard wondered how much of wanting Nicky along had to do with what Shota had said. He saw that Rika too had a pack. He almost asked her what she thought she was doing, but realized then that she was Mord Sith, and she would say that her place was with him. He had spent so much time with only Kara protecting him that he thought it would feel a bit odd having more than one Mord Sith around again. "Everyone ready?" he asked as he saw them all tightening straps and buckles. After each woman nodded, Richard led the grim-faced group out the doorway. He knew that Kara might have followed him without question, but she wouldn't blindly follow Nicky or anyone else's orders without good reason. So he suspected that Kara had probably asked a lot of pointed questions, something Mord Sith were wont to do, and found out why they had to leave. At the base of the tower, Richard ran his hand along the iron railing as he started around the walkway, but then a sudden realization brought him to a halt. Everyone waited, watching him, wondering why he had stopped. Richard looked at Nicky's puzzled blue eyes. "They're not going to trust you in this." "What do you mean?" Nicky asked. "It's too important. They aren't going to leave it to you to do as they instructed. They will be concerned that you'll lose your courage, or that you might fail and allow me to slip away." Kara stepped closer. "You mean you think they will come looking for you?" "No, not looking for me," Richard said, "but I bet that somewhere between here and the way out of the keep they will be lying in wait, just in case I get past Nicky and try to leave. If we come upon them unexpectedly, then it will be too late." "Lord Rahl," Rika said, "Mistress Kara and I would not allow anyone to harm you." Richard lifted an eyebrow. "I'd just as soon not have it come to that. Those 3 think they need to help me. They aren't intent on harming me, at least not intentionally. I don't want you 2 to hurt them. But if they surprise us with the intent of using their magic on you, you can't expect us to let them do it, Kara said. Richard met her gaze for a moment. Like I said, I don't want it to come to that. Lord Rahl, Kara said in a low voice, I simply can't allow anyone to attack you in such a way, even if they think it's to help you. You can't equivocate in a situation like that. If they attack you, it must be stopped, period. If they were allowed to succeed, then you would never be the same again. You would no longer be the Lord Rahl we know, the Lord Rahl you are. Kara leaned even closer and fixed him with that look that Mord Sith had that always made him sweat. If they do attack you and are allowed to succeed because you fear to harm them, then when they are finished, you'll no longer remember this woman, Kaelin. Is that what you want? Richard clenched his jaw as he let out a deep breath. No, it's not. Let's try to avoid having it come to such things, but if it does, then I guess you're right. They can't be allowed to do as they intend. But if we must stop them, let's not use any more force than necessary. Hesitation is a mistake that invites defeat, Kara said. I would not be Mord Sith had I not hesitated when I was young. Richard knew she was right. The Sword of Truth had taught him that much at least. The dance with death allowed no compromise between life and death. He laid a hand on Kara's shoulder. I understand. Nikki gazed up the tower, her blue eyes taking in the doors all around it. Where do you think they will wait? I don't know, Richard said as he hooked his thumbs under the shoulder straps of his pack. The Wizard's Keep is immense, but in the end there's only one way out, since there are so many routes we could take. I'd guess it would be when we get nearer the courtyard, out to the portcullis. Lord Rahl, Rika spoke up, looking a little uneasy once he met her gaze. There is another way out. Richard frowned at her. What are you talking about? There is another way out beside the main entrance. It is only accessible through passages deep in the keep. How do you know such a thing? Your grandfather showed it to me. Richard didn't have time to wonder at such a thing. Do you think you can find it again? Rika considered a moment. I believe so, she finally said. I wouldn't want to get us lost down in the keep, but I believe I can find the way. Starting out from here, we're already part of the way, so it won't be quite so hard. Richard went to rest his hand on the hilt of his sword as he considered. The sword wasn't there. He rubbed his palms together instead. Maybe it would be better if we went that way. Rika turned, her blonde braid whipping around as she did so, and started away. Follow me, then. Richard let Nikki go ahead of him, then followed, letting Kara bring up the rear. He hadn't gone a dozen steps when he stopped. He turned and looked back. Everyone glanced to where he was looking and then watched him, puzzled by what he could be thinking. We can't go that way either. He turned back to Rika. Zed showed you that way out of the keep. He knows Mord Sith. He knows that despite how well you two got along, if presented with a choice, your loyalties will fall to me. Zed is fond of using tricks. He will let Anne and Nathan guard the routes to the main entrance to the keep. He will lie in wait on the route he showed you, Rika. Well, if there are only two ways out, Nikki said, that means they will have to split up to make sure both are blocked. That's if Zed goes through the thought process as you've laid it out. He might forget that he told Rika about the other way out, or he might not think that she would tell you. That way still might be clear. Richard slowly shook his head as he stared off at something else. The wide platform partway back around the walkway, around the stagnant water in the bottom of the gloomy interior of the tower. While what you say is possible, counting on Zed to make such a strategic mistake would be foolish. Nikki was looking a bit worried. Well, you can't use your power without chancing calling the beast, but I certainly can use mine. And I have more power at my command than Zed does. If they split up, as you suggest, then we will not have all three to contend with at once. No, but I'd not like to have that kind of a test, especially not in the keep. It's possible that there are defenses here that he has initiated to protect the first wizard should he be attacked. You might simply try to catch him up in a conjured tangle to slow him down while we escape, and it might be all it takes to trigger something lethal. Besides, even if you do manage to succeed at such a thing, he could still come after us. Nikki folded her arms. Then what exactly do you suggest we do? He turned back and once again met her blue eyes. I suggest that we take a way out that they can't follow. Her nose wrinkled up. What? The Sliff. Everyone looked back down the walkway as if the Sliff might be standing there waiting for them to come and travel with her. Of course, Kara said. We could escape without them ever knowing where we've gone. There will be no tracks. More than that, though, it can put us a tremendous distance away from the danger. They will have no hope of ever following us. Exactly. Richard clapped her on the back of the shoulder. Let's go. They all followed him as he rushed down the walkway and through the blasted open doorway. Inside the Sliff's room, Nikki cast magic, igniting the torches in brackets on the walls as they all gathered around the well. Everyone peered down together. There's only one problem, Richard said out loud as the thought came to him while gazing down into the black abyss. He looked up at Nikki. I have to use magic to call the Sliff. Nikki took a deep breath and let it out with a discouraged look. That is a problem. Not necessarily, Kara said. Shota told us that using your magic had the potential to call the blood beast, but it acts randomly. When you use magic, it would be logical that it would thus find you, but the beast doesn't act through logic. It might come when you use magic, Shota said, or it might not. There's no way to tell or predict. And we're pretty certain that we're not going to be able to walk out of this place without having to confront the others, Nikki pointed out. Trying to run will present two problems, Richard said, getting past them and then keeping out of their grasp to prevent them from trying to heal me. This makes more sense. The Sliff would be a certain way to escape without Zed, Anne, and Nathan having any way to either follow or know where I went. And it would also avoid confronting them, something I'd not like to have to do. I love my grandfather. I don't want to have to defend myself against him. I almost hate to say it, Kara said, but this makes more sense to me too. I agree, Rika said. Call the Sliff. Nikki held a handful of her hair back as she looked down to peer into the well again. And hurry, before they come looking to see what's taking me so long. Richard didn't hesitate. He stretched his fists out over the well. He needed to call his own gift in order to call the Sliff, and calling his own ability was not something he was good at. He resolved that he had done it before. He would have to do it again. He let his tension go. He knew that he had to do this, or he very well might lose his chance to ever find the one woman he loved more than life itself. For a moment, the pain of how much he hurt every day without her nearly made him pull inward with the aching misery of it. With his sincere and burning need to do whatever he must in order to help Kaylin, his need ignited deep within him. He felt it roaring up from the core of his being, taking his breath. He tightened his abdominal muscles against the power of the feeling within him. Light ignited between his outstretched fists. He recognized the sensation from having done it before. He pressed the leather-padded silver wristbands he wore together. He had not had these the first time, but they were what the Sliff had told him he should use to call her again. They brightened to such intensity that through his flesh and bone Richard could see the other side of the heavy silver bands. He focused his intent. He wanted nothing else but for the Sliff to come to him so that he could help Kaylin. He hungered for it. He demanded it be done. Come to me. The glow of light wailed as it ignited in a line down the center of the well, like a lightning bolt, but instead of the sound of thunder, the air crackled with the ripping roar of fire and light racing away at incredible speed into the depths of blackness. Those around the stone wall gazed anxiously down inside the well, lit by the flash of light. Nikki also glanced around, keeping an eye on the room around them, apparently worried about the appearance of the beast. The echo of the power Richard had sent down into the well was a long time in fading away, but at last all fell silent. In the stillness of the keep, In the quiet of the mountain of dead stone towering around and above them came a distant, deep rumbling. A rumbling of something coming to life. The floor began to quake with growing force until it began lifting dust from the joints and cracks. Small pebbles danced on the trembling stone floor. Far down in the distant depths, the well began filling with something rushing up the shaft at impossible speed, roaring with a howling shriek of velocity as it came. The howl grew as the Sliff rushed upward to meet the call. Nicky, Kara, and Rika backed away from the well as shimmering silver shot upward, coming to an instantaneous stop that somehow seemed graceful. Within the undulating silver pool, a lustrous metallic hump mounded up. Rising above the edge of the stone wall surrounding the well, it drew up into a bulk, rising of its own accord, gathering into a recognizable shape. Its glossy surface, like a liquid mirror, reflected everything around the room, distorting the images reflected off its surface as it grew and transformed. It looked like living quicksilver. The rising shape continued to contort, bending into edges and planes, folds and curves, until it warped into a woman's face. A silver smile widened in what seemed to be recognition. "Master, you called me?" The Sliff's eerie feminine voice echoed around the room, but her lips hadn't moved. Richard stepped closer, ignoring Nicky and Rika's wide-eyed astonishment. "Yes, Sliff, thank you for coming. I need you." A silver smile was pleased. "You wish to travel, Master?" "Yes, I wish to travel. We all do. We all need to travel." The smile widened. "Come then, we will travel." Richard herded everyone close to the well. Liquid metal formed into a hand that reached out to touch each of the three women in turn. "You have traveled before," the Sliff said to Kara after only brief contact with her forehead. "You may travel." The glistening hand gently brushed a palm across Nicky's brow, lingering for a bit longer. "You have what is required. You may travel." Rika lifted her chin, ignoring her distaste for magic, and stood her ground as the Sliff touched her forehead. "You may not travel," the Sliff said. Rika looked indignant. But if Kara can, why can't I?" "You do not have both sides required," said the voice. Rika folded her arms defiantly. "I must go with them. I'm going too. That's all there is to it." "It is your choice, but if you try to travel in me, you will die, and then you will not be with them either." Richard laid a hand on Rika's arm before she could say anything else. Kara captured the power of someone who had an element of the required magic. That's why she can travel. There is nothing to be done about it. You have to stay here. Rika didn't look at all happy, but she nodded. "The rest of you had better get going then." "Come," the Sliff said to Richard, "and we will travel. To which place do you wish to travel?" Richard almost said it aloud, but then stopped himself. He turned to Rika. "You can't come with us. I think you had better leave now, so that you don't even hear where I'm going. I don't want to take the chance that if you know, then the others might somehow find out. My grandfather can be clever when he wants to be, and pull tricks to get his way." "You don't need to tell me," Rika sighed in resignation. "You're probably right, Lord Rahl." She smiled at Kara. "Protect him." Kara nodded. "I always do. He's pretty helpless without me." Richard ignored Kara's boast. "Rika, I need you to tell Zed something for me. I need you to give him a message." Rika frowned as she listened intently. "Tell him that 4 Sisters of the Dark have captured Kaelin, the real Mother Confessor, not the body buried down in Aidendrill. Tell him that I intend to come back as soon as I can, and I will bring him the proof. I ask that when I return, before he tries to cure me, he allow me to show him the evidence I will bring, and tell him that I love him and understand his concern for me, but that I'm doing as the Seeker must do, as he himself charged me to do when he gave me the Sword of Truth." When Rika had gone, Kara asked,
What evidence? I don't know. I haven't found it yet. Richard turned to Nicky. Don't forget what I told you before. You have to breathe in the sliff once we go under. At first you'll want to hold your breath, but that just isn't possible. Once we arrive and come up out of the sliff, you must let her out of your lungs and again breathe in the air. Nicky was looking more than a little nervous. Richard took her hand. I'll be with you, as will Kara. We've both done this before. I won't let go of you. It's hard to make yourself breathe in the sliff for the first time, but once you do, you will see that it's quite a remarkable experience. It's rapture to breathe the sliff. Rapture, Nicky repeated, with more than just a little incredulity. Lord Rahl is right, Kara said. You'll see. Just remember, Richard added, when it ends, you will not want to let go of the sliff and breathe air again, but you must. If you don't, you'll die. Do you understand? Of course, Nicky said with a nod. Come on, then. Richard started to climb up on the wall, pulling Nicky up with him. Where will we travel, Master? I think we should go to the People's Palace in Dahara. Do you know the place? Of course. The People's Palace is a central site. A central site? If living Quicksilver could be said to look puzzled by a question, the sliff looked puzzled. Yes, a central site. Like this place here is a central site. Richard didn't understand, but didn't think it was relevant, and so didn't press the issue. I see. Why the People's Palace? Nicky asked. Richard shrugged. We have to go somewhere. We'll be safe at the palace, but more importantly, they have libraries there with rare ancient books. I'm hoping that maybe we can find something about Chainfire. Since the sisters have Kalen, I'm thinking that Chainfire might have something to do with some kind of magic. From what we've heard, the Daharan army is somewhere in the vicinity on their way south. What's more, the last time I saw Berdine, another Mord Sith, was when I left her here in Aidendrill. So she will probably be either close to our troops or the palace. I need her to help me translate some of the material from the books I'm bringing along. Besides that, she has Kolo's journal, and she may already know something helpful. He glanced at Kara. Maybe we can see General Meifert and see how things are going with the troops. Kara's face lit with surprise and a broad grin. Nicky nodded thoughtfully. I guess all that makes sense, and I guess it's as good a place as any. It gets you out of immediate danger, and that's what matters most right now. All right, Sliff, Richard said. We wish to travel to the People's Palace in Dahara. A liquid silver arm came up and slipped around all three of them. Richard felt the warm, undulating grip compressing to get a firm grasp on him. Nicky had his hand in a death grip. Lord Rahl? Kara asked. Richard held up the hand that wasn't holding Nicky's to halt the sliff before she could lift them into the well. What? Kara bit her lip before finally speaking. You're holding Nicky's hand. Will you hold my hand, too? I mean, I wouldn't want the three of us to get separated. Richard tried not to smile at the worry on her face. Kara feared magic, even if she had already done this before. Sure, Richard said as he took her hand. I wouldn't want us to get separated. A sudden thought struck him. Wait, he said, stopping the sliff before she could start. Yes, Master. Do you know a person named Kalen Amnell, the Mother Confessor? This name means nothing to me. Richard sighed in disappointment. He hadn't really expected the sliff to know Kalen. No one else did either. Would you happen to know a place called the Deep Nothing? I know several places in the Deep Nothing. Some have been destroyed, but some still exist. I can travel to them if you wish. Richard's heart quickened in surprise. Are any of these places in the Deep Nothing also a central site? Yes, one of them, the sliff said. Casca in the Deep Nothing is a central site. Would you like to travel there? Richard glanced to both Nicky and Kara. Do either of you know this place, Casca? Nicky shook her head. Kara was frowning. I think I remember hearing something about it when I was little. I'm sorry, Lord Rahl,
but I don't remember exactly what. Just that the name sounds familiar from old legends." "What do you mean, legends?" Kara shrugged. "Old Daharan legends. Something about dreamcasters. Stories people told. Something about the history of Dahara. It seems like Casca is a name from olden times." Olden times. Dreamcasters. Richard remembered that when he'd skimmed through some of the book Gegendras, that he'd found back in the shielded room, he had seen something about casting dreams, but he hadn't translated the passage. Even though Richard was the leader of the Daharan Empire, he knew very little about the mysterious Dahara. Even if Kara didn't know more, Richard still felt as if he had just taken a step closer to finding Kaelin. "We wish to travel," he said to the Sliff. "We wish to travel to Casca in the deep nothing." It had been a long time since Richard had traveled in the Sliff, and he felt a bit apprehensive. But his excitement that he was finally making connections to find the answers that had for so long eluded him swept away any concern. "We travel to Casca, then," the Sliff said, her voice echoing around the stone room where once Kolo had died standing guard over her as the Great War had come to an end. At least, everyone thought it had come to an end. But those ancient conflicts had not ended so easily, and now they had again flared to life. The arm lifted all three of them off the wall and plunged them down into the silver froth. Nikki's grip on his hand tightened, and she gasped in a breath before going under. Chapter 60. With an arrow's speed, Richard flew through the silken silence of the Sliff. Yet at the same time he glided with the slow grace of a raven riding the stilled currents above towering trees on a moonlit night. There was no heat, no cold. In the silence, sweet sounds filled his mind. His eyes beheld light and dark together in a single spectral vision, while his lungs swelled with the sweet presence of the Sliff as he breathed her into his soul. It was rapture. Abruptly, it ended. Grainy darkness exploded in his sudden vision. There seemed to be blocky shapes all around as he broke the surface. Nikki's hand gripped his in terror. "Breathe," the Sliff told him. Richard let out the sweet breath, emptying his lungs of the rapture. With a needful gasp, he sucked in the alien air. Kara, too, gasped in the hot, dusty air. Nikki floated face down, rocking gently in the silver fluid. Richard threw an arm over the stone wall at the side of the Sliff, pulling Nikki with him. He took his bow off his back to get it out of his way and quickly set it against the outside of the wall. With the Sliff's help, he hopped up on the wall, and then with the Sliff lifting her, pulled the dead weight of Nikki up enough to get her shoulders and head up into the warm, dark air. Richard slapped her on the back. "Breathe, Nikki, breathe. Come on, you have to let go of the Sliff and breathe. Do it for me." At last she did. She gasped in the air, her arms flailing in terror at being confused and lost in such strange surroundings. Richard pulled her close as he helped her get her arms over the side and, panting, climb up on the wall. Brackets on the walls nearby held glass spheres, like back at the keep, that glowed brighter as he climbed out of the well. "What do you think this place is?" Kara asked as she peered around in the dim light. "That was rapture," Nikki said, still under the sway of the experience. "I told you," Richard said as he helped her climb out. "It looks like we're in a stone room of some kind," Kara said as she walked around the perimeter of the room. Richard made his way toward the darkness at one end, and two larger spheres in tall iron brackets brightened with an eerie green glow. He saw that they flanked steps. The steps, though, marched up to the ceiling. "That's pretty strange," Kara said as she stood on the second step, inspecting the dark ceiling. "Here," Nikki said. She was leaning over to the side of the steps. "There's a metal plate." It was the kind of metal plate Richard had seen in other places. They were trigger plates for shields. Nikki tapped her palm against it, but nothing happened. Richard pressed his hand to the icy cold plate, and stone started grating as it moved. Dust came down in streamers. The three of them ducked back as they all peered around in the gloomy light, trying to figure out what exactly was moving. The ground trembled. It felt like the whole room might be shifting and somehow changing shape. Richard then realized that it was actually the ceiling that was pulling aside. A growing patch of moonlight fell across the steps. Richard had no idea where they were, other than down in a stone room that appeared to be buried. He didn't know where Casca was, other than the sliff said that it was in the deep nothing, and he didn't know where that was, so he didn't really know what to expect. He felt decidedly uneasy. He reached for his sword. The sword wasn't there. For what felt like the 1,000th time, he felt the sinking regret of realizing why and where it now was. He drew his long knife instead as he started up the steps in a crouch, ducking low, not only so as not to hit his head on the ceiling before it had moved out of the way, but out of caution for who might be outside and have heard stones sliding aside. Kara, seeing him draw his knife, spun her agiel up into her fist. She tried to get out ahead of him, but he held his arm out, keeping her behind to the left. Nicky was close behind to his right. As he came up out of the ground, he saw the shadowed shapes of 3 people standing not far ahead. He knew that from being in the sliff until he fully recovered, his vision was more acute than ordinary. He could probably see them better than they could see him. With that sharp vision, Richard saw that the big man in the middle was holding a slender girl back against him. He had one hand over her mouth. He could see the girl squirming. Moonlight gleamed off the blade he held to her throat.
"Drop your weapons," the man holding the girl growled, "and surrender to the Imperial Order, or you will die."
Richard flipped the knife into the air, let it make a half-turn, and caught it by the tip. An inky shape suddenly swooped atop the man's head. The bird let out a piercing caw. The man flinched. Richard didn't take the time to wonder at such an unexpected assault. He heaved the knife. On broad wings, the bird lifted into the air. The blade hit the man in the center of his face with a solid thunk. Richard knew that the blade was long enough to have penetrated all the way through the man's brain, and that the tip would have pierced the back of his skull. The man dropped straight down behind the trembling girl, dead before he could think to do her harm. Before the men to either side of the girl could take a half a step, Nicky unleashed a scything whisper of power that took the heads off the other 2 men. The only noise it made was the sound of the heads hitting the ground with twin, dull thuds. The bodies toppled to either side of the girl. The night was still, but for the drone of cicadas. The girl hesitantly stepped closer and dropped to her knees. She bent forward before the steps until her forehead touched the stone at his feet. "Lord Rahl, I am your humble servant. Thank you for coming and protecting me. I live only to serve. My life is yours. Command me as you will." Even as the girl was still speaking in a quavering voice, Kara and Nicky were spreading out to the side, searching for other threats. Richard crossed his lips with a finger to let them know to be quiet about it, so as not to alert any other troops that might be near. Both saw his signal and nodded. Richard waited, listening for any threat. Since the girl was on the ground, he let her stay there out of harm's way. He heard the whisper of feathers against air as the raven landed on a nearby limb, and then the soft rustle as it folded in its wings. "It's clear," Nicky announced in a quiet voice as she returned from the shadows. "My Han tells me there are no others in the immediate vicinity." Relieved, Richard let the tension go out of his muscles. When he heard the girl weeping in quiet terror, he sat down on the top step right near her. He suspected her terror was fear that she might be killed just as the 3 men had been. Richard wanted to assure her that she was not going to die. "It's all right," he told her, as he gently grasped her shoulders and urged her up. "I'm not going to hurt you. You're safe now."
This is the end of disc number 20. Please insert. This is disc number 21.
"It's all right," Richard told the girl as he gently grasped her shoulders and urged her up. "I'm not going to hurt you. You're safe now." As she came up, he gathered the frightened girl into his arms, embracing her protectively, holding her head to his shoulder when she glanced to the three dead men, as if they still might jump up and snatch her away. She was a slender, lithesome creature, the kind of girl on the brink of being a woman, yet looking as frail as a bird about to leave the nest. Her slender arms came gratefully around Richard as she wept with relief. "The bird a friend of yours?" he asked.
"Loki," she confirmed with a nod. "He watches over me."
"Well, he did a good job tonight."
"I thought you weren't going to come, Master Rahl. I thought it was my fault that I wasn't a good enough priestess for you."
Richard ran a hand down the back of her head. "How did you know I was coming here?"
"The tellings say it is so, but I already waited so long that I thought they might be wrong. I was near to despairing that you would find us not worthy, and then I feared it was my failing."
He surmised that the tellings must mean prophecy of some sort. "You are a priestess, you say?" She nodded as she pulled back to look up at his smile. Richard saw then that her big copper-colored eyes peered out from a dark mask painted in a band around her face. It was a disturbing visage.
"I am the priestess of the bones. You have returned to help me. I am your servant. I am the one meant to cast the dreams."
"Returned?"
"To life. You have come back from the dead."
Richard could only stare. Nicky squatted down beside the girl.
"What do you mean, he returned from the dead?"
The girl pointed behind them at the structure from where they had emerged.
"From the world of the dead, back to we the living. It says his name there on his tomb."
Richard turned and indeed did see his name carved in the monument. The thing that came immediately to mind was seeing Kalen's name carved in stone, too. Both of them were alive, despite their graves. The girl glanced at Kara and then at Nicky.
"The tellings say that you will come back to life, Lord Rahl, but they did not say that you would bring your spirit familiars."
"I haven't come back from the dead," Richard told her. "I came through the sliff, down there in that well." She nodded.
"The well of the dead. The tellings mention such mysterious things, but I never knew their meaning."
"Do I call you priestess or by your name?"
"You are Master Rahl. You can call me as it pleases you. My name is Jillian, though. I have had that name my whole life. I'm afraid I have not been a priestess a long time, and so I'm not very good at it, I don't think. My grandfather said that when it is time, it matters not how old I am, but that it is time."
"How about if I call you Jillian, then?" he asked with a smile. She appeared still too frightened to return the smile.
"I would be honored, Master Rahl."
"My name is Richard. I'd like it if you called me Richard." She nodded, still with that look of awe filling her round eyes. Richard didn't know if her awe was at the Master Rahl or a dead man returned to life. "Now look, Jillian, I don't know anything about your tellings yet, but I haven't returned from the dead. I traveled here because I have trouble, and I'm looking for answers."
"You have found trouble, then. You killed 3 of them. The answer is for you to help me cast the dreams so that we might drive these evil men away. They have driven most of my people into hiding. The older ones are down there."
She pointed down the dark slope.
"They tremble in fear that these men will kill them if they do not find what they seek."
"What are they looking for?" Richard asked.
"I'm not sure. I have been hiding among the spirits of our ancestors. The men must have made someone down there tell them of me because they knew my name when they finally chased me down today. I have been staying out of their grasp for a long time. Today they were hiding where I had cached some food. The men grabbed me and wanted me to show them where the books are."
"These aren't the regular Imperial Order troops," Nicky explained to the frowning look on his face. "They're advanced scouts." Richard glanced at the bodies. "How do you know?"
"Because regular Imperial Order troops would never ask you to put down your weapons and surrender. Only the scouts searching for routes through strange lands and hunting for any information they can uncover would take prisoners. They question people. Those who won't talk are sent back to be tortured. These scouts are the men who first find stashes of books that are then collected for the Emperor to see. Scouts like this find not only the best routes for the troops, but they are meant to find something even more important for the Emperor, knowledge, especially that in books. Richard knew the truth of that. Jigang seemed to be an expert on history and what had been done in ancient times. He used that information to great advantage. It seemed like Richard was always trying to catch up with what Jigang already knew. "Have these men found any of the books yet?" Richard asked Jillian. Her copper-colored eyes blinked. "My grandfather has told me about books, but I know of none that are here. The city has been abandoned since ancient times. If there were books, they have long ago been looted along with anything else of value." That was not what Richard had hoped to hear. He had been hoping that maybe there would be something here that would help answer the questions he had. After all, Shota had told him that he must find the place of the bones in the deep nothing. The graveyard all around him certainly was a place of bones. "This place is called the Deep Nothing?" he asked her. Jillian nodded. "It is a vast land where little lives. None but my people can scrape a life from this forbidding place. People have always feared to come here. The bleached bones of those who do venture here are out there, in this place and to the south, before the Great Barrier. The land is called the Deep Nothing." Richard realized that it must be a place much like the wilds in the Midlands. "The Great Barrier?" Kara asked, suspiciously. Jillian looked up at the moored Sith. "The Great Barrier that protects us from the old world." "This has to be southern Dahara," Kara told him. "That's why I heard stories about Casca when I was a child, because it's in Dahara." Jillian pointed. "This is the place of my ancestors. They were destroyed by those from the old world back in ancient times. They too were ones who cast dreams." She looked off into the darkness to the south. "But they failed and were destroyed." Richard didn't have time to try to figure it all out. He had enough problems. "Have you ever heard of Chainfire?" Jillian frowned. "No. What is Chainfire?" "I don't know." He tapped a finger against his bottom lip as he thought about what to do next. "Richard," Jillian said, "you must help me cast the dreams that will drive these men away so that my people will be safe again." Richard glanced up at Nikki. "Any ideas how I can do such a thing?" "No," she said, "but I can tell you that the rest of the men will sooner or later come looking for these 3 dead men. These aren't your average Imperial Order soldiers. They may be brutes, but they are the smartest of them. I imagine that casting dreams is something that involves your gift, not an advisable thing to be doing," she added. Richard stood up and put one hand on a hip as he stared off at the dark city on the headland. "Seek what is long buried," he whispered to himself. He turned back to Jillian. "You said that you were a priestess of the bones. I need you to show me everything you know about the bones." Jillian shook her head. "First, you must help me cast the dreams so that I can chase the strangers away and my grandfather and the rest of our people will be safe." Richard sighed in frustration. "Look, Jillian, I don't know how to help you cast dreams, and I don't have time to figure it out, but I would imagine, as Nikki said, that it involves magic, and I can't use magic, or it very well could call a beast that could kill all of your people. This beast has already killed a lot of my friends who were with me. I need you to show me what you know about what is long buried." Jillian wiped at her tears. "Those men have my grandfather and others down there. They will kill him. You must save my grandfather first. Besides, he is a teller. He knows more than me." Richard put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He could not imagine how he would feel if someone who he thought was powerful refused to help save his grandfather. "I have an idea," Nikki said. "I'm a sorceress, Jillian. I know all about these men and how they work. I know how to handle them. You help Richard, and while you do that, I'll go down there and see to getting rid of these men. When I'm done, they will no longer be a danger to you or your people." "If I help Richard, you will help my grandfather?" Nikki smiled. "I promise." Jillian looked up at Richard. "Nikki keeps her word," he told her. "All right. I will show Richard everything I know about this place while you make those men leave us be." "Kara," Richard said, "go with Nikki and watch her back." "And who will watch yours?" Richard put a boot on the head of the man he had killed and yanked his knife free.
He pointed with the weapon. "Loki will watch our backs." Kara did not look amused. "A raven is going to watch your back?" He wiped the blade clean on the man's shirt, then returned the knife to its sheath at his belt. "The priestess of the bones will watch over me. After all, she's been here waiting all this time for me to come here. Nikki is the one who will be in danger. I'd appreciate it if you protected her." Kara glanced at Nikki as if grasping some greater meaning. "I will protect her for you, Lord Rahl." Chapter 61. As Nikki and Kara started down toward where Jillian said the rest of the Imperial Order soldiers were, Richard went back into his tomb and recovered the smallest of the glass spheres. He slipped it into his pack so that it wouldn't interfere with his night vision, but would be handy if they had to go into any of the buildings of the city. Searching ancient, decaying buildings in the dark was not a prospect he relished. Jillian was like a cat that knew every nook and cranny of the ancient city on the headland. They went through streets that had nearly disappeared under rubble and wreckage of walls long since fallen. Some of the debris had collected weather-borne dust and dirt that had eventually filled it in, making small hills where trees now grew among the buildings. There were a number of buildings Richard didn't want to enter because he could see that they were ready to collapse if the wind blew the wrong way. Others were still in relatively good condition. One of the larger buildings Jillian took him to had arches all along the front that at one time had probably held windows, or maybe had even been open to what seemed an inner courtyard. As Richard walked across the floor, small bits of crumbled mortar crunched underfoot. A mosaic made of tiny square-colored tiles covered the entire floor. The colors were long since faded, but Richard could still make them out well enough to see that the swirling lines of tiles made up a sprawling picture of trees dotting a landscape surrounded by a wall, with paths through places where there were graves. "This building is the entrance to a section of the graveyard," Jillian told him. Richard frowned as he leaned down a little, studying the picture. There was something odd about it. Moonlight fell across figures in the mosaic that were carrying platters with breads and what looked like meats into the graveyard, while other figures were coming back with empty platters. Richard straightened when he heard a horrifying cry drift up to them from the far distance. Both he and Jillian stood up, stock still, listening. More of the distant, faint wails and laments drifted in on the cool night air. "What was that?" Jillian asked in a whisper, her copper-colored eyes wide. "I think Nikki is getting rid of the invaders. Your people will be safe once she is finished." "You mean she is hurting them?" Richard could see that such concepts were alien to the girl. "These are men who would do terrible things to your people, including your grandfather. If they are left to come back another day, they will kill your people." She turned and looked back out through the arches. "That wouldn't be good. But the dreams would have driven them away." "Did casting dreams save your ancestors? Save the people of this city?" She looked back into his eyes. "I guess not. What matters most is that people who value life, like you, your grandfather, and your people, are safe to live their lives. Sometimes that means it's necessary to eliminate those who would do you harm." She swallowed. "Yes, Lord Rahl." He put a hand on her shoulder and smiled. "Richard, I am a Lord Rahl who wants people to be safe to live as they wish." At last, she smiled. Richard looked back to the mosaic, studying the picture. "Do you know what this means, this picture?" Finally pulling herself away from the distant, ghastly screams of pain that drifted in from the darkness, she looked down at the picture. "See this wall here?" she asked as she pointed. "The tellings say that these walls held the graves of the people of the city. This place here is where we are now. This place is the passage to the dead. The tellings say that there were always dead, but only this place to put them within the city walls. The people didn't want their loved ones to be far from them, far from what they considered the sacred place for their ancestors, so they made passages where they could find resting places for them." Shota's words echoed around in his memory. "You must find the place of the bones in the deep nothing. What you seek is long buried." "Show me this place," he told Jillian. "Take me back there." It was more difficult to reach than he had expected it would be. There was a labyrinth of passages and rooms back through the building. Some of it went between walls that were open to the stars, only to re-enter the dark depths of the building.
"This is the way of the dead,"
Jillian explained.
"The deceased were brought in through here. It is said that it was made this way in the hopes that the souls of the dead would be confused by the passages, and these new spirits would not be able to wander back out. Instead, confined in this place and unable to come back among the living, they would then go on to be where they belonged in the spirit world."
They at last came back, out into the night. The crescent moon was rising above the ancient city of Casca. Loki circled above and called down to his friend. She waved back. The graveyard spread out before him was good-sized, but seemed inadequate for a city. Richard walked with Jillian on the path through the crowded graves. Gnarled trees stood in places. In the moonlight it was a peaceful place with wildflowers spread across the rising and falling contour of the land. "Where are the passages you spoke of?" he asked her.
"I'm sorry, Richard, but I don't know. The tellings speak of them, but do not say how to find them."
Richard searched the graveyard, Jillian at his side, as the moon rose higher in the sky, and he could not find any evidence of passages. It all looked like any graveyard he had ever seen. Some of the ground was mounded with a number of markers. The stones for each grave were crowded close. Some yet stood, while others had long since fallen to lie flat on the ground or be grown over. Richard was running out of time. He couldn't stay down in Casca forever listening to the cicadas sing. This was getting him nowhere. He needed to look for answers where he was apt to find them. This ancient place did not appear to be the place. At the People's Palace in Dahara, there would be valuable books that Jagang had not yet been able to loot. It was more likely that he would find useful information there than in an empty graveyard. He sat down on the side of a small hillock beneath an olive tree to consider what he might do. "Do you know of any other place where there would be these passages that were mentioned in the tellings?" Jillian's mouth twisted as she considered.
"I'm sorry, but no. When it is safe, we can go down and talk to my grandfather. He knows many things, much more than me."
Richard didn't know how much time he had to devote to listening to her grandfather's stories either. Loki fluttered down to the ground nearby to feast on the newly emerging cicadas. After the 17 years they'd lived underground, more of them were emerging, only to be pecked up by the raven. Richard recalled a prophecy Nathan had read to him. It had mentioned the cicadas. He wondered why. It had said something about when the cicadas awakened, the final and deciding battle was upon them. The world, it said, was at the brink of darkness. Brink of darkness. Richard glanced down at the cicadas as they emerged. He watched them coming up out of the ground. As he watched, he realized that they were all coming up through a space in a gravestone laying face down against the rise of ground. Loki had noticed too, and stood eating them. "That's odd," he said to himself.
"What's odd?"
"Well, look there. The cicadas aren't coming up through the dirt. They're coming up from under that stone." Richard knelt down and pushed his fingers down into the space. It seemed hollow underneath. Loki cocked his head as he watched. Richard lifted, grunting with the effort. The stone began to lift. As it came up, he realized that it was hinged on the left. It finally gave way and opened. Richard stared down into the darkness. It wasn't a grave marker. It had been a stone cap to a passageway. He immediately pulled the glass sphere out of his pack. As it began to glow, he held it down in the dark maw. Jillian gasped. "It's a stairway." "Come on, but be careful." The stairs were stone, irregular and narrow. The leading edge of each was sway-backed and rounded from countless feet making the journey. The passage was lined with blocks of stone, making a clear path down deep into the ground. The steps came to a landing and turned right. After another long run, they turned left and went deeper. When they finally reached the bottom, the passage opened into wider corridors that were carved from the solid but soft rock of the ground itself. Richard held the glowing globe out in one hand and Jillian's hand in his other as he bent a little to clear the low ceiling as he led them deeper. It wasn't long before they encountered an intersection. "Do your tellings say anything about finding our way down here?" She shook her head. "How about all those mazes you learned? Do you think they will do you any good down here?"
"I don't know. I never knew this place existed."
Richard let out a breath as he looked down each of the two passages. "All right, I'll just start going in deeper. If you think you recognize anything or any of the routes, let me know." After she agreed, they started down the left fork. To each side of the narrow passageway, they began finding niches that had been carved into the walls. Inside each lay the remains of a body. In places, the niches were stacked 3 or 5 high. Some had 2 bodies, probably a husband and wife. Around some of the recesses, ancient paintings still remained. The artwork was vines in some places, people with food in others, and in some places simple designs. From the different styles and the varying quality of the art, Richard guessed that it must have been done by loved ones for a member of their family who had died. The narrow passageway opened up into a chamber with 10 openings tunneling off in various directions. Richard picked one and started down it. It, too, opened into broader spaces, with a warren of branches. The elevation changed from time to time, going down deeper and occasionally going up a bit. They soon began encountering the bones. There were rooms with stacks of similar bones in niches. Skulls had been carefully fit into one niche, leg bones all stacked and out in another, arm bones in another yet. Great stone bins carved in the side walls held smaller bones, all laid in neatly. As Richard and Gillian moved through vault after vault, they saw walls of skulls that had to number in the tens of thousands. Knowing that he was seeing only one random passageway, Richard could not imagine how many people had to be interred in the catacombs. Even as startling, and even horrifying, was to see so many of the dead. Each of their bones looked to have been placed reverently. None were simply cast into a hole or a corner. Each had been carefully placed, as if each had been a valued life. For what had to be well over an hour, they made their way through the maze of tunnels. Each section was different. Some were wide, some narrow, some with rooms to each side. After a time, Richard realized that each spot must have been carved out of the soft rock to make space for a family. That was why the niches seemed to fill every available space in such a haphazard fashion. And then they came to a section of the passage that had partially collapsed. A huge section of stone had toppled, and rubble had fallen in around it. Richard stopped and looked at the tangle of stone. "I guess this is as far as we go." Gillian squatted down, peering under the stone block, lying at an angle across the passageway.
"I can see a way under here."
She turned to Richard. Her copper-colored eyes looked frightening, staring out from the black mask painted across her face.
"I'm smaller. Do you want me to go have a quick look?"
Richard held the glowing sphere down in the opening to light it for her. "All right, but I don't want you to keep going if you think it looks dangerous. There are thousands of tunnels down here, so there are plenty of others to look in."
"But this is the one the Lord Rahl found. It must be important."
"I'm just a man, Gillian. I'm not some wise spirit returned from the world of the dead."
"If you say so, Richard."
At least she smiled when she said it. Gillian disappeared into the angular hole like a bird going through a thorn bush.
"Lord Rahl," came her echoing voice, "there are books in here."
"Books?" he called into the hole.
"Yes, a lot of books. It's dark, but it looks like a big room with books."
"I'm coming in," he said. He had to take his pack off and push it out ahead as he crawled in. It turned out not to be as worrisome as he had feared, and he was soon through. When he stood on the other side, he realized that the huge stone block lying at an angle across the passage had once been a door. It looked like it had been designed to slide out of a slot cut into the side of the wall, but at some point the massive door had broken along a fault in the stone, and it had toppled over. As Richard inspected the mess, he brushed the dust away and saw one of the metal plates that activated a shield. The idea that these books had been behind a shield made his heart race faster.
He turned back to the room. The warm light from the glowing sphere did indeed show a chamber full of books. The room ran at odd angles, seemingly without reason. Richard and Gillian walked along the passageway, looking at all the books. Most of the shelves were carved into the solid rock, the way the resting places for the dead had been cut out to make room. Richard held the sphere up as he started scanning the shelves. "Listen," he said to Gillian, "I'm looking for something specific. Chainfire. It might be a book. You start on one side, and I'll take the other. Make sure you look at each book's title." Gillian nodded. "If it's in here, we will find it." The ancient library was discouragingly huge. As they inched along and rounded a corner, they encountered a chamber lined with aisles of shelves. The search was slow going. They had to work in the same area so that they could both see. For several hours they painstakingly made their way through the room. Partway through they encountered side chambers, smaller than the main room, but still full of books. From time to time they each had to blow dust off some of the spines. Richard was tired and frustrated by the time they came to a spot where he saw another of the metal plates. He pressed the flat of his hand against it, and the stone wall in front of them began to move. The door wasn't big, and it quickly pivoted open into blackness. He hoped that the shields keyed off what they recognized of his gift, and didn't actually work by making his power answer some silent, unfelt call. He'd not like to be down in the catacombs and have the beast materialize. Richard stuck the light into the darkness and saw a small room with books. There was also a table that had long ago collapsed because some of the ceiling had come down on top of it. Gillian, deep in concentration, ran a finger along the spines of the books as she read each, while Richard took 5 strides across the room to the far wall. He saw another metal plate there and pressed his hand to it. Slowly, another narrow door in the stone began pivoting away from him into the darkness. Richard crouched lower as he stepped into the doorway and held the light partway in. "Master, you wish to travel?" a voice echoed. He was staring at light reflecting back off the Sliff's silver face. It was the well room where they had come in. The doorway was on the opposite side of the steps from where they had found the first metal plate that had opened the ceiling. They had just spent most of the night going around in a circle, ending up right where they had started. "Richard," Gillian said, "look at this." Richard turned back around and came face to face with the red leather cover of a book she was holding up. It said, Chainfire. Richard was so stunned that he couldn't talk. Gillian, grinning with discovery, came into the Sliff's room with him as he backed in, taking the book from her hands. He felt as if he were somewhere else, watching himself hold the book named Chainfire. Chapter 62. "Richard?" It was Nicky's voice. Still startled to actually have found Chainfire, he walked to the steps and looked up. Both Nicky and Kara, silhouetted by dawn light, were peering down at him. "I found it. Gillian found it." "How did you get down there?" Nicky asked as Richard and Gillian started up the steps. "We just looked in there and you weren't there." "Gillian?" It was a man's voice. "Grandfather!" Gillian raced the rest of the way up the steps and flew into an old man's arms. Richard climbed the steps after her. Nicky was sitting on the top step. "What's going on?" "This is Gillian's grandfather," Nicky said, lifting out a hand in introduction. "He is the teller of these people, the keeper of the old knowledge." "Glad to meet you," Richard said, embracing the old gentleman's hand. "You have a wonderful granddaughter. She just helped me out immensely." "You would have found it if I hadn't seen it first," Gillian said, grinning. Richard smiled back. He turned to Nicky. "What happened to Jagang's men?" Nicky shrugged. "Night fog." As Gillian went with her grandfather to greet Loki on a nearby wall, Richard spoke confidentially to Nicky and Kara. "Fog?" "Yes." Nicky interlaced her fingers around a knee. "Some kind of strange smoky fog drifted past them and made them go blind." Not just blind, Kara said with obvious delight, but burst their eyes right in their sockets. It was a bloody mess. I quite enjoyed it. Richard frowned at Nicky, wanting an explanation. They're scouts, she said. I know these men, and they know me. I didn't want them seeing me. More than that, though, I wanted them to be useless to Jigang, the ones who live anyway. From what Jillian's grandfather tells me, he doubts that many of them will make it back to Jigang's forces, but I made sure they were near enough to their horses so that their animals will carry them back. I want the ones who live through the ordeal to be able to report only the horror of the fog coming down from the hills, that they were blinded in a strange, forbidding, and haunted land. Such news will send a fright through his men. Raping, pillaging, and slaughtering the helpless is all perfectly entertaining for Jigang's army, but they rather don't like things like this. Dying for the Creator in a grand battle and going to their reward in the afterlife is one thing. Being taken by something they can't see coming out of the darkness and ending up helpless in this way is quite another matter. I expect that Jigang will decide to skirt this land rather than allow some unknown out here to give his men a fright that could change their minds about fighting for the glory of the Creator and the Imperial Order. That means they will have to continue on south for a good distance. It will add time to their journey before they can finally swing around and come up into Dahara. Richard nodded thoughtfully. Very good, Nicky, very good. She beamed. What do you have there? Chainfire. He moved up on the steps to sit between Nicky and Kara. It's a book. He hesitated in opening the cover. In case this is some kind of prophecy or something, I'd just as soon you looked at it first. Concern settled in her exquisite features. Of course, Richard, give it here. Richard handed her the book and stood. He didn't want to risk glancing at it, and too late discovering that he shouldn't have, only to discover the beast about to tear into them. Especially not now, not when he was so close to getting answers. Nicky was already scanning the book, Kara looking over her shoulder. It makes no sense, Kara announced as she read from Chainfire. Richard didn't think that Nicky shared that opinion. Her face was draining of color. Dear spirits, she whispered to herself. As she kept reading, not saying anything to them, Richard sat on a rise of ground to the side, under an olive tree. There was a vine growing around the trunk. He reached out to idly pluck a leaf from the vine. He stopped, his hand inches from the dusky, variegated leaves. Icy goose flesh prickled up his arms. He knew what that vine was. From the Book of Counted Shadows, the book that his father had made him commit to memory before they destroyed it, the words flooded into his mind. And when the 3 boxes of Orden are put into play, the snake vine shall grow. What's the matter? Jillian whispered to him as she leaned close. You look like you've seen a spirit. Have you ever seen this plant growing here, where your people live? No, I don't believe I have. She's right, Jillian's grandfather said in a puzzled voice. I've lived in these parts all my life. I don't recall seeing that vine before, except for a spell almost 3 years back, I believe it was. That's right. 3 years this coming autumn. Then it died away. Haven't seen it since. Richard didn't see any pods on the newly sprouted vine. He reached out and carefully plucked a sprig. Richard, this is an incredibly dangerous book, Nicky said in a gravely troubled voice. She was preoccupied, still reading and not paying any attention to the rest of them talking. This is beyond dangerous. She was reading as she spoke. I'm only in the beginning, but this is... I don't even know how to begin. Richard rose to his feet, holding the sprig of the vine out, staring at it. We have to go, he said, right now. Something in the tone of his voice made Kara and even Nicky look up. Lord Rahl, what is it? Kara asked. You look like you just saw the ghost of your father, Nicky said. No, this is worse, Richard told her, finally looking up. I understand. I know what's going on. He ran to the steps, down into his tomb. Sliff, we need to travel. But Richard, you have come to help me cast the dreams so that the evil people will not come here. Look, I have to leave right now. Lord Rahl has already helped us as much as he can for now, her grandfather said as he put an arm around her slender shoulders. If he can, he will return to us.
That's right, Richard said. If I can, I'll return. Thank you, Jillian, for helping me. You can't begin to imagine what you have done this day. Tell your people to stay away from that vine.
Richard, Nicky said, what's gotten into you?
He seized Nicky's dress at her shoulder and Kara's arm. We have to get to the People's Palace, now.
Why? What's happening? What did you find?
Richard showed her the sprig of vine before stuffing it in a pocket and grabbing her arm again and forcing her down the steps. This is a snake vine. It only grows when the boxes of Orden have been put in play.
But the boxes of Orden are safe in the palace,
Kara protested. They're not safe any longer. Those sisters have put the magic of Orden in play. Sliff, we need to travel to the People's Palace.
Come, we will travel.
Nicky was still fighting him as he pulled her along. Richard, I don't see what this has to do with your dream of this woman. Richard slapped the metal plate, starting the ceiling of the tomb closing. Goodbye, Jillian. Thank you. I will return someday. As she waved, he snatched up his bow and quiver. He turned to Nicky. They need Kaylin. She's the last living confessor. They put the boxes of Orden in play. They need the book I have memorized. The first thing it says is, verification of the truth of the words of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another, rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of a confessor. The ceiling finished closing. In the distance, Richard could hear Jillian call,
Goodbye, Richard. Safe journey.
Richard, this is crazy. It's just, now is not the time to argue with me. She knew by his tone of voice that he meant it. He climbed up on the wall and hoisted both women up.
Here, wait,
Nicky said as she opened the pack.
You had better keep this safe.
She stuffed Chainfire down inside and tied the flap down tight. Any idea what Chainfire is about? He asked. Her blue eyes gazed into his.
From what I was able to tell from the tiny bit I saw in the beginning, it's a theoretical formula for conjuring things that have the potential to unravel existence.
Unravel existence? Kara asked. What does that mean?
I'm not exactly sure, but it seems to be a discussion of a theory of a specific magic that, if ever initiated, could potentially destroy the world of life.
Why in the world would they need that? Richard asked. They have the magic of Orden now. Nicky didn't answer. She didn't believe his theory. It involved Kaylin. Sliff, now, please, take us to the People's Palace. The silver arms swept them up.
Come, we will travel.
Just before they plunged into the silvery froth, Nicky and Kara each seized one of his hands. Chapter 63. Nicky had hardly gotten her bearings, hardly recognized that they were in a marble room, hardly let the sliff out of her lungs and pulled in a desperate gasp of air, when Richard was already pulling her up over the wall by the hand. Despite everything, she was still able, in some dim part of her mind, to thrill at holding his hand, for whatever reason. She had thought that while in the sliff traveling to the People's Palace, that she would be able to give thought to Richard's strange new twist of finding a bit of a vine and leaping to the conclusion that the boxes of Orden were in play, all in an attempt to prove that Kaylin was real. The room they were in was shielded. Richard pulled her and Kara through the powerful shield. They ran up a marble hall and out a double silver door with a lake embossed into the metal.
I know this place, Kara said. I know where we are.
Good, Richard said. Then you lead the way, and hurry. There were times when Nicky almost wished that she had gone along with Zed, Anne, and Nathan's plan to purge him of his memory of Kaylin. Except for one thing. She had tried the theory on one of Jagang's men back in Casca. She had tried to use subtractive magic to eliminate the man's memory of the Emperor. It sounded simple enough. She had done just as the three had wanted Nicky to do to Richard. There had only been one problem. It had killed the man, killed him in a most horrifying fashion. When she thought about how she had almost done that to Richard, how for a time she had let them talk her into it, and had been committed to doing it,
She had gotten so weak and dizzy that she had to sit down on the ground next to the dead soldier. Kara had thought Nicky had been about to pass out. The idea of what she had almost done left her shaking for an hour. "Here," Kara said as she led them up stairs that emptied into a broad corridor with parts of the roof glassed. The light flooding in was reddish, so it was either almost sunset or just after dawn. Nicky didn't know which. It was a disorienting feeling not to know if it was day or night. The halls were filled with people. Many of them stopped to stare at the 3 people running along the corridor. Guards also noticed and came running, hands to weapons, until they saw Kara in her red leather outfit. Many of the people recognized Richard and dropped to a knee, bowing as he ran past. He didn't slow to acknowledge them. They went up a dizzying array of passages, over bridges, along balconies, between columns, and through rooms. Intermittently, they ran upstairs. Occasionally, Kara took them through service halls, undoubtedly as shortcuts. Nicky took note of how magnificent the palace was, how remarkably beautiful. The patterned stone floors were laid with rare precision. There were grand statues, none as remarkable as the statue Richard had carved, but grand nonetheless. She saw a tapestry that was larger than any she had seen in her life. It depicted a sprawling battle and must have had several hundred horses in it. "This way," Kara said, pointing down a hall as she rushed toward it. As they came around the corner, Kara crossed over to the other side of the passageway as she ran down it. Nicky, pulled along by her hand, would have liked to have discussed a number of things, to have asked some important and pointed questions, but it was all she could do to get her breath as she ran. Running was not something she really ever did until she met Richard. Kara slid to slow down as she came to a pair of carved mahogany doors. Nicky was revolted to see the snakes carved into them. Without pause, Richard seized one of the door handles, a bronze skull, and yanked the door open. Inside the quiet, carpeted room, 4 guards immediately sprang to block Richard's path. They saw Kara and looked at Richard again, uncertain. "Lord Rahl?" one asked. "That's right," Kara snapped. "Now get out of the way." The men immediately pulled back, each putting a fist to their hearts. "Has anything happened recently?" Richard asked as he caught his breath. "Happened?" "Intruders. Has anyone slipped in this way?" The man snorted a laugh. "Hardly, Lord Rahl. We'd know if that happened, and we'd not allow it." Richard nodded his thanks and raced to the marble stairs, nearly pulling Nicky's arm out of the socket in the process. As they ran up the steps, Nicky thought that her legs might simply quit. Her muscles were so exhausted from the long run up through the palace that she could hardly make them go on. But she had to, for Richard. At the top of the stairs, soldiers were running toward them, crossbows loaded with red-fletched arrows, and at the ready. They didn't know it was the Lord Rahl. They thought someone was trying to get into the restricted area. Nicky hoped that someone got hold of their senses before one of the men got careless. But by their reactions, Nicky realized that these men were highly trained and not prone to shooting arrows before they were sure of their target. Lucky for them, because she would have been faster. "Commander General Trimac?" Richard asked an officer, pushing his way through the ring of steel that had surrounded them. The man stiffened and clapped a fist to his heart. "Lord Rahl!" He spotted the moored Sith. "Kara!" Kara nodded in greeting. Richard clasped arms with the man. "General, someone has gotten in here. They've taken the boxes in the Garden of Life." The general was momentarily struck speechless. "What? Lord Rahl, that's not possible. You have to be mistaken. No one could get past us without our knowing it. It's been peaceful as can be up here for ages. Why, we've only had one visitor." "Visitor? Who?" "The prelate, Verna. It was a while back. She was in the palace checking on something about books of magic, she said. She said that as long as she was here, she wanted to have a look to make sure the boxes were safe." "So you let her go in there?" The general looked a bit indignant. A long scar stood out white when his face went red. "No, Lord Rahl, I wouldn't let her go in there. What we ended up doing was opening the doors so she could look in to see that everything was safe." "Look in?" "That's right. We surrounded her with men, all pointing these special arrows at her. Arrows Nathan Rahl found for us that will stop even the gifted.
We had her ringed in steel. The poor woman looked like a pincushion about to happen. Men all around nodded at the general's words. She looked in the garden and said she was relieved to see that everything was fine. I took a look myself and saw the 3 black boxes sitting on the stone slab across the room, but I never let the woman set foot beyond the doors, I swear. Richard heaved a sigh. And that's it? No one else has opened those doors? No, Lord Rahl. No one else has even been up here but my men. No one. We don't let anyone even use these halls around the Garden of Life. As you may recall, you were rather insistent about it the last time you were here. Richard nodded, thinking. He looked up. Well, let's go have a look. The men, all jangling with weapons and armor, followed the surprised visitors down the polished granite hall until they reached 2 huge gold-covered doors. Without waiting for someone else to do it, Richard pulled one of the heavy doors open and started into the room. The soldiers paused at the doors. This was apparently sacred ground, a sanctuary for the master of the palace alone, and unless invited by the Lord Rahl, none of them would enter. Richard didn't invite them, as he rushed off on his own. Despite how tired she was, Nicky hurried after him as he made his way down a path among the beds of flowers. Overhead, through a glassed roof, she could see that the sky had turned to a darker purple, so she knew it was night rather than dawn. Just like Richard, Nicky paid little attention to the vine-covered walls or the trees, or all the other things growing all around. The garden was a magnificent place, to be sure, but her gaze was riveted on the stone altar she saw in the distance. She didn't see any of the 3 boxes that were supposed to be there. There was something else standing on the slab of granite, but she couldn't tell what it was. By the way Richard's chest was heaving, he did know what was standing there. They crossed a ring of grass and the open dirt. In the dirt, Richard stopped cold in mid-stride and stared down at the ground. "Lord Rahl?" Kara asked. "What is it?" "Her tracks," he whispered. "I recognize them. These aren't covered by magic. She was here alone." He gestured to the dirt. 2 sets. She was in here twice." He looked back at the grass, following what he could see that they couldn't. She was on her knees there in the grass. He took off and ran the rest of the way to the stone altar. Nicky and Kara sprang into a run to keep up with him. When they reached the slab of granite, Nicky knew at last what it was standing there all alone. It was the statue of the woman that had been carved in marble in Liberty Square in Alta Rang. The original statue Richard had told them he had carved. The statue he said belonged to Kaelin. Nicky could see that there were bloody handprints all over it. Richard picked up the carved wooden figure in trembling hands and drew it to his breast, gasping back a sob. Nicky thought that he might fall to the ground, but he didn't. When he had held it for a moment, he turned to them, tears running down his face. He held out to Kara and Nicky the statue of the proud figure, her head thrown back, her hands fisted at her sides. "This is the statue I carved for Kaelin. This is spirit. This is the statue I told you could not be in Alta Rang because she had it with her. If they copied this statue in stone down in Alta Rang in the old world, then how did it get here?" Nicky stared at it, her eyes wide, trying to reconcile what she was seeing. She couldn't comprehend the contradiction. She remembered Richard trying to understand what he had seen at the gravesite where the Mother Confessor was buried. Now she knew how he had felt. "Richard, I don't understand how that could have gotten here." "Kaelin left it here. She left it here for me to find. She took the boxes of Orden for the sisters. Don't you get it? Don't you at last see the truth standing before you?" Unable to say more, he pulled the statue back to his chest as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. In that moment, in the pain trembling through him, Nicky wondered what it would be like to have him love her that much. At the same time, despite her confusion, despite sadness for what she was seeing, for the pain he was so obviously in, she felt joy. Joy that Richard had someone who meant that much to him, someone who could make him feel that way,
even if she was imaginary. Nicky was not yet convinced that she wasn't. "Do you understand now?" he asked. "Do you two get it now?" Kara, looking as stunned as Nicky felt, shook her head. "No, Lord Rahl, I don't understand." He lifted the small statue. "No one remembers her. She probably walked right past those men and they forgot her, just like you forgot all the thousands of times you've seen her. She's all alone in the hands of those 4 sisters, and they made her come in here and get the boxes. Do you see the blood all over it? Her blood. You should understand that. Can you imagine how she feels all alone, forgotten by everyone? She left this probably hoping someone would see it and know she exists." He thrust it at Kara, then at Nicky. "Look at it! It's covered in blood. There's blood on the altar. There's blood on the floor. There are her footprints. How do you think the boxes are gone and this is here? She was here." The indoor garden was dead silent. Nicky was so confused she didn't know what to believe. She knew what she was seeing, but it didn't seem possible. "Do you believe me now?" Richard asked them both. Kara swallowed. "Lord Rahl, I believe what you were saying, but I still don't remember her." When his raptor gaze slid to Nicky, she too swallowed at the power of that look. "Richard, I don't know what is going on. What you say is certainly powerful evidence, but like Kara says, I still don't remember her. I'm sorry, but I can't lie to you and tell you what you want to hear just to make you happy. I'm telling you the truth. I still don't know what you're talking about." "I know you don't," he said with sudden, quiet, remarkable sympathy. "It's what I've been telling you. Something terrible is happening. No one remembers her. Anything that could cause such an event is undoubtedly powerful and extremely dangerous conjuring, able to be engendered only by the most powerful people who have command of both sides of the gift, magic so dangerous that it would be hidden in a book buried in a catacomb behind shields, where the wizards who put it there hoped no one would ever find it." "Chainfire," Nicky breathed. "But from the brief bit I saw of it, this somehow has the power to undo the world of life." "What do the sisters care?" Richard asked in a bitter voice. "They've already put the boxes of Orden in play. It is their intent to end life on behalf of the Keeper of the Dead. You should understand that better than anyone." Nicky put a hand to her forehead. "Dear spirits, I think you may be right." She couldn't feel her fingertips. She was tingling all over with dread. "From the little bit I read, Chainfire sounds like it might be something along the lines of what Zed, Anne, and Nathan wanted me to do to you. Use subtractive magic to make you forget Kaelin. If what you say is true, then, in a way, that might be what the sisters did. They made everyone else forget her." Nicky looked up into his gray eyes she could lose herself in. She felt tears of fright run down her cheeks. "Richard, I tried that." "What are you talking about?" "I tried what they wanted me to do to you. I tried it on one of Jagang's men back at Casca, tried to make him forget Jagang. It was fatal. What if that's what Chainfire does to everyone?" Richard heaved an angry breath. "Come on." He marched out of the garden to a general and his guards waiting out in the polished granite hallway, huddled around the entrance to the Garden of Life. "Lord Rahl," the general said, "I don't see the boxes anymore. They've been stolen." Jaws of men standing all around dropped in stunned astonishment. General Trimac's eyes went wide. "Stolen? But who could have stolen them?" Richard held up the statue and waggled it in front of the man. "My wife." General Trimac looked like he didn't know whether to scream in fury or commit suicide on the spot. He instead rubbed a hand back and forth on his mouth as he thought through everything he'd heard and apparently tried to put it together with any other information he had. He looked up at Richard with the kind of intent look that few men other than generals could muster. "I get reports all the time, Lord Rahl. I insist that I see all reports. You never can tell what bit of information you might learn that could turn out to be helpful. General Meifert sends me reports as well.
Since he's now close by, I get them within hours. Soon he and the troops will be moving south, and it will take longer, but for now, I get them fresh." "I'm listening." "Well, I don't know if it means anything, but the latest report I got early this morning said that they came across a woman, an old woman, who had been stabbed by a sword. She's in bad shape, according to the report. I don't know why he sent me a report on such a thing, but General Myford is a pretty smart fellow, and I have to think that there was just something bloody odd about it for him to want me to know." "How close is he?" Richard asked. "The army, I mean." "How close?" The general shrugged. "By horse, ride halfway hard and they're not more than an hour or two away. Then get me some horses, immediately." General Trimac clapped a fist over his heart at the same time as he signaled a couple men forward. "Run on ahead and get some horses ready for the Lord Rahl." He looked at Richard, then glanced at Kara and Nicky. "3 horses?" "Yes, 3, Richard confirmed. "And an escort of the first file to show him the way and provide protection." The 2 men nodded and took off at a dead run for the stairs. "Lord Rahl, I don't know what to say. I will, of course, resign." "Don't be silly. This isn't something you could have done anything about. It was deception by magic. It's my fault for letting this happen. I'm the Lord Rahl. I'm supposed to be the magic against magic." Nicky could only think that he had been trying to be, but no one would believe him. Without sparing any time to rest, Richard, Kara, and Nicky, escorted by a company of the palace guards, rushed through the grand, wide corridors of Richard's ancestral home. People along their route scattered out of the way of the wedge of guards coming down the halls. Behind the guards, Kara marched out in front of Richard. Nicky rushed along at his side. As they made their way down a smaller corridor with fewer people, Richard slowed and then stopped. The guards stopped far enough away to be handy, but to give him his privacy. As everyone waited, Richard gazed down a side passageway. Kara looked uncomfortable. "Quarters for Mord Sith," Kara explained to Nicky in answer to the unspoken question in her eyes. "Denna's room was down that hall." Richard gestured the other way. "Your room was down there, Kara." Kara blinked. "How do you know that?" He looked at her for a moment, his expression unreadable. "Kara, I remember being there." Kara turned as red as her leather outfit. "You remember?" Richard nodded. "You know?" She whispered, panic coming into her eyes. "Kara," he said gently, "of course I know." Her eyes brimmed with tears. "How did you know?" He gestured to her right wrist. "When I've touched your Aegil, it hurts. An Aegil only hurts when a person touches it if it was used to train them, or if the Mord Sith intends it to hurt." She closed her eyes. "Lord Rahl, I'm sorry. It was a long time ago, when you were a different person, and I was the enemy of your Lord Rahl. Things change, Kara." "Are you sure I've changed enough?" "Others made you into who you were. You made yourself into what you have become." He smiled. "Remember when the beast hurt you and I healed you?" "How could I ever forget it?" "Then you know how I feel." She smiled at that. Richard's brow drew together. "Touch." His eyes lit up with sudden recognition. "The sword." "What?" Nicky asked. "The sword of truth. That morning, when I was asleep, I think the sisters cast a spell to make me sleep more soundly, so they could take Kaelin. But I put my hand on the sword. I was touching the sword of truth when they took her and made everyone forget Kaelin. The sword protected me from that magic. That's why I remember her. The sword of truth was a countermeasure to what they did." Richard started out again. "Come on, we need to get to the encampment and see who that injured woman is." Baffled, Nicky followed after him. Chapter 64. Nicky was surprised by the encampment. She was so used to being among Jigang's army that she hadn't really given any thought to how different these men might be. It made sense, of course, but she had just never given it any thought. Even in the dark, there was still the light of all the fires, and she expected to be the center of morbid attention, with men calling out the filthiest things they could think of in an attempt to shock her, or humiliate her, or frighten her.
Men in the order encampment always hooted and hollered at her, made obscene gestures, and laughed uproariously as she passed among them. These men, to be sure, looked her way. Nicky expected that it was a rare experience to see a woman like her riding into their camp. But they only looked. A glance, an admiring gaze, a smile here and there with a bow of the head in greeting was the most she got. It could be that she was riding in beside the Lord Rahl and a moored Sith in red leather, but Nicky didn't think so. These men were different. They were expected to conduct themselves with respect. Everywhere when men saw Richard, they were eager to clap a fist to their hearts in salute as they stood in pride or trotted along beside his horse for a time. They looked overjoyed to see him riding into their camp, to see their Lord Rahl among them again. The camp was also more orderly as well. That it was dry was a help. There were few things worse than an army camp in the wet. In this camp, the animals were confined to areas where they wouldn't accidentally create trouble. Wagons were out of the main route through the camp. There actually were deliberate routes through the camp. The men looked weary from the long march, but their tents were set up in a rather systematic manner, not the haphazard every-man-for-himself method the imperial order employed. The fires were small and were only what was needed, not the drunken revelry of men dancing, singing, and brawling around the bonfires. The other big difference was that there were not any torture tents set up. The order always had an active area set aside for torture. A steady stream of people flowed in for questioning, and an equal number of corpses flowed out. The constant screams from victims made for a noisy camp. That was the other thing. It was rather quiet. Men were finishing with meals and bedding down for the night. It was a quiet time. In the order's encampment, there wasn't any time that was quiet. "There," one of the men escorting them said as he lifted an arm to point out the command tents in the darkness. A big blonde-headed officer came out of one of the tents when he heard horses nearby. He had undoubtedly already been alerted that the Lord Rahl was on his way. Richard swung down off the saddle and stopped the man from going to his knees to do a devotion. "General Meifert, it's good to see you again, but we don't have time for that." He bowed his head. "As you wish, Lord Rahl." Nicky watched the general's blue eyes glance to Kara as she came up beside Richard. He smoothed back his blonde hair. "Mistress Kara. General."
This is the end of disc number 21. Please insert disc number...
Nicky watched General Meifert's blue eyes glance to Kara as she came up beside Richard. He smoothed back his blonde hair. "Mistress Kara. General." "Life is too short for you two to pretend you don't care for each other," Richard said, his anger surfacing. "You ought to realize that every moment you have together is precious, and there is nothing wrong with holding someone in high regard. That's the kind of freedom we're fighting for. Well, isn't it?" "Yes, Lord Rahl," General Meifert said, somewhat taken aback. "We're here because of a report you sent about a woman who was stabbed. Is she still alive?" The young general nodded. "I haven't checked in the last hour or so, but she was earlier. My field surgeons attended to her, but there are wounds well beyond their ability. This is one of those. She was stabbed in the gut. It's a slow and painful way to die. She's lived longer than I expected." "Do you know her name?" Nicky asked. "She wouldn't tell us when she was wide awake, but when she was in a fevered state we asked again, and she said her name was Tovey." Richard glanced at Nicky before asking, "What does she look like?" "Heavy-set, older woman." "Sounds like her," Richard said as he wiped a hand across his face. "We need to see her, right away." The general nodded. "Follow me, then." "Wait," Nicky said. Richard turned back to her. "What is it?" "If you go in to see her, she won't tell you anything. Tovey hasn't seen me for ages. The last she knew, I was still a slave to Jagang, and she had escaped. I might be able to talk to her in a way that will get the truth out of her." Nicky could see how impatient Richard was to get his hands on one of the women that he believed was responsible for taking the woman he loved. Nicky still didn't know what she believed. She wondered if she still believed that he was only dreaming up this other woman simply because of her own feelings. "Richard," she said as she stepped closer to him so that she could talk confidentially. "Let me do this. If you go in there, it will spoil what I can do. I think I can get her to talk, but if she sees you, the game will be over."
"And how do you plan to accomplish getting her to talk?"
"Look, do you want to know what happened to Kaylin? Or do you want to argue about how I'm going to get that information?"
He pressed his lips tight for a moment. "I don't care if you pull her intestines out an inch at a time. Just get her to talk." Nicky briefly put a hand on his shoulder on her way by as she followed after the general. Once they were away, she moved up and walked beside him as they marched through the nearly dark camp. She could see why Kara found the man attractive. He had one of those handsome faces that just didn't look like it could wear a lie well at all. "By the way," he said, glancing over at her, "I'm General Meifert." Nicky nodded.
"Benjamin."
He paused in the dark pathway through the camp. "How do you know that?"
Nicky smiled. "Kara told me about you."
Still, he stared at her. She took his arm and started him moving again.
"And for a Mord Sith to speak so highly of a man is quite unusual."
"Kara spoke highly of me?"
"Of course she likes you, but you know that."
He clasped his hands behind his back as they walked. "I guess then that you must know that I think a lot of her."
"Of course."
"And who are you anyway, might I ask? I'm sorry, but Lord Rahl didn't introduce us."
Nicky gave him a sidelong glance. "You may have heard of me as Death's mistress."
General Meifert stumbled to a stop, choking on spit from gasping. He coughed until his face was red. "Death's mistress?" he finally managed. "People are more afraid of you than Jagang himself."
"For good reason."
"You're the one who captured Lord Rahl and took him to the old world."
"That's right," she said as she started out again.
He walked along beside her, thinking it over. "Well, I'd guess that you must have changed your ways, or Lord Rahl wouldn't have you with him." She simply smiled at him, a smooth, sly smile. It made him uneasy. He gestured to the right. "Down here. The tent where we put her is over here." Nicky grasped his forearm to hold him in place. She didn't want Tovey hearing her, yet.
"This is going to take a goodly amount of time. Why don't you tell Richard that I said he should get some rest? I think Kara ought to get some rest, too. Why don't you see to that as well?"
I guess I could do that."
"And General, if my friend Kara doesn't leave here in the morning with a giddy grin, I'll gut you alive."
His eyes widened. Nicky couldn't help but to smile.
"Figure of speech, Benjamin."
She arched an eyebrow.
"You have the night with her. Don't waste it."
He smiled at last. Thank you."
"Nicky."
"Thank you, Nicky. I think about her all the time. You don't know how much I've missed her, how much I've worried about her."
"I think I do. But you should tell her that, not me. Now where is Tovey?"
He lifted an arm and pointed. "Down there, on the right, the last tent in the line."
Nicky nodded. "Do me a favor. See to it that no one disturbs us, including the surgeons. I need to be alone with her."
"I'll see to it." He turned back and scratched his head. It's none of my business, but are you—"
He gestured between her and back the way they'd come.
"You and Lord Rahl, well, you know."
Nicky couldn't seem to make herself come up with an answer that she wished to voice. "Time is short. Don't keep Kara waiting."
"Yes, I see what you mean. Thank you, Nicky. I hope to see you in the morning." She watched him rush off into the darkness, then turned to her task. She hadn't really wanted to unnerve the general with talk of Death's mistress, but she needed to slip back into that part of herself, needed to think that way again, needed to find the icy attitude that was numb to everything. She pulled the tent flap aside and slipped inside. There was a single candle lit on a holder made of wrought iron that was stuck in the ground beside a cot. The tent was stuffy and warm. It smelled of stale sweat and dried blood. Tovey's bulk lay on her back in the cot, laboring to breathe. Nicky sat lightly on a field stool beside the woman. Tovey hardly noticed someone sitting down. Nicky laid a hand on Tovey's wrist and began to trickle in a thread of power to help the woman suffering. Tovey recognized such gifted help and immediately looked over. Her eyes went wide, and her breathing quickened. She then gasped in pain and clutched at her abdomen. Nicky increased the flow of power until Tovey sagged back with a moan of relief.
Nicky, where have you come from? What in the world are you doing here?
Well, since when do you care? Sister Elisha and the rest of you left me in Jagang's clutches, his personal slave, left me a captive of that pig.
But you got away.
Got away? Sister Tovey, are you out of your mind? No one gets away from Dreamwalker. Except you 5.
4. Sister Marissa is no longer living.
What happened?
Stupid bitch tried to play her own game with Richard Rahl. You remember how she hated him, wanted to bathe in his blood?
I remember.
Sister Nicky, what are you doing here?
The rest of you left me to Jagang. Nicky leaned in so that Tovey could see her glare. You have no idea of the things I've had to endure. Since then, I've been on a long mission for His Excellency. He needs information, and he knows I can get it.
Tovey smiled. Makes you whore for him, to find out what he wants to know.
Nicky didn't answer the question, instead letting it answer itself. I just happened to hear about some fool woman who, in the process of getting herself robbed or something, also managed to get herself stabbed. Something about the description made me decide to come and check myself, to see if it could possibly be you.
Tovey nodded. I'm afraid it's not good.
I hope it hurts. I came to make sure you're a long time dying. I want you to suffer for what you did to me, leaving me in the clutches of Jagang while the rest of you escaped without bothering to even tell me how it could be done.
We couldn't help it. We had a chance, and we had to take it, that's all.
A cunning grin came to her.
But you can get free of Jagang, too.
Nicky pressed forward. How? How can I get free?
Heal me, and I'll tell you.
You mean heal you so you can betray me like before? No good, Tovey. You're going to tell it all. Or I'm going to sit right here and watch you suffer your way into the Keeper's eternal embrace. I may trickle in just enough to keep you alive a little longer. She leaned in, so you can continue to feel the pain twisting in your guts a little longer. Tovey seized a fistful of Nicky's dress.
Please, sister, help me. It hurts so much.
Talk, sister. She released her grip on Nicky's dress and let her face roll to face away.
It's the bond to Lord Rahl. We swore a bond.
Sister Tovey, if you think I'm that stupid, I'm going to make you suffer just to make you regret the thought until you die. She turned back to look at Nicky.
No, it's true.
How can you swear a bond to someone you want to eliminate?
Tovey grinned. Sister Elisha figured it out. We swore a bond to him, but made him let us go before he could hold us to a list of his commands.
This story just gets more preposterous all the time. Nicky withdrew her hand from Tovey's arm, and with it the trickle of relief. As Nicky stood, Tovey groaned in agony.
Please, Sister Nicky, it's true.
She grasped Nicky's hand.
In exchange for letting us go, we traded for something he wanted.
What could Lord Rahl possibly want that would convince him to let a clutch of Sisters of the Dark loose? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
A woman.
What?
He wanted a woman.
As the Lord Rahl, he can have any woman he wants. He has but to pick her and have her sent to his bed, unless she would choose the executioner's block instead. And none do. He hardly needs the Sisters of the Dark to cart women to his bed.
No, not that kind of woman. A woman he loved.
Right. Nicky huffed a sigh. Goodbye, Sister Tovey. Be sure to give the Keeper of the Dead my regards when you get there. Sorry, but I'm afraid that meeting won't be for a while. I think you look like you may linger for a number of days yet. Pity.
Please.
Her arm rotated around, searching for the contact of the one person who could save her.
Sister Nicky, please listen, and I will tell you everything. Nicky sat down and gripped Toby's arm again. "All right, sister, but just remember the power can go both ways." Toby's back arched as she cried out in agony. "No, please!" Nicky had no compunction about what she was doing. She knew that there was no moral equivalence between her inflicting torture and the Imperial Order doing what might on the surface seem like the same thing. But her purpose in using it was solely to save innocent lives. The Imperial Order used torture as a means of subjugation and conquest, as a tool to strike fear into their enemies, and at times, as something they relished because it made them feel powerful to hold sway over not just agony, but life itself. The Imperial Order used torture because they had no regard at all for human life. Nicky was using it because she did. While at one time she would have seen no difference, since coming to embrace life she saw all the difference in the world. Nicky reversed the suffering she was trickling into the old woman, and Tovy sank back in grateful, weeping relief. Tovy was covered in a sheen of sweat. "Please, sister, give me some comfort instead, and I will tell you everything." "Start with who stabbed you." "The Seeker." "Richard Rahl is the Seeker. Do you really think I will believe such a story? Richard Rahl would have taken your head off with one swing." Tovy's head rolled side to side. No, you don't understand. This man had the sword of truth." She pointed at her gut. "I ought to know the sword of truth when it runs me through. He caught me by surprise, and before I knew who he was or what he wanted, the bastard stabbed me." Nicky pressed her fingers to her brow in confusion. "I think you better go back to the beginning." Tovy was already sinking into a stupor. Nicky increased the magic flowing into her, giving her some healing relief without curing her of her injury. Nicky didn't want to cure her. She needed the woman unable to help herself. Tovy looked the kindly grandmother, but she was a viper. Nicky crossed one leg over the other. It was going to be a long night. The next time Tovy came around, Nicky sat up straighter. "So, you swore a bond to Richard as the Lord Rahl," Nicky said, as if there had been no gap in the conversation, "and that protected all of you from the Dreamwalker." "That's right." "And then what?" "We were able to escape. We kept track of Richard as we went about our work for our master. We needed to find a hook." Nicky knew very well who their master was. "What do you mean, a hook?" "In order to do what we need to do to satisfy the Keeper, we needed a way to make sure Richard Rahl couldn't interfere. We found it." "Found what?" "Something that keeps us bonded to him no matter what we do. It was brilliant." "So what is it?" "Life." Nicky frowned, not knowing if she had heard right. She laid a hand on Tovy's wound and gave some focused comfort. After Tovy had calmed from the wave of pain, Nicky asked in a quiet voice, "What do you mean?" "Life," Tovy said at last. "It is his highest value. So, sister, think. In order to stay out of the Dreamwalker's grasp, we must be bonded to Richard Rahl all the time. We dare not waver for a moment. And yet, who is our ultimate master? The Keeper of the Dead. We have sworn oaths." "That's right. And if we were to do something that would harm Richard's life, such as loose the Keeper into the world of life, then we would be going against our bond to Richard. That would mean that before we could free the Keeper from his bounds in the world of the dead, Jagang in this world would be able to pounce on us." "Sister Tovy, you had better start making sense, or I will lose my patience, and I assure you, you would not like that. You would not like it one bit. I want to know what's going on, so that I can be let in. I want my place back." Of course. You see, Richard's highest value is life. In fact, he created a statue to it. We were in the old world. We saw his statue dedicated to life." "I got that much out of what you said." Her head rolled back so she could again look at Nicky. "Well, my dear, what is it we are pledged to do in the oaths we have given?" "Free the Keeper." "And what is our reward for performing our task?" Nicky stared at the woman's cold eyes. "Immortality." Tovey grinned. Exactly.
Richard's highest value is life. You are saying that you plan to grant him immortality?
We are. We are working toward his most noble ideal, life.
But he may not want immortality.
Tovey managed to shrug. Maybe, but we don't intend to ask him. Don't you see the brilliance of Sister Elisha's plan? We know that his highest value is life. No matter what else we may do against his wishes, those things do not rise to the level of his most important value. Thus, we are honoring our bond to the Lord Rahl in the most grand way possible, while maintaining the bond, keeping the dream walker out of our minds, and at the same time working to bring the keeper into the world. See how it goes round and round? Each element locks the others in tighter.
But it is the keeper who promises you immortality. You cannot grant it.
No, not if we seek it through the keeper.
Then how can you possibly grant immortality? You don't have any such power.
Oh, but we will.
How?
Tovey fell to coughing, and Nicky had to do some swift work on the wound just to keep the woman alive. It was nearly 2 hours before she again had her conscious and calm.
Sister Tovey, she said once the woman had opened her eyes and looked like she was seeing again, I've had to repair some of your injury. Now, before I can repair the rest of your wound and fully heal you so that you can have your reward of life, I need to know the rest of it. How can you think that you can grant immortality? You don't have that power.
We stole the boxes of Orden. We intend to use them to destroy all life, except that which we wish to have around, of course. With the power of Orden, we will hold sway over life and death. We will have the power to grant Richard Rahl immortality. See? Bond fulfilled.
Nicky's head was spinning. Tovey, your story is too impossible. It's more complicated than you make it.
Well, there are other parts to the plan. We found catacombs under the Palace of the Prophets.
Nicky had had no idea that such catacombs existed, but she wanted the woman to go on with her story, so she just let her talk.
That's when it all started. When we got the idea. You see, we had been wandering the lands looking for ways to satisfy the keeper.
She clutched Nicky's arm so hard it hurt.
He comes in our dreams. You know that. He comes to you as well. He comes and torments us, forcing us to do his bidding, to work to free him.
Nicky pulled the claw-like hand off her arm. Catacombs?
Yes, catacombs. We discovered ancient catacombs, and in them books. We found a book called Chainfire.
Goosebumps ran up Nicky's arms.
Chainfire? What does that mean? Is it a spell? Oh, it is much more than anything so simple as a spell. It was from ancient times. The wizards of the time had come up with a new theory of how to alter memory. In other words, real events altered with subtractive power, with all the disconnected parts spontaneously reconstructed independently of one another. Namely, how to make an individual disappear to everyone else by making people forget this person, even as soon as they've just seen them. But the wizards who came up with this theory were timid men fearful of unleashing such things, not only because they realized that such a linked event would cause irreparable damage to the subject, but because there was no way for them to control it once it was initiated. It would be self-actuating and self-sustaining.
What do you mean? What does it do?
It unravels people's memory of the subject, but that ignition starts a cascade event that can't be predicted or controlled. It then burns through links they have with others, and then others those people know, and so on. It eventually unravels connections so that it corrupts everything. For our purposes, though, it doesn't really matter, since our aim is to undo life anyway. For fear that it would be discovered what we were doing, we destroyed the book and the catacombs.
But why did you need to destroy the memory of someone?
Not just someone, but the memory of the woman who bought us the bond in the first place, Kaylin Amnell, Richard Rahl's love. By creating a Chainfire event, we ended up with a woman no one remembers. But what can that possibly gain you?
The boxes of Orden. We used her to get the boxes, so that we can free the Keeper. With the boxes, we can grant Richard immortal life at the same time we also free the Keeper. The Keeper whispered to us in our dreams that Richard has the secret to opening the boxes. He has a necessary knowledge memorized. It exists nowhere else. Rahl revealed it to the Keeper. Richard knows the way to unlock the secrets of Orden. Only this time, we know the trick that defeated Rahl. The book he knows says that we need a confessor to open the boxes. And now we have a confessor who no one remembers, so no one can bother us about her.
What about the prophecy disappearing? Was that caused by Chainfire?
It's part of Chainfire. They call it the Chainfire corollary. Part of the initiation phase of Chainfire requires that prophecy also be ignited with a Chainfire event, much the same as people's memories are cast into the conflagration. The Chainfire event feeds on those memories to sustain the event. Therefore, prophecy must be involved as well. A blank is found in the proper fork, a place where a prophet left a space, should a future prophet wish to complete the work. We then fill in that void in prophecy with a completing prophecy which has the Chainfire formula invested in it. A Chainfire event thus infects and consumes all the associated prophecy on the branch, starting with related prophecy, either in subject or in chronology, in this case both. Kaelin, the woman we wiped away in life, is thus also wiped away in prophecy by the Chainfire corollary.
You seem to have it all worked out, Nicky said. Tovey grinned through the pain.
It gets better.
Better? How could it possibly get more delicious than this?
There is a counter to Chainfire.
Tovey giggled with the glee of it. A counter? You mean you risk Richard finding a counter to what you have done? A counter that could bring the entire plan crashing down? Tovey tried to stifle the giggle, but it bubbled up again. Despite the obvious pain, she was enjoying herself too much to stop.
This is the best part of all. The ancient wizards who came up with the Chainfire theory realized the potential for the total destruction of life. So they created a counter, should a Chainfire event ever somehow come to pass.
Nicky gritted her teeth. What counter?
The boxes of Orden.
Nicky's eyes widened. The boxes of Orden were created to be the counter to the Chainfire event you've initiated?
That's right. Isn't that delicious? What's more, we've put the boxes in play.
Nicky let out a deep breath. Well, like I said, you seem to have it all figured out.
Tovey winced. Well, almost. There's only one minor issue.
Like what?
Well, you see, the stupid bitch only brought out one box the first time we sent her in. We couldn't allow the boxes to be seen because, unlike Richard's love, people would remember seeing the boxes of Orden. Kaelin said she had no room in her pack. Sister Elisha was furious. She beat the girl to a bloody mess. You would have loved it, Sister Nicky. And told her to leave something out to make room if she had to, then sent her back in to get the other two boxes.
Tovey winced under a pang of pain.
We feared to wait, though. Sister Elisha sent me on with the first box and said she would catch up with me later.
Tovey groaned under the agony of another stitch of pain.
I had the first box with me. The Seeker, the one with the Sword of Truth anyway, surprised me and ran me through. He snatched the box. Once Kaelin finally retrieved them, Sister Elisha then had those two and thought that I had the third. So before she left the palace, she put the magic of Orden in play.
Nicky staggered to her feet. She felt dizzy. She could hardly believe it. But she knew now that it was all true. Richard had been right all along. With almost nothing to go on, he had basically figured it all out. And all along, no one in the world would listen to him.
No one in a world that was unraveling around them in an uncontrolled Chainfire event. Chapter 65. A scream that made the fine hairs on the back of Richard's neck stand on end split the quiet night. Richard, in a bedroll in a simple tent, shot to his feet as the scream ripped the air with its terror. The unending shriek ran a shiver up through his shoulders and instantly brought a sheen of sweat to his brow. His heart racing, Richard rushed out of his tent, even as the haunting cry echoed through the encampment, as if trying to reach every corner of darkness to express its horror. Outside the tent, which was set apart from the others because it was an extra, Richard saw men standing in the darkness, their eyes wide. Up the row a ways, General Myford watched out on the night with the rest of them. Richard saw that it was false dawn, like the morning Kaelin had vanished. The woman he loved, the woman who everyone else had forgotten and didn't care to remember. If she had screamed, no one had heard her. And then, as the scream died, the world went blacker than black. It was like being plunged into the inky nothingness of the world of the dead, forlorn and forever lost. Richard shivered as his flesh felt like something alien touched the world of the living with intimate promise. As quickly as the darkness had come, it was gone. Men looked around at one another, none speaking. The thought occurred to Richard that the viper now had only 3 heads. The keeper took one of his own, he explained to the questioning faces that had all turned to him. He saw the general watching, listening. Be glad that one so evil is no longer among the living. May all such people find the death they champion. Men smiled and whispered agreement with the curse as they began crawling back into their tents to try to snatch what was left of their sleep. General Myford met Richard's gaze as he clapped a fist to his heart before vanishing back into his own tent. In the dim light of the camp that suddenly seemed to be populated only by tents and wagons, Richard spotted Nicky very deliberately heading straight for him. There was something profoundly disturbing about the way she looked. Perhaps it was that she had just vented a rage that he doubted anyone but he could truly understand or value. Flags of blonde hair flying, she reminded him of a raptor descending in on him from out of the night, all tight muscle and talons. When he saw the tears streaming down her face, her gritted teeth, her fury and hurt, her powerful menace and frail helplessness, her eyes filled with more than he could grasp, he stepped back into his tent, drawing her in out of the view of the camp. She swept into the tent right for him, like a storm breaking on a headland. He backed as far as he could, having no idea what was wrong or what she intended. With a sob of such naked desolation that it nearly made him cry out in kind, she fell to the ground at his feet, throwing her arms around his legs. She was clutching something in one hand. Richard realized that it was Kaelin's white mother confessor dress. "Oh, Richard, I'm so sorry," she wailed between racking gasps. "I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she kept mumbling over and over. He reached down and touched her shoulder. "Nicky, what is it?" "I'm so sorry," she cried as she clutched at his legs, as if she were the condemned begging a king for her life. "Oh, dear spirits, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you." He sank down, lifting her arms off his legs. "Nicky, what is it?" Her shoulders heaved with her racking sobs. She looked up at him as he lifted her by her arms. She was as limp as the dead. "Oh, Richard, I'm so sorry. I never believed you. I'm so sorry that I never believed you. I should have helped you, and instead I fought you every step. I'm so sorry." He had rarely seen anyone in such profound misery. "Nicky, please," she sobbed. "Please, Richard, end it now." "What?" "I don't want to live anymore. It hurts too much. Please use your knife and end it. Please, I'm so sorry. I've done worse than simply not believe you. I've been the one who stopped you at every turn." She hung like a rag doll from his hands under her arms. She wept in utter misery and defeat. "I'm so sorry I didn't believe you. You were right about everything and so much more. I'm so sorry.
It's all ended now, and it's my fault. I'm so sorry. I should have believed you."
She started to almost melt through his grip. Sitting on the floor in front of her, he gathered her up into his arms, much like he had gathered up Jillian. "Nicky, you were the only one who made me go on when I was ready to give up. You were the only one who made me fight." Nicky's arms came up around his neck when he pulled her close. She felt hot from the fever of her anguish. She sobbed and kept mumbling how sorry she was, how she should have believed in him about the rest of it, how it was all too late now, how she wanted to end the pain and die. Richard held her head to his shoulder as he whispered to her that it would be all right, whispered his comfort, rocked her gently and quieted her without saying anything of consequence, except in its empathy. He remembered then, when he had first met Kaylin and they had spent that first night in a wayward pine. She had nearly been pulled back into the underworld, and he had drawn her back at the last moment. Kaylin had cried like this, in abject terror and misery, but more than that, with the release of having someone hold her. Kaylin had never had anyone she valued hold her when she cried. He knew now that Nicky never had either. As he held her in his arms, giving her the unopposed comfort she so needed, she exhausted herself until, feeling safe as perhaps never before, she drifted into sleep. It was such a profound pleasure to be able to give her that rare refuge that he wept silently as he held her and she slept, safe in his arms. He must have fallen asleep for a brief time because when he opened his eyes, there was pale light coming through the walls of the summer tent. When he lifted his head, Nicky stirred in his arms, like a child cuddling closer and never wanting to wake. But she did, rather suddenly, when she realized where she was. She looked up into his eyes, her blue eyes weary. "Richard," she whispered in what he knew would be the beginning of the same thing. He pressed his fingertips to her lips, halting her words. "We have a lot of things to deal with. Tell me what you learned so that we can get on with it." She put the white dress in his hands. "You were right about almost everything, even if you didn't know the mechanism. Sister Elisha and her small band wanted to remain free from the Dreamwalker, just as you said. They resolved, since you value life, to give you immortality. Anything else they did, no matter how destructive, they viewed as of secondary importance. This gave them the freedom to pursue freeing the Keeper." Richard's eyes went wider as he listened. "They found Chainfire and used it to make everyone forget Kaylin, so that they could steal the boxes of Orden. Your father in the underworld let the Keeper know that you have memorized the book they need. They know that they need a confessor to obtain the truth. Kaylin accomplishes two tasks, stealing the boxes and helping to get the truth of the book you know. Chainfire, not the prophecy worm, is also responsible for what is happening to prophecy. The sisters have two of the boxes of Orden, and they put them in play. They have launched that phase of their plan for two reasons, because they want to use Orden to call the Keeper into the world of life, and because the boxes of Orden were created as a counter to the power that can be engendered with Chainfire." Richard blinked. "What do you mean? They only have two boxes. I thought they used Kaylin to steal all three. All three were in the Garden of Life. Kaylin brought out one box. They gave it to Tovey and had her start out while they sent Kaylin back in for the other two." "Sent her back?" Richard frowned. "What are you leaving out?" Nicky licked her lips, but she didn't break his gaze. "The reason for Tovey's scream." Richard felt his eyes watering. A lump rose in his throat. Nicky laid a hand over his heart. "We'll get her back, Richard." He clenched his teeth and nodded. "So then what happened?" "The new Seeker surprised Tovey, stabbed her, and stole the box of Orden she was spiriting away from the People's Palace. We have to start a search. They can't have gone far." "They are long gone, Richard. Just like they covered their tracks when they took Kaylin, they will have done the same this time. That is not the way to find them." Richard looked up. "Samuel, the Sword of Truth was a counter. When I gave him the sword, he must have recognized the truth about Kaylin." His gaze roved the inside of the tent as he tried to think. "We need to think this through, collect all the information we can and get ahead of them, instead of always being behind them.
I'll help you, Richard. Anything you want, I will do. I will help you get her back. She belongs with you. I know that now."
He nodded, thankful that her iron was back. "I think we had better get some things straight and then get some experienced help." She smiled a crooked smile.
"That's the seeker I know."
Outside the tent, men had begun to gather, all wanting to see the Lord Rahl. Out of the crowd came Verna.
"Richard, thank the Creator. Our prayers have been answered."
She threw her arms around him.
"Richard, how are you?"
"Where have you been?"
"I was tending to some injured men, scouts who met a few of the enemy. General Myford sent word for me to return at once."
"And the men?"
"Fine,"
she said with a smile.
"now that you are finally with us for the final battle."
He took up her hands. "Verna, you know you have had a hard time with me in the past." She grinned as she nodded that it was true. When she saw that he wasn't smiling, her smile faded. "This is going to be one of those times," he told her. "You are going to have to believe in me and what I say, or we might as well give up to the order right now." Richard let go of her hand and climbed up on a crate to be better heard. He realized that a sea of men surrounded him. Kara and General Myford were right near the front. "Lord Rahl, will you be able to lead us?" he asked. "No," he called out into the still dawn air. Worried whispers spread back through the men. Richard held up his arms. "Listen to me!" They quieted. "I don't have much time. I don't have the time to explain things as I wish I could. That is the way it is. I will give you the facts and I will let you decide. The army of the Imperial Order has been slowed a bit down south." Richard held up his hands to stifle the cheers. "I don't have much time. Listen now. You men are the steel against steel. I am the magic against magic. I now must pick one of those two for the coming battle. If I stay here and lead you, fight with you, then we are not going to have much of a chance. The enemy forces are huge. I don't need to tell any of you men that much. If I stay and help you fight them, most of us will die." "I can tell you right off," General Myford said, "that I don't like that choice." Most of the men agreed that the grim picture he had just painted was not something they relished. "What's the alternative?" a man nearby called out. "The alternative is that I let you men do your job and present the steel to keep the order from choosing instead to run rampant through our lands. Meanwhile, I pledge to do my job of being the magic against magic. I will do what only I can, and work to find a way to defeat the enemy without any of you men having to lose your life in battle with them. I want to find a way, with my power, to banish or destroy them before we have to fight them. I can't guarantee that I will succeed. If I fail, I will die in the attempt and you men will have to face the enemy." "Do you think you can stop them with magic of some sort?" another man asked. Nicky jumped up beside him. "Lord Rahl has already set people in the old world against Jagang's forces. We have fought battles in their own homeland in the hopes of taking away their support. If you insist on keeping Lord Rahl here with you, then you are wasting his singular talent, and you might die as a result. I ask, as one who fights at his side, that you let him be the Lord Rahl. Let him do as he must, while you do as you must." "I couldn't say it any better," Richard told them. "There it is then. That is the choice I give you." Unexpectedly, men began going to their knees. Far and wide, dust rose as men shuffled to make space to kneel down. In one voice, the chant began. "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Richard watched out over the sea of men as the sun broke the horizon. The devotion was repeated a second time, and then a third time, as was customary in the field. Once it was done, men began to return to their feet. "I guess that's your answer, Lord Rahl," General Myford said. "Go get the bastards." The men cheered their agreement. Richard hopped down and took Nicky's hand to help her down.
She ignored the hand and jumped down of her own accord. Richard turned to Kara. "Well, I have to go. We're in a hurry. Look, Kara, I want you to know that I would be fine with it if you would like to decide to stay with the Army." A dark frown descended over Kara as she folded her arms. "Are you crazy?" She looked up over her shoulder at the general. "I told you, the man is crazy. See what I have to put up with?" General Meifert nodded seriously. "I don't know how you do it, Kara." "Training," she confided. She trailed her fingertips across his cheek, smiling up at him in a way Richard had never seen her do before. "Take care of yourself, General." "Yes, ma'am." He smiled at Nicky before bowing his head. "As per your orders, Mistress Nicky." Richard's mind was already elsewhere. "Come on, let's get going." Chapter 66. Marching down the frame and panel hall, Rika leading the way, Kara and Nicky in tow, Richard reached the intersection and turned down a stone passageway with a towering vaulted ceiling that soared up for nearly 200 feet. Fluted columns to the sides rose up at evenly spaced intervals. Through large windows at the top, the massive exterior buttresses that supported the lofty walls could be seen. Streamers of light angled in high overhead and from small round windows down lower. Their boot strikes echoed like hammers through the cold hall. Richard's cape that looked like it was made from spun gold billowed behind him as if in a gathering storm. The gold symbols around the black tunic fairly glowed in the muted light. Passing each shaft of sunlight, the silver emblems in his boots, on his wide multi-layered leather belt, and on his leather-padded wristbands sent blades of light flashing around them, announcing the arrival of a war wizard. The fury of any moored Sith was enough to cause most people's blood to pause in their veins, but cold anger on Kara's attractive features seemed capable of turning that stilled blood to ice. To his other side, the former Death's mistress in black looked no less formidable. From the first time he'd met her, Richard could almost hear the air around Nicky crackle with her power, and it was doing that now. Richard passed padded chairs and tables set in niches. Carpets at angles stuck partly into the hall in places, inviting people into quiet, cozy nooks. Richard skirted the carpets because the sound of his boots on polished granite suited him. None of those with him walked across the carpets either. With the reverberation coming back at them from the long hall, the sound built until it sounded almost like an invading army pouring through the keep. Rika turned to him without slowing. She gestured to the right. "They're in here, Lord Rahl." Richard cut the corner without slowing, aiming his march through the center of the huge double doors that stood open into the exquisite library. Heavy oak mullions cross-hatched in the doors divided them into a dozen glass panes each. There were shelves to the ceiling on the 30-foot back wall of the library, with ladders that rode on brass rails to provide access. Massive mahogany pillars stood gleaming in the streamers of sunlight coming in from high windows, but low down, the light was more gloomy and had to be cut with lamps. An enormous mahogany table with turned legs that were each bigger around than Richard sat opposite the doors. To each side, pillars rose to support vaults overhead. The ends of the room to the far left and right were left to the shadows. Anne looked astonished. "Richard, what are you doing here? You were supposed to be with our troops." Richard ignored her as he grasped the red leather book he had tucked under an arm. He used the book like a broom to sweep aside the sprawl of books laid before them, creating a broad, polished, empty spot before the three gifted people. Richard tossed the red leather-bound book on the table. It made a smacking sound that echoed almost like a clap of thunder. The gold lettering, Chainfire, gleamed in the gloom. "What's this?" Zed asked in dismay. "Proof," Richard said. "Part of it anyway. I promised to bring back proof." "It's an ancient book," Nicky told them, "a formula for creating what is called a Chainfire event." Zed's hazel eyes turned up. "What is a Chainfire event?" "The end of the world as we know it," Richard said with grim finality.
What they were doing turned out to inadvertently involve an attempt to create a contradiction, violating the 9th rule. They finally realized that if anyone ever actually undertook to initiate a Chainfire event, it would have cataclysmic consequences. Nathan frowned at Nicky, apparently hoping for a little more wisdom and experience from a former sister.
What is he talking about?
Wizards in ancient times came up with a new theory on how to alter memory with subtractive power, with all the resulting disconnected parts spontaneously reconstructed independently of one another. The creation of erroneous memory to fill in the voids that had been destroyed. They were studying the theory of how to make an individual disappear to everyone else by making people forget this person, even as soon as they've just seen them, even as they look at them. It unravels people's memory of the subject, but it was discovered that the ignition of such an event starts a cascade that can't be predicted or controlled. Much like a wildfire, it continues to burn through links with others whose memory has not been altered. It eventually unravels the world of life itself. And the prophecy worm? Richard asked. It may be real, but the cause of the prophecy vanishing this time is Chainfire. As part of the process, the person who initiates the event also fills in a void in prophecy, a place left blank by a prophet for future work. This gap is filled in with a completing prophecy which has the Chainfire formula invested in it. A Chainfire event thus infects and consumes all the associated prophecy on the branch, starting with related prophecy, either in subject or in chronology. In this case, both. Kaelin. Thus, she is also wiped out of prophecy by what is called the Chainfire corollary. Nathan sat down heavily. Dear spirits. Anne, hands in her opposite sleeves, did not look pleased or impressed. All well and good, and we will have to study this book and see if anything you've come up with even begins to make sense. But that book is not the immediate problem. You should have stayed with our men. You must lead our troops in the final battle. You must return at once. Prophecy is quite clear. Prophecy says that if you fail to do this, the world will fall under the shadow. Richard ignored Anne and met his grandfather's gaze. Guess what the counter is to a Chainfire event? Zed shrugged, looking puzzled by Richard's line of questioning. How would I know? There is only one. It was created specifically for this purpose. What was? Zed asked. The boxes of Orden. Zed's mouth fell open. Richard, that just isn't. Richard reached into his pocket and pulled out what he had brought. He slammed it down on the table before the three of them. Zed's eyes went wide. Bags, Richard. That's a snake vine. You may recall from the Book of Counted Shadows, and when the 3 boxes of Orden are put into play, the snake vine shall grow. But, Zed stammered, the boxes of Orden are in the Garden of Life, in the People's Palace, under incredibly heavy guard. Not only that, Nathan put in, but I personally equipped the men of the first file with weapons that are deadly even against the gifted. No one could get in there. I agree, Zed insisted. It's impossible. Richard turned and carefully took what Kara had been carrying. He gently set the statue of Spirit down so that the figure was facing the 3 on the other side of the table, as if she were holding her head high in opposition to their efforts to make her a delusion. This is Kaelin's. She left it there in the Garden of Life in place of the boxes so that someone would know she exists. The Chainfire spell erased her from everyone's memory. Those who see her forget her before she even registers in their minds. Anne waved a hand over the book, the vine, and the statue. But this is all still conjecture, Richard. Who in the world could even have dreamed up such a plot? Sister Eulesha hatched the plan, Nicky said. She had sisters Cecilia, Armina, and Tovy with her. Anne frowned. How do you know this? Tovy confessed to me. Anne looked more than astonished. Confessed?
Why would she do such a thing? How did you even catch her?"
"She was fleeing with one of the boxes of Orden," Richard said. "She was ambushed by the man I gave the Sword of Truth to. He stabbed her and stole the box of Orden she was carrying." Zed slapped his forehead, unable to speak, and thumped down into his chair. "Tovey also told me," Nicky said, "that they were here in Aidendrill and planted that corpse in the Mother Confessor's grave to make sure no one believed Richard, should he happen to try digging it up to convince people he was telling the truth. They got the dress out of the Confessor's palace. They wanted to make sure everyone thought Richard was deluded. Regarding that, I think you should also know that we traveled to the ruins of a city called Casca, down in southern Dahara. Imperial Order scouts were there. I conducted an experiment on one of them. I used the subtractive spell all of you wanted me to use to cure Richard of his supposed delusions." Anne cautiously cocked her head. "And?" "He didn't live more than a few moments." Zed, nearly as white now as his unruly hair, put his face in his hands. "I'm sure that some of this will prove quite useful," Anne said, looking rather confused. "And it's good that you have uncovered it. But as I said, the fact remains that you need to be with our troops, Richard. We reveal to you that vitally important prophecy. If Vergrissa Ostraka does not lead this final battle, then the world already standing at the brink of darkness will fall under that terrible shadow. These other matters you bring up are intriguing, to be sure, but the prophecy remains our most important mission. We simply can't fail, or the world will fall under the shadow." Richard gripped his temples between his thumb and second finger as he looked down, trying to gather patience. He reminded himself that these people were trying to do what was right. He looked up, meeting their gazes. "Don't you see?" He pointed at the snake vine on the table. "This is the final battle. The Sisters of the Dark have put the boxes of Orden in play. They intend to bring the Keeper of the Dead into the world of the living. They intend to give life over to death in a bid to gain immortality for themselves. The world stands at the brink of darkness. Don't you see? If you three had had your way, bent on enforcing prophecy, and tried to live by words you believed to be foreordained, I would not have survived the attempt to cure me. I would be dead. In attempting to fulfill prophecy, you would have ensured the success of the Sisters of the Dark and the end of all life. The world of life would have ended because of you. Only free will, Nicky's free will, my free will, has prevented what you three would have brought upon mankind in following your blind faith in prophecy." Anne, the last one standing, dropped into her chair. "Dear spirits, he's right," Zed whispered to himself. "The Seeker has just saved 3 old fools from themselves." "No, none of you are fools," Richard said. "We all can do foolish things from time to time by not thinking. The thing to do, then, is to recognize a mistake and not repeat it. Learn from it. Don't allow yourself to fail the next time. I'm not here to tell you that you are fools, because I know you're not. I'm here because I need your help. I want you to start using your minds. You are all brilliant in your own way. You each have knowledge that probably no one else alive has. The woman I love, the woman I'm married to, has been kidnapped by Sisters of the Dark and had a Chainfire event unleashed on her life. That event is now burning through the lives of everyone who knew her and will eventually consume everyone living." He gestured to the statue of spirit. "I carved that of your granddaughter's spirit, Zed. It was precious to her. She left it there on that stone altar, covered in her blood. I want her back. I need help. Neither Nicky nor Kara remembers Kaelin, but they both know the truth of the fact that they don't remember her because of what's in this book, Chainfire, not because she doesn't exist. You all have lost something incredibly precious when your memory of Kaelin was taken from you. You lost a value in your lives that you could not begin to replace. You lost one of the best." Richard had to stop because he couldn't get the words past constriction in his throat. Tears dripped from his face onto the table. Nicky came close and put a hand on his shoulder. "It will be all right, Richard. We'll get her back." Kara laid a hand on his other shoulder. That's right, Lord Rahl. We'll get her back. Richard nodded, unable to speak as his chin trembled. Zed rose up.
Richard, I hope you don't think we will fail you again. We won't. You have my word as first wizard.
I'd rather have your word as my grandfather. Zed smiled through his own tears.
That too, my boy. That too.
Nathan shot to his feet.
My sword's in play as well, my boy.
Anne scowled at him.
Your sword is in play? What in the world does that mean?
Well, you know, Nathan said, swirling his hand in display of cut and thrust. It means I will fight the good fight.
The good fight? How about if you help us find Kalen?
Well, bags, woman. Anne shot a look at Zed.
Did you teach him to talk like that? He never cursed like that before he spent time with you.
Zed shrugged innocently.
My goodness, no, not me.
Anne scowled at the wizard on each side of her, before looking at Richard and smiling.
I remember when you were first born, Richard. When you were a bundle of life in your mother's arms. She was so proud of you then just for being able to cry. Well, I guess she'd be pretty proud of you now. We all are, Richard.
Zed wiped his nose on his sleeve.
How true.
If you can forgive us, Anne said, we'd like to be a part of stopping this threat. I, for one, am quite keen to take care of those sisters. Nicky squeezed Richard's shoulder. I think you may have a fight on your hands over that. I think we'd all like to be the one to get at them. Kara leaned past Richard. Sure, easy for you to say. You got to kill Sister Tovey. Chapter 67. Richard stood at the crenellation in the rampart, one foot resting on the low stone, gazing out across the sunlit scene of Aidendrill down below the mountain, watching the puffy white clouds parade their shadows across the valley. Zed came up from behind and stood beside Richard, and for a time also watched out in silence.
I can't remember Kalen, he finally said. Try as I might, I just can't.
I know, Richard answered without looking over.
But for her to be your wife, she must be a remarkable woman.
Richard couldn't help but to smile. She is that. Zed laid a bony hand on Richard's shoulder.
We'll find her, my boy. I'm going to help you. We're going to find her. I promise you that.
Grinning, Richard put his arm around his grandfather's shoulders.
Thanks, Zed. I could surely use the help.
Zed held up a finger.
We'll get started right away.
Right away would suit me, Richard told him. I'm going to need to get me a sword, too.
Ah, well, the sword isn't important. The sword is just a tool. The seeker is the weapon, and I'd say you are still the seeker.
About that, Zed. You know, I've been thinking, and I've come to believe that maybe Shoto wasn't acting selfishly by demanding the sword in exchange for what she told me.
How do you figure that?
Well, the sword of truth draws from my gift. When I use my gift, such as that day we were down in the library and I read from a book of prophecy, it has the very real potential to call the beast to me. Zed rubbed his smooth chin.
Well, I guess that's true. Maybe in a way that did help to protect you.
He scowled at Richard.
But she gave it to Samuel. He's a thief.
And what did he steal since he got the sword back? Zed peered at Richard with one eye.
Steal? I don't know. What do you mean?
He near to killed a sister of the dark and took the box of ordnance she had, preventing the sisters from having all three, so that they can invoke the magic of Orden. Zed's scowl deepened.
And just what do you suppose that little thief is going to do with the box?
Richard shrugged. I don't know, but at least he bought us some time. We can go after him now and prevent the sisters from having all 3 boxes at least. Zed scratched the hollow of his cheek as he gave Richard a sidelong glance.
Kind of reminds a fellow of the last time, doesn't it? With Rahl having to get the last box.
Richard frowned over at his grandfather. What are you saying? Zed shrugged.
Nothing. I'm just saying.
Saying what?
Like I said, kind of reminds one of the last time, that's all.
Zed clapped Richard on the shoulder.
Well, come on. Rika has dinner ready. We'll all get a good meal before we lay.